The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
It was a fantastic day filled with action-packed chess at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. If you're searching for compelling clashes featuring the game's best female players, then wish granted. With a draw in hand, tournament leader Anna Zatonskih could have coasted into the final round with a narrow lead, hoping things fell her way. But the four-time U.S. women's champion chose her own fate, grinding out the victory to win the 2023 Cairns Cup, earning her first Grandmaster norm in the process. The cup has been claimed, but there is still plenty of prize money up for grabs. Who will bear down and finish strong? Day 9 of amazing chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 9 of the Cairns Cup. It's been an exciting tournament so far, but it all comes down to this. Let's go to the studio and get this party started.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, and the third edition of the Cairns Cup, one of the richest women's tournaments in chess. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, I can't believe it. The tournament's coming to an end. Oh.
It's been wonderful, though.
It really has. It really has. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our championship round. Guess what? We already have a winner, and here she is, Anna Zatonskih, in her moment of glory yesterday, as she won the tournament with one round to spare. Let's have a look. 14 incredibly
She resigned, and Anna wins the
Look at that
game.
smile. Oh.
Wow.
She's almost ready to burst into tears, I think. Happiness as E5.
I don't think she has realized yet that the other games went her way as well.
Right.
And that she's a few moves away from winning the championship because Irina's game's going to be a draw.
Right.
And Anna,
Wow.
I don't know if you realize it yet, but you are about to, well, you won the tournament.
Wow,
That's
they
it.
drew?
They drew, that's it. So.
When I was leaving, I was thinking here, I was not smiling. I was thinking that if it's draw, because like Mammadzada had feeling like slightly misplaced, and she had to find couple exact moves. Wow.
So you made
Very
it.
happy. Wow. Unbelievable. I cannot believe that.
So this is probably you.
And there she is, Anna Zatonskih, the Cairns Cup 2023 champion, $45,000 richer. Our congratulations, Anna. While you win first, the fight for second is quite intense. And Nasi, do the honors and tell us our current standings as we go into our championship round.
Let's take a look. Again, congratulations to our winner, Anna Zatonskih. But for second place, there's still 4 players in the mix.
Right.
Alexandra Kosteniuk, Khotenashvili, Irina Krush, and Elisabeth Paehtz will all be fighting today for that second place.
Absolutely. And tell us about the format.
We have a 9-player round robin, no draw offers allowed, and the time control is classical. 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
Wonderful. And Almira, tell us about Anna's incredible road to victory, a Cinderella story, the fight for second, and bonjour.
Bonjour. Well, Anna is, first of all, she's the first American player to win the Cairns Cup. So this is a historic event indeed. She's leading the event 1.5 points ahead the field before the last round. So let's have a look at her road to victory. So she won 4 games. She drew 3 games. She scored 5.5 points out of 8 games, out of 7 games, yes. And there is one more round today. So she's our champion. But the first place might be decided, we still have the second place, which is up for grabs. Let's have a look at the pairings. Elisabeth Paehtz is facing Alexandra Kosteniuk. Their head-to-head score is the following. So Elisabeth won 4 games, Alexandra won 9 games, and they drew 7 games, and they know each other for such a long time. They started to play in the Youth World Championship. But there are actually 4 players which can fight for the second place. And today we have the ultimate clash of American heavyweights, the greatest rivalry, I think, of the American women's chess. Grandmaster Irina Krush is playing against Anna Zatonskih. So Irina has 12 wins, 9 losses, and 10 draws. And it reminds me of the greatest rivalry between Pete Sampras and Andrea Gassi, and I was always looking forward to those matches, anticipating the intensity of the battle. And I wanted also to point out that Bella Khotenashvili is in the fight for the second place as well. Yasser Nazi.
Great rivalries bring out the best in the players as well. As do the honors and tell our audience what to expect from the pairings for this all-important championship round.
Take a look. This is our final round pairings. Irina Krush playing Anna Zatonskih.
Our marquee matchup game right there.
Nana Dzagnidze playing Gunay Mammadzada.
Right.
Bella Khotenashvili against Harika Dronavalli. And Elisabeth Paehtz playing Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Seems like all the games are in a fight for second, but not quite. The second round, the second table doesn't. Lots of fighting. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There's a total of $180,000 in prizes, and Anna already won the first prize, $45,000.
So that's off the table.
But there's 4 players fighting for the $35,000, $25,000, and $20,000.
Got it, sure. And if there is a tie, do they play a playoff for those money, for those first places?
No, that would be tie break only happens for the first place, but Anna already won that. If there's a tie for the second place, players will split the money.
Gotcha. And a very generous prize fund all the way down to 10th and final place of $6,000. As we see Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield, the Cairns Cup is her maiden name, and Elisabeth at the board. She's already here bearing down. I like that, by the way. I liked arriving early before the game and getting myself in that, I want to say,
headspace.
Yeah, the combative mood, that zone. And I tell you, when I could get into that zone, I felt so good. I mean, no butterflies, nothing. All the players getting wanted.
They're getting scanned and having a little chat before the round. They're all friendly until they sit down at the board.
Exactly. Then the knives come out.
And what do you think? How is it going to be hard for Anna to play today since she already won the tournament?
Yes and no. I think, first of all, there's this great sense of relief. She's accomplished her mission, winning the first place. That's the first thing. But the second thing is she's a competitor. Just look at the interview that Alexandra gave. If you don't think that these women are competitors, you got it wrong. They're competitors. And you get to the board, and that competitive spirit, I don't care. It comes out, it wells up out of somewhere, and no, she doesn't. She doesn't want to lose. She wants to win. She wants to have a great result. Her grandmaster norm in hand.
And Anna has, technically speaking, nothing to lose today, but her opponent Irina has to win in order to fight for that second place.
Potentially win it clear, and for Irina, she doesn't want to go over like you know, it's win or bust or something like that. A draw gets her a nice prize, but just this idea of a win, as we see Bella. What a tournament she's had, by the way.
Not a single draw.
I was about to say, undefeated for Anna, but drawless for Bella. And Almira, jump right in. Talk about Anna's mood. Sometimes you think that she might have a letdown, that she's already won the tournament?
Well, I don't think so. And we actually had a very long walk yesterday. We discussed a lot of things, and She is ready for the fight today, and she knows that it is not going to be a walk in the park like yesterday.
Right.
So, and I also thought about David Bronstein when you were pointing out that Elisabeth is already sitting at the board, fully concentrated. David Bronstein always arrived 10 minutes early in order to achieve this state of concentration.
Yes, and we just heard the bell. There's Irina, just slightly, ever so slightly late, arrives at the board and is ready.
These players have played each other in the last round for the titles so many times.
Right. Obviously, Anna's in a state of euphoria. Could that, like you come to the board and you're nervous? But could it be the opposite as well, that you come to the board and your overconfidence stands in the way?
It can happen.
I mean, how strange that feeling is as the championship round is underway, round 9. Irina, D4 and D5. Irina for sure would expect Anna to play her Queen's Gambit declined positions. And there you go, D5, E6. No surprises thus far.
I'm curious to see what Irina has prepared in the opening.
Right. How to get an edge. And again, 4 players in the mix for second place. Elisabeth and Alexandra in their head-to-head match that we saw, 4 wins, 9 wins for Alexandra. And Alexandra's been having also a roller coaster event. It's
yes, most
E4.
definitely. And I think she mentioned yesterday that she also got a little bit sick, Alexandra, so that affected her tournament as well.
Right. B5. And once again, just to remind you of their head-to-head, you were mentioning, Almira, these 2 players have been playing each other since their youth, days of youth.
Since they were kids. And actually, I wanted to offer a poker player's perspective on this game, because I think if you take the prizes into account, the EV Plus decision for Elisabeth would be to play for a win today, because it makes a huge difference.
She's a half a point behind. A victory over Alexandra would allow her to leapfrog, and then she would like to see Bella finally making a draw, and she would like to see Irina also making a draw. Bishop B, by the way, I noticed in the game between Elisabeth and Alexandra offered a Marshall Gambit-like approach, C2, C3,
Which
D7, D5.
she already had 1 game in this tournament.
Exactly.
I think it was against Gunay, Mammadzada.
And the anti-Marshall, the so-called anti-Marshall A2, A4, was played by Elisabeth. So I'm for sure thinking that Elisabeth came to this game very well prepared. Bishop B7 on the board as these 2 ladies enter a very theoretically charted game. A game we're probably not going to speak too much about is the game between Nana and Gunay. So let's just take a look at it right out of the opening. And the ready, if you will, G3, Bishop G2, Bishop G4, B2, B3 here, a kind of a double fianchetto. Usually when you're playing B3 and G3, these lead to lines where you end up playing D3 and E4 mostly. For that reason, I always like playing my knight to F6, my bishop to F5, and playing a London to fight over the control of the E2, E4 square. Bishop G4 on the board. Question for you.
Yes.
Here it comes. Ready? You're black. Do you take on F3? Right away.
See, if I commit to playing Bishop G4, then yes.
Right, because after bishop takes,
And
the
E5.
difference is that you can immediately grab the center at the cost of 2 bishops. Now, some players wouldn't do that. They would say, like the loss of the 2 bishops is too great. Other players like grabbing the center, and that was really what the question was about.
Yes, I also prefer knight F6, Bishop F5 lines that you mentioned.
Right, but bishop takes F3 and E5 would you'd find that attractive.
It is interesting, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And
Little
Almira.
surprise
Oh,
in
sorry.
Irina Anna's game. The opening, we have Tarash defense.
Whoa. Okay. So a clear indication that Anna wasn't interested in finding out what Irina had prepared, but the C5 Tarash without knight f6. That's a big surprise. C takes d5, E takes d5, and there was a period in his life where Garry Kasparov had become a real proponent of the Tarash, and it was only in the first World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov, way back in 1984, that Garry stopped playing the Tarash. It was a heavy theoretical minefield that the players did. And today, the Tarash defense is considered still completely viable, but at the highest levels, the players aren't doing it. H7, H6, Bishop E3. This was Karpov's treatment that stopped, made Garry play the King's Indian, and everybody was upset at Karpov for forcing Garry into the King's Indian, where he started beating people. But this was the reason why the Tarash became less of a frequent guest.
Do you think on the highest level they don't play Tarash as often just because White has so many ways they can play and Black needs to know just so much theory?
Exactly. That is exactly the case, which is why today, when the players of today play the Tarash, what they like to do is include a capture of the knights. So this today has become a real theoretical battleground, this position. You take swap off a couple of minor pieces, and you narrow the path of where White is going. So this is what I might call a modern Tarash, and what Anna has is, let's say, the old Tarash. And they certainly no strangers to one another.
They've played 31 games, 12 wins for Irina, 9 for Anna, and 10 draws.
And 12 U.S. Chess Championship titles between them, too.
Yes, that's amazing.
Those wins and losses, trust me, they decided a lot of women's championships. So we'll keep an eye on the Tarash. And over to you, Almira. What has caught your eye?
Well, actually, I've been thinking about the game between Irina Krush and Anna Zatonskih, and I wanted to know which line Anna prepared for this game, because as you already said, this position is highly theoretical. Irina just played g3, and this is a very well-known setup. So if you play knight f6, bishop g2, of course, you have a lot of theoretical moves. Bishop e7 is one of the main lines here, but I was thinking if she's going for this line, then she's probably going for something concrete. So one of the most concrete moves here is to take on d4 immediately, and you have a lot of top players who used this variation recently, and no other than Magnus Carlsen. So after knight d4, Black plays bishop c5, then knight b3, bishop b6. Okay, here you can castle, but White can also play knight a4, castle, and then take on b6 and play this position. Risk-free, I think, for White, but maybe Anna wants to, well, here after knight, bishop b6, after castle, she wants to achieve this position. So, and here you go for d4. So I'm trying to understand her state of mind. So probably she prepared this line. So after d4, what can you do here? You can play knight a4 once again.
Right.
Then you castle. This could also transpose, and bishop g5. Yes, sir. This position is evaluated as it's slightly better for White, but I think that after rook a8, Black has comfortable play.
Nice. Reminds me, that specific position reminds me of a Caro-Kann reversed, Panov, Botvinnik, Caro-Kann. I want to draw our attention to the game of Bella for just a moment, because even though it's a theoretical move, it's a move that's always kind of caught me a little bit askance. Okay, what we have is a Catalan. G2, G3, Bella with white, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5. Okay, so we kind of think that with this move a5, we're probably not going to go into open Catalan. Bishop g2, castles, queen c2. We're probably going to play a closed Catalan with something like c6, knight b8, d7. But this move c7, c5, with the inclusion of bishop b4 check, really has me scratching my head, because a question for you. If I take on b4, aren't you afraid that I might capture this pawn on c5?
Maybe black wants to take with the c-pawn.
Exactly. And then you're sitting there going, well, look at your weird pawn structure. You've kind of voluntarily doubled your pawns on the b4 and b7 squares.
So if I take with the a-pawn,
Right.
and you take on c5,
Right.
maybe I push d4 just to make those pawns look funny.
Or queen a5, d4. d4, queen a5. I
Queen
have
a5
this
is
nice,
threatening.
I have this nice trick for you.
Yes.
You're going to love it. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Queen a5. I'm a pawn grabber, right? I take the pawn.
Okay.
Go ahead. Kill me.
b3 check.
Yeah. Go ahead, kill me.
B takes a.
Queen a.
Queen takes. That's funny.
Oh.
That's very nice.
Everybody has to fall into this pattern at least twice in their career to be sure that the first time you fell into it, it was losing, right? But you lose
This
it
is my
twice.
first time.
So you get to do it once more. So yeah, there is queen a5. That might be what how it goes. Almira, jump in. c7, c5 with the inclusion of bishop b4 check. That's a little bit perplexing, but do your best and try to explain it to myself.
Still extremely highly theoretical, this
Okay.
position. A lot of recent games, and Nazi was right. After bishop b4, a takes b4, d takes c5, black plays d4.
Wow.
Yes. As you can see, this position is about equal.
Okay.
But they have a few games here, so
Sure.
there are two moves. You can play knight bd2,
Okay.
a natural move, but there is another move, a more active one. White plays knight e5 here.
Okay.
So let's say if queen c7, I think that white's idea is simply to protect the pawn on c5.
Let's do it.
Yes, and you would be happy, Yasser. After knight a6, there is no way for you for the moment to protect it.
The pawn.
Yeah, the pawn on c5, but knight d2. So if you take on c5, let's say if you take on c5, then I can take on b4, and white is much better. But black's strategy here is not to take on c5, but to play e5.
Okay.
And I think that black has sufficient compensation for this, ephemeral pawn on c5, because I really think that you will be able to take it. And let's say after castle, ephemeral extra pawn, bishop f5, and I like black's position very much. So I actually think that Bella has to go for another line here. She has to take on d5, and then c takes d4.
She did, in fact, play just the move that you recommended for her. c4 takes d5 on the board.
Maybe I should try and be a mental coach.
Okay, explain to us c4 takes d5 and the resulting positions. Statistically, is white doing well, black doing well?
Oh, there are a lot of draws in this variation, so white is doing as well as black here. So after c takes d5, black takes on d4. The main move
This knight
by
recapture.
far is knight takes d4.
Okay.
And so here, I have games between Dingliren and Anishgiri, Wojtaszek against Carlsen, so queen b6
Wow.
is the main line, so you can play e3 here, and the main take here is e takes d5, so castle probably.
Right.
Yes, castle and knight c6. That's how you challenge the knight on d4, and with complicated play. I think that white has to take on c6, then b takes c6, then your bishop can get active on a6. So this is the resultant position from the opening. As you can see, white has a slight edge, but with a very complex play.
Yeah, I see. First of all, we kind of went to an isolated queen pawn, and then this structure that you showed is quite common after an isolated queen pawn, which is interesting since a Tarrasch defense was played by Anna, that we might be having the isolated queen pawn days as the players are catching up with your suggestion. I like that move, especially queen b6. I thought that was a nice touch. So, and again, Garry Kasparov, he liked the Tarrasch, so probably
Until
he's
Karpov,
enjoying
right?
Until Karpov. C4 takes d5. Again, I'm just so curious about this d4 business, because Almira was showing as a variation where it was a complicated pawn sacrifice for
Knight
black.
a6?
Oh, excuse me, apologies, knight a6. That was what she showed us, knight d2, e5. And she showed us castles, and then came the move bishop f5, and I thought that was sufficient compensation. I won't argue that. The move I was going to argue was knight e4. So the idea is if you take, yes, I agree, you could play bishop h3, and I was also about to agree that I could take a pawn, and well, let's see the head-to-head between these two players.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, Harika, adoption.
Yes, 16 draws, but 11 wins for Harika.
That is with all forms of competition, by the
Yes.
way, not just classical chess, but also rapid and blitz. But I got to tell you, I mean, we've been talking about having a nemesis, a rival that you really, really don't want to have. Bella is like, why did you invite her to the Cairns Cup? I mean, wow. That's probably one of the worst head-to-head matchups I've seen, Almira.
So maybe a draw actually would be, well, a very nice result.
Exactly.
For Bella. But yes, I analyzed a little
Sure.
bit the position and the move that you suggested.
Knight e4 instead of
knight
castles.
e4.
Yes.
Of course, knight e4.
Bishop
Then
takes
let's have a
e4,
look.
yeah.
Bishop takes e4. I think bishop h3, the move that you suggested is,
Right.
well, is very natural, and you deprive white from castling. But
yeah.
then I thought, okay, what about bishop h7?
Thank you.
Yes, because you can have this discovered check. So knight e4, knight h3. But here, black can simply take on c5. White still has an extra pawn, but the knight is very misplaced on h3. And I think that after castle, you can even play f5 here with a pawn storm in the center.
Okay, again, I would argue that you have a compensation, but it's not everybody's cup of tea that they're material down and having to prove their compensation. And that's where, you know, my provocative bravado, if you will, did cause some
I
upsets.
love black's position with knight on c5 and those central pawns, d4,
Yes.
e5. I'll take that any day over a pawn.
We're going to work on your training. We have a lot more work to do. Let's go back to our marquee matchup between Irina, and by the way, she did play not the old conventional bishop e7 move. Again, that move was played like the tabia. Nobody played c5 takes d4 at this moment. They all play bishop e7, but this has become the wrinkle, bishop c5. And again, just to make a kind of an echo comparison with Harika's game, remember the knight c6?
Yeah, same pawn structure.
Yeah, the same pawn structure. We went from an isolated queen pawn structure to not a hanging pawns, because they're not hanging until they get to c5,
c5, yeah.
right?
But I think knight b3 is a more common move here than knight takes c6.
Absolutely. Bishop b6, and every fiber of my being wants to capture this pawn on d5. Castles make sense, castles, and then it was d4, right?
d4, yes.
Yeah. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one, and Almira, back over to you.
Back over to me.
Yes, tell us what you're looking at. Share with our viewers.
Well, I had an interesting thought, first of all, in the opening, when Elisabeth, especially when Alexandra played bishop b7, I just wanted to show you a small trick. Maybe it will complete the arsenal of your tricks in this position, because Elisabeth played a very solid move d3. Okay. Why is that? Because even in this position, after bishop b7, after c3, this move is possible, and we know that Alexandra plays the marshal, so it doesn't really matter that the bishop is not on c8 but on b7. Sometimes it even favors black. And I wanted to show you this variation. So let's say you will take on b5, you will exchange, and then you will go for the pawn. But here you can't actually take the pawn on e5 like in marshal, and the position on the long diagonal actually changes everything, because after knight e5, rook e5, white is already lost, and this might come as a surprise, to our audience. So after knight f4, there is absolutely no way for white to deal with the king side, and the pieces here are absolutely undeveloped. So as you can see, it's almost +3. So because you have to give up this pawn after d4 and knight g2, black has a very dangerous attack. So do not fall for this trap. I wanted to show it and why actually Elisabeth played d3. So the position looks more like in
conventional,
yes, very conventional. Yes, sometimes yes, it can result even from the gioco piano. But okay, you have the bishop on b7. So this is still a very theoretical. b4 was played. This is the last move, and here you have a very standard plan of playing knight g3, and then maybe h3, bishop e3, and you can play d4 at the same time. But you can also play bishop g5 here. And I can see that recently one of the French players also played this idea. I think that white is inspired by gioco piano. A lot of bishop g5s has been played lately. So after h6, bishop h4, and queen c7 with a very complicated position.
Nice.
And I also saw behind you after b4, there is a game played by Alexandra with the black pieces where she defeated a grandmaster last year, I think.
Yes, she won with black, exactly. It's like today, my vision is a bit blurred, but I'm surprised how Nazi can see. Exactly, Alexandra, I think it was a rapid game. So she beat the grandmaster Ilya Smirin. And so let's have a look. I think she played knight g3. No, that was not the move, because I cannot get, what did she played knight e3 in this position. Yes, so it's a very unusual move. So let's have a look. What if black plays bishop f8, and that was played in the game, and Alexandra went for knight f5 immediately. So this could be achieved also by knight g3, knight f5. Yeah. So, but I think that black is better here, like after d5, and Alexandra actually played this move with black. You have to strike in the center, and after d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop g5. And here, what do you have? Maybe b3? Yes, that was played in the game. It's actually very important to put this bishop, to use this intermediate move b3, to put the bishop on b1. And now maybe you can protect the... Alexandra went actually for the most dangerous continuation, e4. But I think you can even play queen c6 here. So
not
Black pieces look great.
Yes.
Yeah, not backing down from the fight. I wanted to just go to the game of Bella and Harika for a moment because they are following that line you suggested, Queen B6. And after Queen B6, E3 takes castles. The players are following a game, Levon, Aronian, Magnus, up to, well, this moment. Is this on the board? Sorry.
I think
What?
Var told us Irina and Anna's game is following game
I
Aronian Carlsen.
apologize.
And by the way, Irina did take on C6,
She did.
and we have the same pawn structure as Bella and Harika.
Which I was saying was
Yeah.
like an echo. When I am playing on the white side of the Tarash, I do like these captures on C6 because I do find that a lot of players really do play very well with isolated queen pawns. It's like we kind of train ourselves for these middle game structures, but a lot of players don't study the structures of C6 and D5.
We need a name for these pawns. 'Cause
Exactly.
they're not hanging pawns. What are they exactly?
There was like the worst book ever written, as far as chess is concerned at least. It was Hans Kamak's Pawn Power in Chess. And the guy invented the most obscure and crazy ways of naming pawn structures, the quant grip, and all kinds of things that you just said, like, get out of here. I mean, the book, I think 3 people bought the book. I was one of them. I mean, it was terrible. But yeah, we need some descriptive way.
Because this happens often, this pawn
Yes,
structure.
exactly. But pawn power in chess, avoid it as best you can. Well, hanging pawns is a term you'd like to use, but we're familiar with hanging pawns when they're C5
Next to
and
each
D5,
other, yes.
not on C6 and D5. Maybe we'll have to reach out to our audience for some assistance on this. We got a name for the chess engine that
Yes.
Almira has been taming as best as she's able, and you can join our conversation. Stump the panel. How can they do that? How can they join the conversation, Nazi?
You can send us your tweets using hashtag Cairns Cup,
Right?
or you can contact St. Louis Chess Club on any social media platform, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and many
Exactly.
more.
And Sabina Feuser is the master of ceremonies on the social media. And we love your questions, by the way. This will be our final broadcast.
Hard to believe.
It's hard. Yeah, we're coming to a close as the 2023 Cairns Cup, and there you see it. Thanks to our producers for being right there, Johnny on the spot, never missing a beat. And once again,
Yes, thank you so much for sending us your questions and your comments at the St. Louis Chess Club channels.
Yeah, and I know Sabina's been having a lot of fun behind the scenes, interviewing the players, interviewing us, by the way. We don't really get a break around here. On break, we get attacked. And we've had a lot of fun, so we want to just give a big shout out to yourselves. And thank you for joining the show. Tell us what Irina's going to do now that she's defined the pawn structure.
Well, if she follows Aronian Carlsen game, she'll play Queen C2 here.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense. You've got a discovered threat against the bishop, and how did that game continue?
Bishop B6,
Makes
also
sense.
logical, and then Knight A4 was played.
Exactly. Kind of, well, I want to say you want to shut down this bishop, not necessarily capture it, but definitely control the pawn, the square, and stop the pawn from advancing on c5. How did that game continue?
Bishop D7,
Okay.
awkward
defend-
placement, but necessary.
Right, and at the same time, I think the structure, the bishop wants to go to a6, so bishop to d7, yeah?
And B3, also logical. I think white bishop wants to go to A3 and control the diagonal and the black squares, especially the C5 square.
Everything has a logic,
However, after
right?
rook E8,
So first of all, you're getting out of the potential tempo, but you're also putting your rook on the half-open file.
The pawn played bishop b2 here.
Okay.
The next two moves, h5, h4, I don't know.
Well,
It's too deep for me.
well, the problem is you're not going to break black is not going to be able to break white's king side by piece play alone. You might think to yourself, oh, I could play queen c8 and bishop h3. You might think to yourself, I'm going to play knight e4. But okay, you're not going to destroy the king side. But if you play h5, follow it up with h4, you take on g3. Now suddenly knight e4, knight g3. You trade off the h pawns, and now suddenly knight g4, queen g5, queen h5 mate, right? So you need to create some looseness in the position. So h7, h5, but then the question is, are you going to follow up? How are you going to follow up h3? Do you want to play h4 and g4? That's where you need a lot of experience.
I would be worried of this h to b8 diagonal here, getting checkmated on
Exactly.
But Almira has something to share with us.
Yes, I actually wanted to explain you the difference between the structure that you just analyzed and the move knight a4 that Irina played in the game, because it might as well lead to the transposition, but white's main idea here after bishop b6 is actually to take on b6.
Wow.
And even though it changes the structure, I think that this line is very concrete, and they might follow the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Daniel Dubov. And I wanted to show you this line because it's very sharp, and maybe Anna has an improvement along the way. So let's have a look here. After queen c2, then c5. So now the d5 pawn is weakened a little bit, softened a little bit. White plays bishop g5 here, bishop e6, then e4, so d4, e5.
Whoa.
Yes, this is a very sharp line, h6, so e takes f6, h takes g5,
Hanging.
takes on d7,
Right.
g7, king g7, take on e8, a8, and well, that is the game. So white actually didn't take on a8, and I was thinking, what if we will take this exchange? How to assess this position?
I thought it would be winning for white. Just like winning, not even
Let's
takes.
have a look.
Because I think after f4, for example, black's king, I'm material ahead, and black's king strikes me as more vulnerable.
Well, actually, the computer suggests here the move f3.
That's
Just,
timid.
yes, to keep everything safe. But after f4, bishop h3.
Take the pawn.
Well,
Take the pawn.
you take the pawn, okay.
Yeah, I'm coming after the king.
Let's see.
Aggressive.
But black is already much better.
No.
After bishop,
No.
maybe not much better, a bit better, but after rook takes f1, well, I can't believe, but probably you can't take the pawn on a2 if this is possible. This is
How is this not a checkmate?
Right?
This is completely crazy. And after queen f5, black can play
Queen
e6, and then after queen f6, you know, the computer suggests king g8, g6, and let's see what is the improvement.
That's a crazy line. I remember one of my favorite moments in the game of chess. I had just played a really, really great game with Bent Larson where we both had great opportunities at one another, and the game ended in a draw. And we were having a post-mortem after the game. We were discussing the position together. And I put together what I thought was an extraordinarily clear, rational piece of analysis to explain why I was winning. Bent at the end said, "Nobody believes you." Like, completely destroyed me. You know, like nobody. How that position where I'm an exchange up and playing f4 isn't better for white. Nobody believes the computer. Crazy. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Bella and Harika. Again, a very important game for our second place to determine who's going to get second. And it's kind of funny because guess what happened? We got the same structure that we don't know what to call. We're having a contest called Name That Baby. How would you name the C6 and D5 pawn structures? H5. That's just borrowing a page right from the game of Irina. And by the way, I really want to emphasize that's precisely what grandmasters do. They take a look at approaches that you can take in one particular variation, and then they try to apply them to other openings. And H7, H5, as we just saw, kind of fits perfectly in with what Black wants to do. But now my question for you, Nasi, is this pawn vulnerable? Can I play the move Knight A4 and try to munch?
I don't think you can take it right away. So let's say I play Queen C7.
Queen C7.
So I have that Bishop D7 idea.
So if I fall for it, so to speak, the idea is after Bishop to D7, I have to go Rook C7.
Bishop
only
D6.
Or right, Bishop D6. So I get two pawns, but in the words of Bent Larson, nobody believes me. I get two pawns. So I've got these two. So on a good day, I want to play B4.
I could have played Bishop D8 maybe to not give you
okay. Well, that's a very good point, though, right? So Bishop to D8. So you keep the A5 pawn. I take once. I take
D5 pawn.
So I got my two pawns.
And two bishops. So you do have compensation.
I do have a compensation, but not necessarily an advantage. Something to think about, but I saw that pawn, and I wanted to ask you if I could grab it. Almira, jump right in. Is that, should Bella play Knight A4 and go for the C6 pawn?
Well, there have been a few games in this variation, and it went exactly like this. So Knight A4,
okay.
Queen C7, take on C6, Rook takes on C6, Bishop D7, Rook C7. Of course, Bishop D8 is more precise to protect the A5 pawn. Then White went for Rook D7, Knight D7. So if you take Bishop D5, then Black can develop the bishop on F6.
Okay.
And this is it's a very balanced position, actually. So
all right.
Yes, the computer analyzes, evaluates it as very balanced. But here I was thinking, what if not Queen C7, but Queen D8? Maybe there is a difference. So if you take on C6, then Bishop D7, and
right.
What happens here? But after, yes, Queen C2, the queen retreats to C2 and protects the knight on A4. Black, well, has to continue on the king side. H4 was played by Gukesh recently, but I think that this is also a rapid game. So after H4, White played Bishop C3. More. Knight C3, yes. It was a draw, so that's like the game ended here. But so that's what Bishop C3. There was a draw, but the computer cannot find a reasonable way to continue here. Maybe H3. Let's say Bishop F3, Queen A8 to attack the knight on A4. White is a bit better once again, but you have to play B3 here.
A little awkward, yeah.
Yes. So maybe now you can create something. On the king side, play Bishop G4, take to G4, Knight G4, and then bring your queen at some point to E4. But this is all very elaborated for me. I think that if you don't know the plans in this position, then as Black, then you don't go for this variation. Then you go for Queen C7, and you take on C6, and you play Bishop D7.
Little update. We had those moves actually in the game. Harika played Queen C7. And Bella took on C6, so she's going into that endgame where she sacrifices the exchange
for a bishop and two pawns.
So Bishop D7 will follow. So let's have a look once again. Rook C7, Bishop D8, Rook D7, knight d7. Can you actually make another move in this position than bishop d5? Can you wait a little bit here? For example, we know that black is going to activate the bishop on f6. Can you play bishop c3, or it doesn't really matter?
It matters a lot. Take the pawn.
Okay.
Take the pawn,
the
bishop
pawn.
f6,
Bishop
and
f6.
rook b1, and just try to pretend that the a5 pawn is an issue.
I don't like putting my rooks in a very passive
Okay.
squares.
Okay.
But okay, let's see.
We have a cure. Whoa,
Rook
whoa,
f6.
whoa, whoa. Okay. My spidey sense. Oh, rook
Knight
d5. Rook d5. I want to take on a5,
Okay.
of course.
Oh, rook
But
b5.
rook b5
Yes.
is that's a cold shower.
But we can play b4 and create a passer instead of bishop a5.
I want to grab a third pawn. Bishop f3.
Okay.
Bishop f3. Give me that guy and give me the other guy.
Okay, let's have a
Oh
look.
no, knight e5 to
e5
c4.
is a very dangerous continuation. So can you actually take on h5? What is the idea? I think
Well,
the black
knight
brings the knight on
c4.
c4. Yes.
No, I wanted to make sure that I wouldn't be a pawn down on. I wanted to make sure the queen side were off,
Well-
so that I wouldn't lose an ending.
We already have a lot of moves on the board,
We
and
do.
Bella,
Let's do
instead
it.
of taking pawn on d5, played rook d1. I
Okay.
think they're still following some theory.
Rook d1.
Yes, I
Okay.
have a few games left.
You correctly guessed an alternative to bishop d5.
So rook d1, and black played knight b6 here. So knight b6, knight b6. Then in one of the games, bishop takes b6 or rook b6. I think bishop b6 is well. In
Bishop
white's
takes
bishop
d5.
d5 here, of course. No, but then rook b6, attacking the pawn on b2. But then I thought that white wants to play bishop c3 here, but I think after bishop f6 we have to calculate this line, like bishop a5, rook b2, maybe bishop b4. Once again, it seems to be very balanced here. But what if...
I wouldn't go for this line, Almira. After rook b6, after
B4?
knight b6, rook b6, take immediately on b4.
Ah.
Take immediately on a5.
on a5 here.
Rook b2, bishop to b4, and in this case you have to play rook e8. Your bishop wouldn't be on f6. And I could play bishop takes d5. Again, I've got the two pawns. Probably it's going to be a draw, but I don't think white takes any risks
Maybe
of
you should-
losing this
Yes, maybe
game.
you should exchange the dark square bishops with bishop b7. I'm not sure if I didn't blunder anything because that was my...
Exactly, but I'm just saying that I
proposal
don't
maybe
think
this.
that even in a case where you win the pawn on a3, and I get rook and bishop versus two rooks, and I've got a pawn,
versus 3.
the 4 versus 3, and for Bella again that head-to-head matchup that was harsh. I mean, the one other really harsh I remember setup was between Magnus and Hikaru. At one moment, Magnus had some ungodly score, and the joke was that Magnus was the #1 player rated in the world because of his score with Hikaru. I mean, it was that bad. Mathematically, it shouldn't be that
It's
one-sided.
funny you mentioned that because right now Magnus is first by rating and Hikaru's #2.
And if you were to look at their head-to-head matchup, I think Hikaru's gotten a couple of wins under his belt at long last. But at one time, it was like, seriously, it was like 12-0. And if you think about 5 rating points, that's 60 rating points, and there wasn't 60 rating points between the two of them. #1 and #2 should be more or less balanced, right? Mathematically, it shouldn't be, overwhelming in the favor of Magnus. By the way, do we have this position in the game between?
There's just rook
Harika?
d1 on the board, move 21.
Oh, just
d1.
rook d1.
Yes,
So rook
Harika
d1.
hasn't played knight b6 yet.
Okay, so knight b6 is the theoretical move.
Yes.
Okay, fine. And let
And
me just-
in the game, Irina and Anna Irina started with knight a4, but then she followed up with queen c2, so they're still following. It transposed into Aronian Carlsen game.
I see.
Now here, Livon played bishop d7, and Anna is thinking.
What to play? Bishop to d7.
Bishop a6 is also playable.
Bishop
instead of
a6.
bishop d7.
Yeah, I guess that was the question. Is the bishop better here, or like I'm assuming I want to play rook to d1 and e3 and get off this diagonal. And then the question is your bishop better on d6, on a6 or d7? The other thing that I found confounding was this idea that after bishop d7 I should be capturing and helping the structure.
Yes.
This Daniel Duboff line that we were amazed with.
That's counterintuitive.
It's so
bishop on
counter.
e6.
Would you be taking that? No, I
No,
liked
I'd be
what
playing
you.
b3 and putting bishop on a3 and taking c5 square.
Exactly. Okay, so classical training. And of course, in case you're just joining us, shame on you for being late, but we do have a champion. Even though we call this the championship round, Anna Zatonskih secured clear first yesterday.
Yes, after her 2 wins in a row, she secured the first place. And today, players are playing for the second place.
Exactly. And of course, this is a fantastic career best result for Anna. And one of the things that comes with the title Cairns Cup champion is her first ever Grandmaster norm. So really well done. And the Grandmaster norm, of course, is the highest honor you can earn in chess. And she needs to get 3 of them.
Yes, and
to
if
earn
she
the
earns
title.
2 more, that's it, she'll be a Grandmaster because
Exactly.
she has already reached
The rating
2,500
requirement
before.
of a Grandmaster title, she needs 2 more norms. And well, Almira, you were saying that Anna has some favorite heroes, if you will, that she follows, and it was Grant.
Arahamia, yes, Ketsivan Arahamia Grant.
Who
Then-
became a Grandmaster
Yes.
later in life.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then Pia Kramling.
Right?
And also Monika Sochko. All of these
From
players
Poland,
are
yeah.
very accomplished players. They have so many titles. But I think what impressed Anna the most is also that they managed to have a very successful sports career and also to have children. And it reminded me of a very interesting testimony made by Serena Williams and about how difficult it is for women actually to get back to their level after having children, and how hard does it take to train and to find motivation once again, and to get back to the level they've been accustomed to, the level of play.
Right. I remember the first time I played Pia Kramling. We were playing in a tournament in Vancouver, British Columbia together. It was an open event. And Pia is a tiny tot. She's a small slip of a woman, and the pairing was Godzilla versus Bambi. that was our match, and everybody was wondering who is Bambi. Pia came to the board. I want to look at the game of Bella for a second, because I understand this is a theoretical dispute, but I'm finding this endgame position attractive for white. Mm-hmm. Once again, defend it, if you will, Nasi, for just a moment. I'm going to take on b6. How would you like to take?
With the rook.
With the rook. And let's say, in this case, I wanted to play bishop takes b4.
Take on b2.
Take on b2. Bishop to b4.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. Let me take on d5 this time with the rook. So I'm going to meet a check with bishop
I think you have
f1.
a problem.
I do?
Rook
That's
b1
terrible.
check right now.
Exactly.
And then bishop h... I thought
Say
that bishop
it.
on d8 was on c8. Never mind.
I'd call over
commentators.
the arbiter and I say, she can't do that. You can't play bishop h3. I know the rule book.
So I have to play h4 then.
h4. Okay, that's a pity because that actually breaks my... I was hoping to have bishop c4, rook d7 in my arsenal of goods. So this causes me to have an accident. So I've got two pawns. Takes, king here.
Well, now I have f2 as a target.
I know. It's not what I wanted, frankly. Your move h4 is actually confounding. That's a pity.
Well,
Okay.
Black gets counterplay here, so that's why white doesn't have such dominating advantage
Well,
here.
okay. Let me once again press you on this particular moment because now we know what I want to do. I want to play rook takes d5. I want to play rook to d7 and bishop to f5.
Maybe I'll try to exchange the bishops. Bishop e7?
Bishop to e7. That's actually a very good move. And yeah, I guess I'm not... again, if my pawn were on it, trundle, and I could get my...
Just g6 here, maybe?
Just g6. For Bella, again, she's had a really bad... she's up against a really bad opponent for her. And I think she's in an ending where she'll feel comfortable, that maybe she's
where
not
she might
gonna
make her first draw in the tournament?
yeah, something like that, where she could... Okay, we'll keep... I'm sure the engine doesn't think White's going anywhere with this ending, Almira. The Oracle says Bella's position even?
Well, it's still about equal.
Okay.
I analyzed and I checked the lines.
Right.
Both of you are right. I think the last day, clearly indicates that we found the consensus.
Right. We're working
everything.
well together.
Yes.
We clash and we come to a good conclusion.
But I've noticed that in the opening line, Nazi didn't call you brilliant. So, that's some sign of the rebellion, I think.
Right. Well, I'm slipping.
Well, she is as strong as you is.
There we
you are,
go.
Yasser, now at the analysis. Rook b6, I
Right.
think that bishop b5, rook b2, bishop b4, rook e8 here. So after rook d5, this is a very sound continuation.
Yeah,
of
h4.
course.
That's such a nice move. Gosh, if you didn't have h4, sorry, Almira,
Yes.
just to a quick question. After rook e8, rook d5. The second best, rook b1. The second best move for black in this moment is...
It's still bishop b7 because it's very important to trade the dark square bishop because you're going to capture the a3 pawn. So as you can see, both moves, they lead to a balanced position. So maybe h4 keeps some tension on the board. Actually,
Right.
White might blunder somewhere down the road. But here, your move, I like your move, Yasser, h4, but it's still not sufficient. Bishop e7, so you'll take on e7, rook e7, bishop d5, or?
I thought I played rook d5, but it doesn't really matter. I think overall, we're probably going to get...
What I don't like about this position is that probably you can get to the second rank. Yes,
Right.
Can you bring your rook to this c2?
Yeah, I was always going to be putting my rook on f4 and bishop on d5. So if I go bishop e4, for example,
Bishop
as a starting
e4
move,
immediately, okay.
to kind of stop you from
G6,
playing rook
yes.
c2, and I
Yeah,
don't know.
I don't think that any player can win this game. So maybe Bella was reminded.
By the way, Bella, b4 on the move is on the board. Bella played b4 after rook takes b6, b4.
So they still continue. We have one game left, and this game went b4, a takes b4, bishop b4.
Right,
And rook e8.
right.
So the difference is actually that the rook is not on b2 in this position. So maybe this is
an improvement.
yes, a slight improvement over the variation that we analyzed. And now your move, Yasser, rook takes d5, but still a very important resource in this position, bishop e7. So, for example, if you play rook e5 here, and you can, so maybe you can play king f8.
Okay.
Yes, and then but here, what if you take on h5 now? It doesn't.
And mate in one.
Yes, but you will take yes on b4. So let's say it takes b4, rook takes b4. Oh, okay. Maybe she can actually try and play this position. What do you think?
Well, again, I don't see any way that White's going to lose this 4-2 position. So for Bella, this is, again, because of her horrible head-to-head score, Bella's probably happy to have a position where her chances of losing are infinitesimal.
But also Harika's clock, she has 1 hour and 21 minutes, so she
which is an indication that she's actually familiar with all of this. And let's just, before we take a break, just step in on the game between Gunay and Nana for a moment, because there's a move here. Yeah, I was about to say, the last move most especially was interesting. Again, a Reti line opening. Takes, and normally speaking, White would have her king on castle, and there'd be a knight on d7, so there would be no tactic that we're about to see, bishop a3. And that's a little awkward. White has just won the 2 bishops. White would like to retain the bishop, but keeping it with bishop c3 is awkward because you're kind of stepping in the way of the pawn.
It is, but that's what Nana chose to do. She played bishop c3.
Because she wants to maintain her 2 bishops.
But it is awkward blocking the pawn on c3.
I know, exactly. By the way, I want to say that that's a tactically alert move, bishop a3, because it's very easy to fall asleep on the position. You go, okay, I'll just play knight d7, and you just play all the standard moves without noticing that you have this opportunity. Again, I'm just going to check in on Elisabeth. Again, it's a kind of a Rui Lopez, Chigorin, a little bit different because of an anti-martial move order. I think Black has an improvement over the standard stuff where you might see a pawn on d4. And in the game of Irina Krush, bishop d7 was chosen. And by the way, I want to say, in Anna's game, she's been playing really quickly, hasn't she? She's got her first...
Except for the last move, she spent about 18 minutes.
Right, before that time.
Before that, she had hour 22, yes.
Wonderful. As we get ready for our first break of the day, we want to check in with our dear friends over at Q Boutique and see what the special is. And it's a women's jacket. This is the official women's jacket of the 2023 Cairns Cup Chess Tournament, crafted from 100% polyester, featuring the Cairns Cup logo on the left breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the collar. Stay comfortable and stylish while you make your next move. And we've seen the ladies really play with those jackets. They love them, and they're only available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. Shop Q Boutique for all of your chess needs. And by the way, if you notice the necklaces that Nasi and Almira are wearing, I think that these were the drawing of the lots necklaces, right? Yes. For the pairing number. Very attractive. And for those of you watching, hold on, because the Cairns Cup is not finished.
There's something you don't want to miss today. We're going to have a very special guest joining us today, Judit Polgar.
The highest rated woman in the history of the game.
She'll be on a Skype call with us later today, so you don't want to miss that.
See you on the other side of the break.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
I just caught Grandmaster Irina Krush after a beautiful win today. Irina, how do you feel? Another rook endgame.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about this game. I mean, I think it was cleaner than I even expected, right? I mean, at some point I realized I was in control, but, you know, there were a few moves in the middle of the game where I wasn't so sure what was going on. But it looks like it was, yeah, like really clean from start to finish. And I think even my technique was quite decent. In the end game, like where I didn't like take this pawn on e4 right away, where it's kind of improved my rooks, and then this move b4, which is pretty cool. So there were some nice touches in this game, and it feels good to get things back on track.
I know you had a tough middle of the tournament. Can you tell us about how you're trying to get over tough losses and you know, find your mindset to fight for the top? For the podium, better say.
Yeah, it's not easy. You know, I scored half out of 3, like in the middle third, I guess, of the event, and I certainly felt very bad yesterday about the kind of game that I lost to Alexandra. You know, because I felt like I had such a comfortable position with very little risk at all, and I managed to just, you know, play that out to a loss. Like, you know, I even had so many chances to defend better. But anyway, so having lost that, I was really quite dejected. And I think the one thing that I did, I was talking to my coach and I was saying like, okay, what should I do to feel better? So I like watched some Netflix show, and he's like, no, certainly not. You know, go outside, go out, you know, you got to get outside and take a walk.
Okay.
And, you know, and I dragged myself out to Forest Park, and it was very beautiful. And I, you know, somehow on that walk, like my mindset started to change, you know, like instead of being this kind of dejected, self-pitying thing, it kind of like, it changed. And I got back into my fighter mode, like, and basically, I think that's the power of obedience, you know, like that wasn't my idea, but I did what my coach said, and I think it helped me turn things around.
That's very nice you say that, because oftentimes it is difficult for a lot of players to come back. Some players don't come back after a tough loss in a tournament. And then, unfortunately, if you put that in your subconscious, I think you really won't come back. And it's an important lesson for a lot of people to kind of find a way through it. I usually don't approach you after you lose, because I know I don't like to be approached after losing a game, but just
good move, Sabina.
Good move.
Yeah.
I myself, like I said, it's bad, so I prefer not to be approached. I think everyone kind of needs to internalize the relationship with themselves after the loss and then come back.
I mean, probably everyone at this tournament takes losing very hard, you know, I think so. But, you know, I'm certainly one of those people, and it's not so easy when you start with 2.5 out of 3 and then go half out of 3, and then to somehow find it in yourself to, like, you know, feel like things can get better again, you know. But we've had some inspirations here, you know, like Bella starting with half out of 2 and then winning like 3 in a row, and she completely turned her tournament around.
I think she started with 0 out of 2.
I'm sorry, 0 out of 2, yeah.
And now she won her other 4 games,
game or something,
four in a row, yeah.
So she just kind of shows that it's possible. You just got to sit down and play, really. You know, that's the thing. It's not like I was, you know, like I had some kind of mentality where I must win. Like, I don't know. I just played what the position allowed me to do today. It turned out that, you know, that was enough, and I was able to play a decent game.
That's great to hear. It was a nice game, so we're...
Yeah, I think I'll be pretty happy with this one. You know, it's not that often that you can basically make it so clean from start to finish, you know?
That's right. I had another question for you, and that's regarding your hobbies, things that you like to do. I've heard you say that you like to do various exercise or reading, but I wanna hear it from you again.
Yeah, well,
you
definitely I like walking. You know, I walk so much here, like, I don't know, at least an hour a day. I kind of have co-opted Yasser into that. So, you know, he's been my companion for a lot of these walks. In the evening, yeah, definitely some kind of exercise, like sort of Pilates style things I like to do. Reading, yes, lots of books. Learning. I guess my main interest, in general, my main hobby is learning, right? So it could be like one of the things that I put in a lot of time in recently is health. You know, nutrition, health, like all kinds of, you know, exercise. Those things I've watched a lot of podcasts on.
And I think you mentioned to me one time that you like to listen to podcasts oftentimes as you're walking. That way you're killing two birds
exactly. I
with the
do.
same stone.
Yeah. Well, now I listen to Yasser instead of the podcast. But you know, what's funny? I just realized I started a podcast. It's like kind of like a tutorial on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You know, so I'm looking at this and I'm like, I think I'm going to need a partner, you know, to practice these moves with.
Oh, okay. People are taking boxing, but you're
out there.
Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, it's kind of self-defense. I mean, I think that would be very interesting to learn. I think actually, if you told me like the things that I would like to spend more time on, it would be like dance, hip hop. I would like to go back to dance lessons and learning, jiu-jitsu sounds pretty good to me.
Okay, now that you said dance and hip hop, I gotta ask you, I believe you did
season
one
bursting
time.
with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of beautiful Carol King.
Are you still into? Would you be
The
doing
epic summer
something like
continues
that?
with Disney's Beauty and the Beast,
Well, if you
Chess,
want to write me
West Side
a
Story,
rap
Little
lyrics,
Shop of Horrors,
you know,
Rent, and
we
Sister.
can do that again. Like
Single
I'd be
tickets
up
are now
for
on
it,
sale
you know,
at muni.org.
if someone wanted to do that. But like, yeah, I'm not exactly a writer. You know, lyricist
St.
myself.
Louis,
Okay,
the
but you
chess
sing it.
capital of the United
I'm gonna
States,
rap it.
boasts
Yeah,
the
okay,
world-class
probably.
St. Louis
Something
Chess Club
else for
and
those
the
of you who
World
haven't
Chess
checked
Hall of
out.
Fame. It
rap,
also plays
guys.
host to an award-winning show.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the championship round,
Yes,
round
we are.
9. And for those of us who are joining us late, we already have a champion.
We do.
Anna Zatonskih won the tournament yesterday.
It's definitely been the Anna Zatonskih show, as we're going to pick up the action of the game between Bella and Harika, and that game actually finished in a repetition. When we had left it, we were looking at this ending, and we were saying, "Is there chances for white?" And well, asked and answered. They went right down the variation we looked at with the whole rook takes h5. They got to a position with 2 pawns and a bishop for an exchange. Everything's on the same side, and there was a very quick repetition. And for Bella, I think this was a relief. It was the only game she drew in the tournament, but at the same time, she was playing against a person, Harika, who has a really big score against her.
And so far, we have only one result. It was a draw between Bella, Khotenashvili, and Harika, Dronavalli.
And the other 3 games, fierce clashes going on in all of the games. Let's just jump to the game. But before we jump to the game, let's jump to Almira, who has a guest in studio.
Welcome, Bella. So Bella has just joined us in the studio. Bella, you made your first draw in this tournament. It's a very unusual result for you.
Yes, actually it is. So I decided that maybe it's time to make a one draw in the tournament. So when Harika chose this variation, actually I played this a few weeks ago in Grand Prix.
Exactly the same position.
Yes, exactly. Just I was thinking to choose this line or not, but then I decided that maybe it's good option for me because I feel really tired, and especially after yesterday's game.
We actually checked your head-to-head score, and did it have an influence on the variation? Because you never won against Harika, it seems.
Oh, I did not know this. Yes, it's not easy to win against her. And also she has a very wide opening repertoire, and to prepare it's also not easy.
So how far did you know here till this move?
Yes, actually. No, after bishop e4, first line, I think, rook e8 and rook d5.
Yes. We were trying to find some advantage maybe here for white, but yes, this is a very forced line.
Yeah.
So now that the tournament is over, what is your general impression about the event?
Oh, I'm enjoying playing here. It does not matter the results. I love playing in St. Louis. And I want to say a big thank you to the organizers. First of all, Mr. and Mrs. Sinquefield. What they do for the development of the chess, it's incredible, really. And thank you to all the staff. You made this tournament really great. So I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you, Bella. And Yasser, Nazi?
Well, first of all, congratulations, Bella. I know for you it was a real roller coaster ride. You started with those 2 losses, but then you snapped back with the 4 wins. Just tell us about your emotional up and down for this event.
You know, yes, it was harmful to lose the first 2 games. And especially childish, I lost my first game. So I was trying not to worry a lot about it and to concentrate on my other games, and it worked, actually.
Lovely. Oh, congratulations. Really a fine result, and we hope you come back to St. Louis.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you for such fighting games and showing that you can start badly and then come back and win 4 games in a row.
Exactly, the heart of a champion right there. Just checking in on the game of Nana and Gunay for a moment, because I'm looking, when we left it, we were saying this bishop on c3, really rather awkward. And now I'm wondering, what the heck am I supposed to do with the bishop? Normally, you would like to keep it on the diagonal, but if you played a move like rook b1, d4, you're kind of crying here That bishop
There's
is
a sad bishop on a1.
Truly, and you might even run into a bishop b4 check and a queen on a5. So it really seems to me like, well, you're going to have to go with your bishop the other way, which is, well, not that great. The bishop doesn't feel itself very well on f5, f4 or g5. So,
but to be fair, the bishop on a3, while it's doing an important job of like squeezing white's queenside, do you consider that it's a good bishop overall?
I do, in the sense that I'm kind of happy it's outside of the pawn structure.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I buried the bishop and put it on f8, and I would congratulate myself that the bishop is defending my king. Here, I would try to make an argument that, well, I want to deny white the two bishops, and if, for example, I'll just make a move, excuse me, just make a move. And if white refused the two bishops, or try to keep the two bishops, I'd sit there and say, oh, well, look at me, aren't I clever? I'll take advantage of the c3 square, and, you know, if I could trade the dark square bishops, I'd be happy as black. That's what
it's
would be
quite
going
rare
through.
to see black bishop dominate on the queenside like this so
Exactly.
early in the game as
yeah,
well.
with this bishop on c3. Sorry, wanted to also, of course, once again congratulate our Cairns Cup champion, Anna Zatonskih. But she's not done yet. She does not want to finish the tournament on any sour note. We know she's already got first place, but she's facing her longtime rival, Irina Krush. b2, b3, the move that you liked. I didn't like knight takes b6. I like b3. I like bishop a3. I like e3. What is black supposed to do?
I think if rook e8, we're still following Aronian Carlsen game.
And
bishop b2, h5, h4 is about as far as we look.
That's what we had looked at in the past, absolutely, h5. And I remember we were looking at the possibility of h3 and h4 and g4, and what did we think about these
I was worried about the
positions?
diagonal.
Which one?
h2, b8, if
Right.
queen and bishop ever set up there.
Right.
But to not allow this, Levon played h4 himself after h5, which is also interesting. But
that's a little concession.
it does give up the g4 square.
Big time, right? I mean, your knight...
Both knight and bishop can be very annoying on g4.
Agreed with that. And Almira is with Shannon, a very special guest on the World Chess Hall of Fame. Over to you, Almira.
Thank you, Yasser. Today we have a lot of special guests. I'm joined in the studio by Shannon Bailey. Welcome, Shannon.
Thank you for having me.
You are the chief curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame. And you have a brand new exhibit, which is called Sound Moves, where chess meets music.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about this new exhibition.
Yeah, so I co-curated the exhibition with Bradley Bailey, who's my husband, and he is he's a professor at St. Louis University in art history, but he does a lot of research on chess and art and Marcel Duchamp. So he's done other projects here at the Hall of Fame, and he's a big fan of music, and if you know anything about the Hall of Fame, we are also huge fans of music, so it seemed like it was an appropriate time to mix those two together and do an exhibition.
Well, actually, I find this combination very interesting because, for example, in Paris, we have a lot of exhibits where there are a lot of paintings associated with music.
Yes.
So what is the connection between chess and music?
There are so many. We probably could have done like 4 or 5 shows on different aspects of chess and music, but we have just some things that are just fun, where like musicians love chess and they've incorporated chess into their music videos or their album covers or their music posters. We look at things like, Taimanov and Smyslov, who were fantastic musicians and fantastic chess players, and that they could have excelled at either one of those arenas. We kind of open up the show in a really exciting way, where you walk in and you see Katy Perry's 2015 halftime show with her Dark Horse video, which is this beautiful chess piece with a stage and costumes that are chess pieces. And we have 2 of those actual costumes from the Super Bowl from the designer Marina Toybina. We have musical instruments, Jacqueline Piatigorsky, who's in the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame, her bassoon. And then we have Guido van der Werf's chess piano, which is an actual chessboard that has all of the piano percussive elements underneath. So you can play music by playing a chess game.
Well, Shannon, I've been thinking, you worked on this exhibit and you've seen it as a visitor. So what is your personal best?
My favorite?
Your
oh my gosh, that's really hard. It's not, when you walk in and you see the Katy Perry exhibit, that's really fun. But I love the album covers. You know, I grew up in the 70s and 80s when everybody had their album, you know, their vinyl collections, and now all of that's coming back. So I kind of like seeing those. I like seeing the photographic elements that we have in the show, where you have like David Bowie playing chess, or Frank Sinatra, you know, playing chess with Walter Brown, and you know, different bands that are out there playing chess, or you know, using it for publicity shots. It's fun.
Also, this really sets the mood, and as we know, the players, well, they have their competition in the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Yes.
So how well do you feel about this
the
tournament?
last couple of major tournaments have been at the Hall of Fame, and I love that. I love seeing the players in the building. I think it's great that they're playing in our third floor gallery, which is where we kind of show off our chess history shows, and we've got our Hall of Fame interactive screens that have the US and the World Chess Hall of Fame inductees in there. And I just think it's really great because you know that a lot of these players will be in the Hall of Fame someday. So it's great to have that energy in the building, and I know that our visitors and our staff really love it too.
Thank you. Yasser, jump into the conversation.
Yeah, first of all, welcome, Shannon.
Hi, Yasser.
It's great to have you on the show, as always. I'm very, very excited because of the ABBA chess coming to the Muni. Before you became the curator, were you even aware that ABBA did an album called Chess by Tim Rice?
Well, I love music, and I definitely knew the song One Night in Bangkok that was played on the radio in the U.S. Sure. My parents listened to ABBA when I was growing up, but I don't think I understood that they wrote a lot of the music for Chess the Musical. And I'm glad that Yasser brought that up, because we have some artifacts in the exhibition related to several of the variations of Chess the Musical. And in St. Louis this summer, July 5th through the 11th, at the Muni is Chess the Musical. The London version of it will be played here, and so it's been a really great opportunity to collaborate with an outstanding St. Louis institution. And you know, we're always looking for ways to get people interested in chess that might not be originally. So we do things, you know, through our exhibitions, things like music. If you like music, come on in, and you know, you might like chess too. So it all works out well for us.
Thank you, Shannon. I think that's a great chance for all of us to see the musical chess on stage.
Yes.
So, well, seize the opportunity.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Awesome, awesome. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Shannon, and for all you do at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Really, really big appreciation.
Yes, thank you, and I'm so excited to see the chess musical.
I know. I'm looking forward to it too. Let's turn our attention to the game between Elisabeth and Alexandra for just a moment, because again, the players, I want to say they followed a very theoretically important dispute in the Ruy Lopez, this anti-martial. We just saw this move d4, takes on d4, g7, g6. Now, your first instinct is to say black's worse, because this pawn on e4 is much more active and controlling more space than this pawn on d6. But that's not the end of the story. After this last move, g7, g6, black is actually planning to play bishop g7, give black the freedom to play d5 and knight e4, and all of her problems are behind her. So it really feels to me that right here, right now, Elisabeth has to come up with a plan over the next 2 or 3 moves where she either keeps her advantage or disappears
I
completely.
I don't even think white has an advantage.
You don't?
I think black has already equalized.
Really? And by the way, the clock times suggest what you've just suggested, that Alexandra feels herself very comfortable. Why do you feel that white? Well, and if that's true, by the way, where did white blow it? Where did the advantage disappear?
So because of the time, you can tell that Alexandra is quite familiar with the structure and position in general.
Right.
I think the move h3, 15th move h3, was it may have been a novelty.
H2, H3, right here. It looks like a very standard move to
it does, but
my
I think
eyes.
that shows that.
That you call it a half move, like a wasted move,
Yes.
maybe somewhat of a wasted move. But okay, we'll get to then. I've got to play the devil's advocate. You forced me to do it. I like the bishop on the long diagonal. I think Bobby Fischer in his 16 memorable games, whenever he got a position like this, he always gave himself an exclamation mark for bringing his bishop to f4, putting immediate pressure on the d6 pawn. I'll play b3. You'll play bishop g7. Okay. Now again, my idea is I'm desperately hoping the pawn on d6 doesn't move. So long as the pawn on d6 stays there, I think I can build up behind e4. Sorry.
I agree. I think the pawn on d6 is the only problem black has.
Precisely.
But I like everything else about black's position. The pieces, I think, are better developed, both bishops. Even knight on a5 is better than knight on g3, for example.
Right. It doesn't have a really good square. Okay.
And here I was thinking maybe I can maneuver pieces a little bit. Knight d7.
Knight d7, like it. Trying to use the e5 and, pardon me, the e5 and c5 squares. Queen d2. Connecting my rooks. Aren't you proud of me? Come on, come on.
I am. White's
Give me
position has
credit.
improved in the last couple of moves.
Okay, and now?
Knight c5.
Knight c5, rook d1. So finally, I feel like I brought everybody to the party.
All right, and now I wish I could take on d4 and win the pawn, but I can't do that.
Let me show you why. You can't do that. Bishop takes d4 would be egregious. Because, oops, don't even think about giving away that bishop. Yes, please.
So maybe I need to improve my position more, because I don't see what your next move is. You did improve your position.
To kind of the max, yeah. Rook c8, rook...
Maybe h5.
h5. Wow, okay,
See, your
h5.
e4 pawn is not the best. Knight on g3 is not the best.
h5. h5. Some people will call me heroic. I'm not sure I would like it. No. This is like my worst attempt ever at trying to go after your king, right?
If the computers didn't exist, it could work.
Right, it would scare you. Okay, h5. This takes some responsibility. I had actually thought, much like yourself, that my pieces have kind of reached their maximum, and I was thinking that maybe you would find your rook a little bit more. And I was thinking I might have gone, say, king h2.
I was worried about queen b4 here.
Ah, that is, of course. Apologies.
It might
I would
still
have
be
grabbed
okay.
your pawn. But your move, queen takes b4 was not a threat so long as your rook is on b8, because you do have bishop takes.
Right.
But okay, h5 does suggest that you're going to go after my e4 pawn with the move h4.
And the only thing is, for black, I haven't found a good square for my queen. I don't want to leave it on d8, but I'm not sure where it's going to be
Best placed.
Best placed.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, just a second. Hold on. I'm beginning to consider the move queen takes b4, bishop takes e4, with or without h4, by the way. Okay. You can make that decision later. And because my e4 pawn was going to be vulnerable to h4, I was just wondering...
I think you should lose b3 pawn here.
Uh-oh. You mean
it's not hanging
like
yet?
Take on d4?
No, I was going to take on B3 right away because you were pinned, but then
I
my
see.
E4 was also hanging. So.
I see. We think the position that Alexandra and Elisabeth is playing is really double-edged, Almira, and we feel that who has the advantage is going to be decided within the next 3-4 moves. And what does the engine think of this? I think it's a very sharp, intense position.
Well, yes, sir. I think that you've been doing something with the engine because it agrees with you once again.
The engines aren't bad. In my humble opinion, they're not bad.
But I don't know why. He really doesn't want to place the bishop on b2. He wants to keep it on f4 and g5. But I wanted to show you an interesting variation. So let's say if you play b3 here, bishop g7, bishop b2, like you continued, and again, in many of the previous lines that I tried, the computer actually tries the move d5, and after e5, he plays knight e4.
Exactly.
So I said to myself, and why doesn't, well, it offered this opportunity here? And here you have a very stunning tactical idea, knight f5. So I wanted to show you that this is actually, the idea is in the air in this position. So after knight f5, let's say, how can you defend this position? You have rook e6 maybe, or d takes c4. So white sacrificed a piece and is playing for initiative in this position. A very nice move, queen c1.
Wow.
So what computer suggests here is actually that you are playing with this knight on a5.
Offside.
And yes, and then actually the material is more or less equal here, balanced, and well, you continue. Here after knight h5, he proposes knight g7, queen h6, knight f5, queen f4, with some crazy, dynamical play.
Okay,
yeah. But you also have rook e6 here. Let's say a knight f5, rook e6, which I think is a more human move because you want to bring the rook to g6 in some variations. But then rook e3, he gives up this pawn, d4, so he closes the diagonal, knight d4, and then brings in this knight because he thinks that it's important, yes, to leave the rook on e6 and to bring the knight on a5 into play. But the evaluation is still showing that white is much better and how dangerous this position is. For example, then here after b3, he suggests this move immediately, d5. So he uses the moment where the bishop is still on c1.
Right.
And even though, like after g6, it's so natural to play bishop g7, but I think g6 is actually played also to take away the square f5. So let's see, b3, d5. What do you do here? e5, of course, is a very natural move. And then the computer suggests knight e4, and the position is still very balanced, but for me, this position is very double-edged. And so after bishop e4, you protect the pawn on e5. You can play queen b6 with ideas of playing bishop c5 and x-raying the knight on d4 and the pawn on f2. So I can continue, just to show you what is the spirit of the position. It's extremely sharp. So now you can take on b8, and I'm not sure that Elisabeth will go for this line, and if Alexandra will sacrifice the exchange here because it looks very strange to me. So queen b8, rook b8, queen g4, bishop g7.
Wow.
Well, and the evaluation is still
balanced.
Yes, what it is.
After all of that, the position's still balanced. d6, d5. Again, I played the move b2, b3, and again, Bobby Fischer in 60 Memorable Games, whenever he got these positions, he played bishop f4, exclamation mark, in his humble opinion, bishop f4. And it's interesting that the engines of today agree with him that bishop f4 is the right way to go. By the way, the Grand Chess Tour continues. And boy, does it ever, as Magnus joins us.
Magnus will be back in just a few weeks to play in Super United Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia.
And you're going to be back to join us too, aren't you, for this event?
Very excited. I love commentating on Rapid and Blitz.
It's fun. Well, 3 words for that. Fabulous. Wonderful.
Well,
so what would happen after, instead of B3, the immediate bishop F4? What does the engine give in that case, Almira?
Just wanted to say that how am I going to live without you guys? I lost my will to live after this announcement.
Right.
So let's have a look. Bishop F4 here, but then I think black has a few options. You can play Rook C8. It's a very natural move. So he still plays B3, but for another reasons, of course. He's taking the square away from the knight on A5 here. So B3, Queen B6. And then I was thinking, what is computer suggesting after Bishop E3? Does he retreat the queen or not? But here he once again suggests the move D5. Yes, well, I'm not sure that this is very human. But both of these players are relying on their calculation skills.
Yes.
I think Elisabeth and Alexandra, they see so much during the game. So as Elisabeth said during the interview, her first intention is to play intuitively, but in this position, you simply can't do this. So you have to be you have to pay attention at everything here. So as you can see, the computer already thinks that black is better here after D5, and there is no square probably. Where can you jump with your knight here?
It's not
Can you
effective,
sacrifice? This would be a typical sacrifice for some positions, but I'm not sure what happens after E5, Rook A5, and can you win something here? But then probably black will sacrifice the exchange on E3, and after Rook E3, because I don't think that white should take F takes E3, because this will weaken all the dark squares and this diagonal, so maybe even Bishop D6 here. I should explain the evaluation a little bit, of course, because even though that white is an exchange up, the computer, thinks that black is much better, if not winning here. So all the squares, dark squares are weakened, and the main factor is also the bishop on C2. I think that computer evaluates this position, especially because of this passive bishop.
Yeah, the bishop on C2 does make a very passive impression, doesn't it? It's defending B3, but the diagonal B1 to G6 is
closed.
It's closed. It's a very, very nice exchange sacrifice. Thank you, Almira. Really, really nice. I want to turn our attention to the game of Nana for just a second, because Gunay, she was very sharp. I must say, again, I really like this move, Bishop A3, and it very much is dictating what the consequences. So, I think a lot of us would have said, okay, well, Bishop takes A3, Queen A5 check, Queen D2, Queen takes A3. Yeah, you robbed me of my 2 bishops, but, I'm kind of happy. I've got my good light square bishop. I'm going to go for C4 and so on. And Nana said, no. I want to keep the 2 bishops. But after Bishop C3, C5, Bishop D2, D4, castles, a very consequent position has arisen where Gunay is saying, you know what, I'm going for your C3 square. What are you going to do about it?
She's really playing on the black squares.
Exactly.
And I think the changing up the pawn structure, C5, D4 for it, was absolutely justified. I really like her minor pieces, knight C6, knight on D5, the bishop can go to B2, C3.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and one of the things I think would be an egregious positional error for white, you would like to play this move E2, E4, but after you play the move E4, you can almost hear the bishop on G2 crying. The bishop on G2 is saying, why did you close off my diagonal? Wouldn't you like to play the move E4, E3 back? And Black's next moves might be knight c6, knight b4, bishop b2, and an invasion.
What a way to win the a2 pawn.
Hey, look, that's what I dream about, you know. I wake up and I think to myself, how can I win a pawn? Here we go. And Nana's got to fight back here because if Black is allowed to complete her development unimpeded, things like knight c6 and bishop b4 it's not going White's way. What would you recommend for Nana?
I would agree. I think objectively White is still fine, but I would much rather be Black here because my plan is clear.
Right.
But for White, I'm not sure.
Should she be playing e3?
E3?
Should she
I was going to say maybe.
Should she really be trying to play for?
I would try e3.
E3, knight c6, right? Easy move for me to play.
I don't like to take on d4 because after c takes d, now Black also gets the open c file where they can put rook on c8 and more pressure on c2 and c3.
Agreed.
So I can't do that. Maybe after knight c6, move my queen.
E1, E2?
Let's try E2.
Okay. Let's be as
cramped.
Yeah, let's be as consequent as I possibly can and suggest I want to trade the dark square bishop. So once again, I'm dreaming of the invasion of the c3 square.
Take on b4?
Take on b4. Oh. You forced me to take it in an awkward way, right? Okay.
And I'll take the pawn, e takes d.
E takes, and play knight e2.
Queen e3.
Okay, I have to sacrifice a pawn.
Very nice. I'd say knight takes d4.
Yeah, knight takes e4. I'm going for the royal fork. I'm giving up the pawn on b7, but the head-to-head between these two players actually really strongly in favor of Nana.
Yes, she has 7 wins, only 1 loss, and 3 draws. I'm surprised they've played so many times because different generations.
Right, but yeah, that 7-1 is pretty decisive. We'll keep an eye on this one as we go back to our, again, Anna Zatonskih has won the event, but she is playing her nemesis rival, I mean her biggest rival in women's chess in the United States, Irina Krush. Whenever these two meet over the board, we can expect a great deal of fireworks.
I think Anna or Irina said it at some point that they've been teammates for 2 decades.
Rivals and teammates, right?
They've been playing for the U.S. team, whether it's World Championship or Olympiads, for maybe more than 2 decades.
Exactly. That's really remarkable. For me, it was always an awkward thing. First of all, I want to say, no, seriously, I really, really enjoyed my Olympics. I enjoyed having all the people who were my rivals, Larry Christensen, Nick DeFermi, and John Fedoras, Joel Benjamin, guys we always butted heads with. Now suddenly I'm rooting for them to win, you know. But it is a very different dynamic when you're on the same team. You know, like suddenly you start rooting for the guys you were always trying to beat. I wanted to turn our attention to Irina and Anna for just a moment, because as we have been describing, up until this moment, the players have been following, I think it was Levon. Didn't we say Levon and Magnus?
Yes, but Queen e7 was a deviation from that game.
A deviation, and an important one too, because essentially, I really liked Magnus's plan of including h7, h5, and Anna has eschewed that idea altogether. She was just very happy to plant the flag in the middle of the board, a great outpost for the knight, but she hasn't played h5, h4. She's kept it in her pocket. Break down the position for us. What do you think about her strategy thus far?
I think Black has equalized comfortably. We do have 2 bishops for White, but I like Black's center, the pawn on d5, knight on e4. Evaluation is equal, but it's not completely balanced. So I think anything can happen still, but I would prefer to be black. I like h5, h4, like you mentioned.
Okay. I like the two bishops. And I do see, from my perspective, that I have, well, I want to say the possibility of a candidate outside pass pawn. And I think a lot will be determined whether or not I get to play the move f3 and e4. So I'm going to play what I would say, not a bad move, but a half move. And I'll play f3. Okay. And if I get you to go knight f6, this is what I'm more or less aspiring towards, opening up the position for my two bishops. My rook is already on d1, which is a kind of a good thing, right? And I feel like I can accelerate the opening of the position if I get in f3, e4, especially if you do something really egregiously wrong. Again, let me play a really bad move, g5, and again, where I'm opening up the position and I get to exploit a terrible move. So I see f3, e4 on my agenda. I also see the potential of a4, b4, a5. You have to give me something concrete that you would like to do as black.
Rook c8, for example. I'm just waiting.
Rook c8. Okay, let's do it. Rook to c8. And do you want to follow that up with bishop g4 and c5, or do you just...
I just want to free my bishop.
To free the bishop so that you...
You can go to f5 or g4, depends where it's...
Where it goes. Okay. And chime in on this one, Almira, because I feel like as white I should be happy, but black structure is really solid.
Oh, you have to be happy by definition. I'm born to be alive.
Glad to be here.
Yes, sir. I really loved your proposal here because I was questioning Irina's last move, rook fd1. So I wanted to understand here, was the move e4, f3, and followed up with e4 possible? So let's say here, how would you react after knight takes e4? Because
rook e1?
Yes, you can continue with rook e1, then maybe queen c5 check.
Okay.
You know, there's a very important intermediate check, so queen c5.
Sadly.
Yes, knight c5, and then there is no way to continue here with white. I don't think that white is worse here because the pair of bishop guarantees them a lot of drawing chances and at least a small compensation for the pawn, but I'm not sure that Irina wanted to enter this line. That's why she played rook fd1. But then, if I play h5, you no longer can proceed with this idea.
h5
By the way, h5 on the board.
Oh, okay.
Just played.
That was my last chance to glory. Attempt, yes, so h5. So I think that white is almost forced to play h4 here, and that now this knight is very comfortably placed on e4 because you will never be able to play f3 because of the pawn on g3. So can you try and play f3 here?
Right.
This is your last chance. So
exactly.
What is the difference? Because now we have the pawn on h5, the rook on d1. I was thinking maybe the bishop on d7 is hanging, so at the end of the line you can play b4 and win the bishop. Let's say I just want to illustrate what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Yes, saying this is the line. Sorry.
Take on e4, take on e4, take on d7.
Yes. Here, yes, and yes, you told me so. This is absolutely winning for white. So
clear.
The rook fd1 actually prepares this idea. So where can you retreat this knight now? Can you go to g5? Let's say knight g5.
Right.
And this will come actually in handy because if you play e4 takes, then you have a lot of white light squares which are weakened. So now you can even play bishop h3. So I think that after f3 here, you have to play knight g5, and you can't follow up with e4. But rook e1, it looks very artificial. You protect the pawn on an e3, and you continue, but knight h3, king h1. I'm not really sure that I want to take the knight on h3, but then I like the idea of playing queen d6 and h4.
This move h5 has really allowed some nice play, and I'm beginning to understand more and more why white played h2, h4 in that stem game that we were showing between Levon and Magnus. So h7, h5, h2, h4, and, well, the knight's now feeling much more comfy on the e4 square and make it very difficult for us to play f3 and e4. I'm feeling that Anna's got to be satisfied with the outcome of the opening, and, well, looking good.
And I love that Anna is so confident now. She plays moves like h5 fast.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like the success breeds success, and she's done so well. She's now playing even with greater confidence. For those of you who are joining us late, apologies, but we've got a
in 10 minutes
4 alarm. Check it out.
The
Judit
strongest female player, Judit Polgar, will be joining us on the show.
What questions might you ask, and what questions might our audience ask of Judith?
I'll have to think about it. I have so many questions.
You can join the conversation. You can have we can pose your questions for Judith, and you can send us your question. How do the people send us their questions? How do they join the conversation?
You can join us by sending us questions using hashtag Cairns Cup,
Right.
or tagging St. Louis Chess Club on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch.
Okay. I'm thinking, in my mind, the question that I would like to ask Judith is, when will a woman win the overall World Chess Championship? Not just to become a grandmaster, not, I mean, Judith, of course, became one of the top 10 players in the world, played in the candidates, defeated Garry Kasparov while he was world champion, basically beat everybody at the very, very elite levels, and competed very successfully with men, but never won the world championship herself. And I think that's a question I'd really like to ask her and see what her answer might be.
I'm also curious. I've noticed recently she's been doing a lot of commentary.
Yes.
And I want to ask her, how does she like this new role?
Exactly. From player to commentator. I'm sure, I'm going to guess her answer. Less stressful. I mean, we can sacrifice your pieces a lot easier than sacrificing our own pieces. And if we're wrong, well, that's too bad. If
we don't lose any rating points.
We don't lose any rating points for being wrong. Keeping an eye on that one, but also for Elisabeth, check it out. She did play Bobby Fischer's and the Engine's first move too, Bishop F4. And Knight, I think, were we on Rook C8 and Queen B6, the Engine's
I think
ideas?
So. Yes, that was what Engines liked, but
Knight D7
was fine.
That was also a move that you liked too. Why?
Although it was when White was playing B3 and fianchetto in the bishop.
That is true. Yeah, I was.
Knight on F6 is a fine piece, but I want the bishop on G7 to be completely open.
Right.
And use my knight to go to C5 and attack E4 from there. Also put some pressure on B3.
When the knight is on C5, again, you're attacking E4, but like you say, you're leaving the diagonal G7 open. The reason I had played B2, B3 at the start, I didn't know if my bishop was better on B2 or F4, but I'm pretty certain I want to play Queen D2. I'm pretty certain that the queen is well placed there when I play Rook D1. The problem is, I'm looking at a knight c4, and I'm like, well, am I comfy, walking into that tempo? That was why I played b3 earlier. But in this current position, Almira, chime in. Bishop f4, knight d7. Again, I'm still of the opinion that the next 2-3 moves will define who's in the driver's seat.
You're absolutely right, Yasser, once again. But I wanted to show you...
Could you repeat that? Could you repeat yourself just a second? I think I'm getting really used to this. Go on. No, go ahead. Sorry, Almira.
So, but here I've noticed that, that now after the knight retreated to d7, the queen no longer protects the pawn on d6. So how do you deal with the bishop on e4 attacking the pawn on d6? And actually, let's say, what if I play your move b3 here?
Right.
Because I explained previously that Black's idea in many positions is to exchange actually this knight against this knight on a5. But you cannot play knight c6 here because you would simply take on c6, take on c6, and take on d6.
Boy, would I ever.
But the computer suggests that first you play bishop g7 here. So he gives this pawn away. He just ignores the threat. Yes, and this is very surprising for me. Once again, he ignores the threat. So, and if you take on d6 and attacking also the pawn on b4, rook c8. And the follow-up is to play knight df5 here. So let's suggest a move which is more human, so we should understand how white can continue here. So what is the threat? Let's say...
Well, bishop takes d4 and rook takes c2 is scary, right?
Yes, so that's why rook c1.
Right.
And here, queen b6. So attacking the bishop on d6 and the knight on d4. So actually we cannot play e5 in this position and close everything because I will simply take knight e5 and white's position is collapsing.
Correct, yeah.
That's why the computer suggests in the previous line and even here the move knight df5. So I told you this is in the air. This is the tune of today's game. A knight f5 sacrifice. And once again, the position is rather balanced, even though white has just sacrificed a piece. So what is the follow-up here? You notice that the knight is attacking the bishop on g7 on in every line. So before we had queen c1, but here we have queen d2.
Exactly.
The game continues. Actually, I don't know who is better here. It actually depends, I think, who is in better shape and who is ready to calculate everything.
Well, white sure feels like they're in a rambunctious mood, and that knight on f5 certainly has got my attention. And just noted the time, actually, Elisabeth, even though it comes from a theoretical position, she's really played it slowly in these last 5-10 moves.
Yes.
An hour for...
She has 24 minutes left for 20 moves, but Alexandra has a full hour.
I found that move absurdly interesting, the idea of just giving away the d6 pawn. Knight d7, b2, b3, bishop g7, take my pawn. Like bishop takes, rook c8, and now because this bishop is going to be hit, this knight is under fire, the rook on the rook on c8 hits the bishop on c2, it's time to give away a knight, and it's time to give away a rook. And, well, let's say hello to Judit Polgar and welcome her to the show.
Hello, Judith.
Hi, Judith.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's late in Budapest.
That was where I was going to ask. Are you home after Norway?
Yeah, I came home for nearly 2 days. I'm home. There were a lot of excitement over there.
It feels like you're in an auto.
Well, you're correct.
I'm riding with you in the auto. What's going on?
Well, we were changing some change of times when I can show up on your show, and I couldn't change my plans, so now I'm here in the car.
Right.
Well, thank you so much for making time to join us. Have you been following the Cairns Cup?
Well, to tell you the truth, only some very few shots, but not really.
Right. You've just done commentary duties yourself in Norway, Stavanger, and that was a fantastic tournament. I mean, wow, great stuff, Judith. Tell us a bit about your experience in Norway.
Oh, wow. In Norway, it was an amazing event, I must say. It was quite incredible to see the different generation of Clash. And I think, I found it very amazing to see them, how to see the old-timers, kind of Mammadzada and see Magnus. He's also from the oldies, right?
Well, I don't want to think of Magnus as the oldies, but go on.
Yes, but compared to Gukesh, you can say that he's very experienced old man. But it was really interesting to see also Gukesh, how his talent is unfolded from day to day. He's seeing and following his focus to follow Caruana playing incredibly well the tournament. He would completely deserve to be the winner, I must say. He made this incredible game against Firuza, sacrificing a rook. But I have to admit that Nakamura, the #1 streamer, he was the most amazing, collecting the full point in the last round versus Caruana and won the tournament.
And actually, speaking of all this, we have a tournament winner already, and it was Anna Zatonskih who won the tournament. And she said in the interview that she wanted to prove that age is just a number. Would you agree with that?
Generally saying yes, but I think age is not stopping you perform very well because of your age. It's more of you can make a lot of profit out of your experience. At the same time, sometimes age makes it difficult to motivate yourself, I believe, and look for new challenges which you're very eager to accomplish.
Interesting. Judith, I had a question that I've been wanting to ask you for quite some time. When will a woman win the World Chess Championship title overall?
To tell you the truth, this is not the most challenging question for me. I would rather put it the way that when I'm going to see more ladies in the top 10 or 20 in the world.
All right.
Because to be a world champion, you have to be a very special character, whether you're a lady, man, because let's face it, we didn't have so many chess world champions in open section either, right? You have to have extremely detailed, worked out skills to be able to become a world champion. So I would rather see like 5 women in the top 20 than see 1 become world champion.
Okay, so when are we going to see 5 women in the top 20?
I think it will be like 10 years possibly. But there has to be some changes, and I think it goes back to how society is taking girls when they want to play chess, how secure the environment is, how much the parents are supportive on their success, how much a coach dealing with their talents, whether they are supporting and encouraging them to become the best chess players they can, or they want to challenge them and inspire them only in the women's section.
Fair enough. Before we let you go, one more question. What are you up to? What's coming up next for you?
Well, I have some big projects going on. I'm working on a book series for children based on my method. And I'm going to be traveling again in 2 weeks, first half of July, to Chile to make some chess promotion tour.
Chile. Wow, wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us in your car ride and giving us vertigo and motion sickness. Thank you, Judith.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. As Judith Polgar going through the streets of Budapest. And who is she?
Well, if you don't know Judit Polgar, you don't know chess, anything about chess.
Exactly.
She became a grandmaster at age 15, highest rated female player of all time, defeated 11 world champions, including Garry Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, that says a lot right there.
And in 2021, she was inducted in the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. And for me, a memory of Judith I'll never lose this memory. I think it was 2002, Moscow. It was Russia versus the rest of the world. I was the team captain for the rest of the world team. Apparently the organizers had scraped the bottom of the barrel and they came down to my list at the end. Everybody had declined before they invited me. And I had reserve players on the team, so I was bringing in and out players and stuff like this. And I said to Judith, you're resting these rounds, and you're going to play Garry Kasparov in the evening round. She wanted to punch me. Oh, she was furious. Why do I have to rest? I can play Garry. No. Work with Viktor Korchnoi. He was our chess coach, by the way, for the rest of the world team. Work with Viktor Korchnoi. Come rest to do your game with Garry. Ooh, she was mad. She came to the game and destroyed Garry. Just crushed him off the board. And I was standing behind her because as a captain, I had to sign the official result, right, thing. She turned. She looked at me, she jumped in my arms, and I'm holding her, and she's looking at me and she says, I'm back in business, right? Wow, talk about a fierce competitor. She did not want to get taken out of the lineup. And
a real fighter.
I said, yeah, you're back in business.
Most players, not just women, but most players would be terrified to play Garry.
Exactly. No. Judith was like, I'm back in business. What do you have for us in the game between Elisabeth and Alexandra? Elisabeth's got to speed up her tempo of play.
Yes, actually, one thought, Yasser, I was inspired by your story, and I thought that this is an idea for an event, let's say, because the United States of America is the #1 federation in the world for men and one of the leading federations for women. So, world against the United States of America. I think that's, and now you can be captain once again.
I'm not sure we're anxious to take on the whole world. I mean,
I think we are.
We have troubles enough at the Olympics. I mean, my goodness. But thank you for the inspiration, something to think about. Go ahead, please.
So Elisabeth just played Rook C1, and here, for example, after Bishop G7, we can transpose to the line which started with Bishop G7, Rook C1, and Rook C8. But here, White doesn't take the pawn, and you should probably play Queen D2 here. Because I think that if you make some move which doesn't alter the position, let's say I will play the move Knight E5, then you want to play Bishop H6.
Right.
So the idea behind the move Queen D2 is to exchange those bishops. So Black here should reply after Queen D2 with Queen B6. And that's the line that we've been analyzing. So here Bishop E3. Right. And the move D5 actually here in this position doesn't work because I need to understand why, because the lines are incredibly complicated compared to the lines before. So let's say Knight D5 here, and you have the intermediate move Bishop C3. This is very complicated, and once again, Elisabeth doesn't have enough time, I think, to enter all those lines. So, but if Bishop E3, D5, Knight. There's another move suggested by the computer, F4 here. I have to understand what is the idea behind the move F4. Yes, so the knight on D7 is hanging there. Let's say if we take on E4, then Knight D5, and after Bishop C3, you can take on D7. So that's the difference, yes, between the previous line. But F4, of course, is played with the idea, F4 is played with the idea of playing E5 on the next move. So how can you parry this idea? This is a very strong move. So I like it very much, much more than Knight D5, F4. And there is no way for you to stop E5, actually, here. What do you think, Nazi? It's a very impressive move.
For me, F4 is a real visual move, to quote Mickey Adams of the UK. A very visual move, but you do want to play E5. And as we get prepared for a break, just to remind everybody of our standings, once again, I mean, we can't say it all more often enough. Anna Zatonskih has won the tournament, and we have one draw thus far.
We have one draw between Khotenashvili and Dronavalli. Also, forgot to mention that it's a bye round today for Zhansaya Abdumalik. The rest of the 3 games are still going as players are fighting for that second place. But we do have a champion, Anna Zatonskih, winning the 2023 Cairns Cup, taking home $45,000 and her first GM norm.
I know, it's just such an exciting moment for Anna. Congratulations, most certainly. And as we go to a break, we had an interview with Irina Krush previously. Some audio problems, apologies for that. We'll replay the whole interview. We hope you enjoy it. Here it comes.
In Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
I just caught Grandmaster Irina Krush after a beautiful win today. Irina, how do you feel? Another rook endgame.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about this game. I mean, I think it was cleaner than I even expected, right? I mean, at some point I realized I was in control, but, you know, there were a few moves in the middle game where I wasn't so sure what was going on. But it looks like it was, yeah, like really clean from start to finish. And I think even my technique was quite decent. In the end game, like where I didn't like take this pawn on e4 right away, where it's kind of improved my rooks, and then this move b4, which is pretty cool. So there were some nice touches in this game, and it feels good to get things back on track.
I know you had a tough middle of the tournament. Can you tell us about how you're trying to get over tough losses and you know, find your mindset to fight for the top? For the podium, better say.
Yeah, it's not easy. You know, I scored half out of 3, like in the middle third, I guess, of the event, and I certainly felt very bad yesterday about the kind of game that I lost to Alexandra. You know, because I felt like I had such a comfortable position with very little risk at all, and I managed to just, you know, play that out to a loss. Like, you know, I even had so many chances to defend better. But anyway, so having lost that, I was really quite dejected. And I think the one thing that I did, I was talking to my coach and I was saying like, okay, what should I do to feel better? So I like watched some Netflix show, and he's like, no, certainly not. You know, go outside, go out, you know, you got to get outside and take a walk.
Okay.
And, you know, and I dragged myself out to Forest Park, and it was very beautiful. And I, you know, somehow on that walk, like my mindset started to change, you know, like instead of being this kind of dejected, self-pitying thing, it kind of like, it changed. And I got back into my fighter mode, like, and basically, I think that's the power of obedience, you know, like that wasn't my idea, but I did what my coach said, and I think it helped me turn things around.
That's very nice you say that, because oftentimes it is difficult for a lot of players to come back. Some players don't come back after a tough loss in a tournament. And then, unfortunately, if you put that in your subconscious, I think you really won't come back. And it's an important lesson for a lot of people to kind of find a way through it. I usually don't approach you after you lose, because I know I don't myself don't like to be approached after losing a game, but Just
Good move, Sabina.
Good move.
Yeah.
I myself, like I said, it's bad, so I prefer not to be approached. I think everyone kind of needs to internalize the relationship with themselves after the loss and then come back.
I mean, probably
stronger.
everyone at this tournament takes losing very hard, you know, I think so. But, you know, I'm certainly one of those people, and it's not so easy when you start with 2.5 out of 3 and then go half out of 3, and then to somehow find it in yourself to, like, you know, feel like things can get better again, you know. But we've had some inspirations here, you know, like Bella starting with half out of 2 and then winning like 3 in a row, and she completely turned her tournament around.
No, I think she started with 0 out of 2.
I'm sorry, 0 out of 2, yeah.
And now she won her other 4 games,
game or something,
four in a row, yeah.
So she just kind of shows that it's possible. You just got to sit down and play, really. You know, that's the thing. It's not like I was, you know, like I had some kind of mentality where I must win. Like, I don't know, I just played what the position allowed me to do today. It turned out that, you know, that was enough, and I was able to play a decent game.
That's great to hear. It was a nice game, so
Yeah, I think I'll be pretty happy with this one. You know, it's not that often that you can basically make it so clean from start to finish, you know?
That's right. I had another question for you, and that's regarding your hobbies, things that you like to do. I've heard you say that you like to do various exercise or reading, but I wanna hear it from you again.
Yeah, well, definitely I like walking. You know, I walk so much here, like, I don't know, at least an hour a day. I kind of have co-opted Yasser into that. So, you know, he's been my companion for a lot of these walks. In the evening, yeah, definitely some kind of exercise, like sort of Pilates style things I like to do. Reading, yes, lots of books. Learning. I guess my main interest, in general, my main hobby is learning, right? So it could be like one of the things that I put in a lot of time in recently is health. You know, nutrition, health, like all kinds of, you know, exercise. Those things I've watched a lot of podcasts on.
And I think you mentioned to me one time that you like to listen to podcasts oftentimes as you're walking. That way you're killing 2 birds
exactly. I
with the
do.
same stone.
Yeah. Well, now I listen to Yasser instead of the podcast. But, you know, what's funny, I just realized I started a podcast. It's like kind of like a tutorial on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You know, so I'm looking at this and I'm like, I think I'm going to need a partner, you know, to practice these moves with.
Oh, okay. People are taking boxing, but you're
not out there.
Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, it's kind of self-defense. I mean, I think that would be very interesting to learn. I think actually, if you told me like things that I would like to spend more time on, it would be like dance, hip hop. I would like to go back to dance lessons and learning. Yeah, jiu-jitsu sounds pretty good to me.
Okay, now that you said dance and hip hop, I gotta ask you. I believe you did one time a recording of a rap song. Are you still into? Would you be doing something like that?
Yeah.
Like no.
Well, if you want to write me a rap lyrics, you know, we can do that again. Like I'd be up for it, you know, if someone wanted to do that. But like, yeah, I'm not exactly a writer. You know, a lyricist myself.
Okay, but you would sing it.
I would
rap it.
Yeah, okay, probably.
Something else for those of you who haven't checked.
Yeah, go ahead, write me a rap, guys. Give me the song to do it to, and I will do my best.
Okay, that's great. Is there anything else you would like to let us know about yourself, Irina? Something that people don't know, or already you were kind of famous and popular, but maybe there's still something you'd like people to know about yourself?
Oh, to know about myself? Wow. You know? I don't know.
Question.
Yeah,
I know.
Question. There's a lot. It's like, what do I want to reveal, you know?
Okay.
But, you know, just come up with some questions, guys, and I will answer them.
All right. Let's do it that way. Let's not, you know, let's make people work for it a little bit if they want to.
Yeah, you can't give up everything right away, right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, Irina. Well, as always, it's a pleasure talking to you. I'm going to let you, got 2 more games you got to focus on, so I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, today's Saturday, so I'm going to church.
Or church first, then hopefully some walk and preparation for our last 2 games. Good luck, Irina. Thank you so much.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone. Results so far in the last round. We have one draw between Khotenashvili and Dronavalli and a bye round for Zhansaya Abdumalik.
Absolutely, and the action is really intense. As I'm looking at this big fight for the second place between Elisabeth and Alexandra, I find these games, these positions of the, I want to say, Ruy Lopez, to be the most classical and important kind of games of modern chess, because if you can't get an edge on the white side of the Ruy Lopez, chess just may be a draw. When we left it, we have just left it in this position with after the move rook c1, knight c6 was played. That move bishop g7, wow, I just found that to be such a confounding and an intriguing move. Knight c6, knight takes c6, rook takes c6.
It's interesting to mention that since Alexandra played g6 many moves ago, we still haven't seen bishop g7 on the board.
Right. You play g6, you kind of think bishop g7
bishop
is
g7 to come next, but
kind of a
she's waiting for the perfect moment, maybe.
Right. Knight c6, knight takes c6, rook takes c6, queen d2, queen a5. That makes a kind of a strange impression. I understand we're defending the pawn on b4. Maybe on a good day we get to post up the rook on c3. But simultaneous to all of that, the queen is really, well, offsides. It's not there.
I also would prefer bishop on c3.
Well, you definitely want that bishop g7 and bishop c3. I get that. That's on your agenda. What's your take on the position?
I think
balanced?
It is balanced, but what's going to affect this game is the time. Because position is quite complicated.
Right.
And Elisabeth is down to her 20 minutes.
Right.
Alexandra has twice as much time, 41 minutes. They still have 17 moves to make.
That's a lot of moves.
So 17 moves in this position with just 20 minutes on the clock, that's very difficult.
Some time management issues we might have to talk about there. For me, I look at this position again, the strategical side of me takes over, and I say, you know, what's my good piece, what's my bad piece, and I go through it all. And I see this bishop on c2 as the bad piece, and I really want to play the move bishop to d3 and bishop to c4. On the c2 square, my bishop's doing nada, zero, nothing. It's defending the pawns on b3 on e4.
Well, as you were saying that,
yes,
Elisabeth played it.
Usually it's the commentator's curse. In this case, yay for the commentators. The bishop comes to c4, and it's a completely different vista. I get to look at f7. That's a very handsome pawn, and it's much more aggressively placed. So I love this move, bishop d3. Same move faster was better.
I think we're a little bit behind on this board.
Yeah, the live board.
Yeah.
I think I have the live board where you
Yes.
see analysis. That's the live board, and here you see from the video cam. We've admired the fact that Alexandra hasn't played the bishop g7 move for a long time.
Do you think
when is it going to come?
she could play it now? But I
right.
also like your move rook c3 right now in this
right
position.
now, just posting up. Okay, well, I see that I don't want to take on b3. I'd rather not see a passer arrive on my doorstep. So let's say I played the move bishop c4.
Okay, and then maybe knight b6 or knight e5, trying to attack your bishop.
That's a very, gosh darn it. I was prepared to give up my dark squared bishop after the move knight e5, but this move knight b6, okay, I will end up having to, whoa. Did not see that coming. Alexandra, with 40 minutes, played d6.
She would love to open up h1, a8 diagonal, because in that case, her bishop on b7, that doesn't look so great right now, would become a monster, especially with the battery of the queen and the bishop.
Hello, hello. Checkmate is on your agenda. So wait a minute, though. One of the things I was regretting, if we just go back one move here, so I'm sitting there saying, I'm happy, not happy. So that move I get, bishop d3. Also not happy, right? But I see the move d5. I understood exactly what you're saying. You know, you're trying to make a life for that piece, but you may end up making life for my knight on g3. My knight lands on f6. It could go splat, right?
Well, there's some tactics.
Okay,
if you
let's
take
go.
on d5. Oh,
Let's go.
See. I was not expecting that.
Bishop c4. So
Wait,
again,
take the bishop.
Okay, take the knight.
Rook e7.
You're a party pooper. Rook e7. Oops, sorry. Rook e7. I wrongly thought that I was gaining an important tempo against your bishop. Apologies. That put the kibosh on that idea. We need something more splendid in that case.
Maybe white should just trade pieces here, rook c6 and bishop h6.
Rook c. I don't know. Okay, bishop, rook c6 and bishop. So is this idea somehow related to some kind of an attack against the king?
I'm hoping if I get queen on h6, I might have some chances on the king side.
Well, the problem I'm having, Nasi, is...
I am abandoning the queen side.
Yeah, that desirable move, bishop c4, I just don't get a chance to play it.
Yes, sir, I have a marvelous positional idea for you. As usual, you were completely suicidal with your bishop c4.
What do you mean? I mean, I thought it was inspired.
And I think that Nazi's proposal, rook c6, leads actually to an equal position. But what I loved about the move, which is suggested by the computer here, is that is the positional idea behind it. Actually, you don't have to exchange anything. You have to keep all the pieces on the board. And here, the move rook cd1 is actually, well, amazing. It's a marvelous proposal by the computer because, let's say, one of the lines that he suggests is knight f6, and if you play e5, then you go back to knight d7. Then you know that there is already something wrong with the position. So if you exchange on c6, you make black's task a bit easier here, but rook cd1, and, well, the best move in this position is probably rook c to c8.
That's not such an easy move to find.
Yes, exactly. And here you can continue with bishop h6. Because if you take on h6, then queen take h6, and okay, look at your pieces. Every piece is white pieces. Piece is completely active. So here, knight f8. You know, I was thinking how to continue here with white, and as usual, this move h4 is is very useful, and you keep the attack going.
Intriguing line. I must say that for me, the move rook c1 d1 doesn't come easy to my mind because I'm afraid of rook c3. You mentioned rook c8, but we were thinking that the rook was going to come to the c3 square post up, maybe knight c5, and after, am I supposed to play bishop h6 and ignore my hanging queen side?
No, actually now the rook on c3 is a bit vulnerable, so you can take on d5.
Queen takes d5?
Well, queen takes d5 is losing after bishop b4.
Bishop losing?
Yes, and well, the computer is using this battery, and especially the fact that the rook is on d1 right now, so there's absolutely nothing that you can do. So you'll take on d2.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, of course, and now like every possible piece is hanging. The bishop is hanging, so if you take bishop e4, then I can even take the rook. Yes, rook c3, and then take. So you cannot take queen d5 here. I think that's a very important point in this position. So maybe you should trade because the rook is hanging on e8. So queen e1, and once again, if queen d5, now you have this X-ray with the rook on d1. So maybe bishop d5 here. But then the knight comes to e4. You know, attacking the rook on c3. And eyeing all these squares. So what can you do here?
Give me the pawn.
Yes. Rook b3.
If I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down with a full tummy.
Oh, yeah, you're going, yes, you're going down in style.
In style.
In style. So, okay, let's try bishop b5, and that's it.
By the way, bishop b5. Okay, that's also a visual move. Bishop b5 in that position, a stunner.
Rook c to d1 is a positional brilliancy, but it's very hard to find. And instead, Elisabeth took on c6. I think she's trying to simplify the position, considering her time situation. She only has 16 minutes left.
But she's played rook takes c6, bishop takes c6, and she's combined it with e5. So she is enjoining her opponent. Go ahead, play knight c5, and/or wait a minute, isn't this Peshki weak?
I'm not sure about e5. I was suggesting bishop h6 just to exchange more pieces.
Right, to get rid of that. But e4, e5, I don't like that move because I really don't see her follow-up to either knight c5 or bishop g7.
Knight c5 looks very logical. Maybe even follow up with knight e6 after white defends b3.
That's a nice blockading square. But also, I'd love to ask the question, how am I defending the e5 pawn?
Maybe I'm not defending it. Instead, I'm going for counterplay, rook c1.
Rook c1. Okay, I'm guessing I'm dropping back.
Maybe e6 and bishop c7. Or bishop c7, because your queen is kind of trapped.
Sure, bishop c3. You got takes. Okay, game suddenly got very sharp. Almira, jump in. Tell us what the Oracle thinks.
Well, actually, I want
you're in another game.
I have another game,
Please.
and it's a very important moment because I just noticed, and it's a very simple move, that Irina can play queen d4 and win a pawn immediately. So the mate, of course, on g7 is a real threat here, but there is a pawn on b6, which is not protected, so it's a double attack. What can Anna do here? I thought maybe queen g6, but what is happening after queen b6?
You had me at winning a pawn immediately. I guess she wants to play queen f6 against queen d4. What do you think?
Queen f6 here.
Well, I'm not that I'm overly proud of her decision.
Yes, but okay, and transposed to this endgame. But how is this endgame actually? It will be maybe not so easy to play this one if I will be able to create something on the queen side. Maybe e4.
even you can include maybe bishop f3, but I do see what you're saying. A4, B4,
yes,
A5.
And A5.
Some advantage for white. Okay, the double pawns. But yeah, queen D, I can't imagine after queen D4, the loss of the B6 pawn. I don't think you can get enough counter.
The computer suggests here, of course, this variation is perfectly
Really?
human, so I didn't even analyze it. And so
Right.
here I stopped and I thought, okay, but rook e6.
And this play.
Let's play, then, well, you bring your queen back to d4,
For
and
example.
now rook c to e8. It's a very mysterious concept that I think he wants to push c5 and also sacrifice it on g3 when the moment comes. So let's say I ignore everything and I will play rook c1. I wanted to check, you know, so does it work actually? Knight takes g3, f takes g3, queen takes g3. So this is the critical position of the whole line.
Right.
And let's have a look. Oh, the computer suggests queen g7 here, so I was maybe right if he gives up the queen immediately. So the threats are very dangerous. So you're threatening bishop h3, rook g6, rook e4, rook h4. So maybe this is the variation that Anna has in mind.
Wow, sacrificing the pawn for the attack, just with doubling the rooks on the e file and knight takes g3. Didn't see that coming. I definitely underrated the attack there.
I thought this
for
was
black.
a very quiet position, but things are
It
heating
blowed
up.
up on us, didn't it? Going back, if you don't mind, the game of Elisabeth and Alexandra for just a moment, because this move e4, e5, it really feels like Elisabeth is making an overreach at this moment, and we're looking at both knight c5 as well as bishop g7, and we were looking at bishop g7, rook c1, bishop back to c6, walking into e5,
I think bishop
e6.
c3 line is just losing to e takes d, right?
That's for sure. So we were looking at a pawn sacrifice for white, and what did the oracle think of e6?
This is a very beautiful idea, and white is much better actually after e6.
Okay.
But that's why computer includes first the move knight c5, not bishop g7.
Right.
At this position e5. Okay, now changed his mind, but before he was proposing knight c5, bishop c2. Okay, now you don't have this idea.
Exactly.
Playing rook c1 and bishop g7 now, or even knight e6.
Right.
So let's try bishop g7 in this
Sure.
position. So can you play bishop h6, bishop e5?
Right.
The very important factor, of course, is that the bishop on c6 protects the rook on e8. So bishop e5, f4. I was thinking that you cannot play bishop g7 here, I think, for some reasons. Maybe,
Trading.
yes, take, then you take, then you take, then you take on d5, yes, and it's maybe a bit better for white, but a microscopic advantage. But here, after f4, bishop d6, then you take on e8, you take on d5, and maybe queen c7. You're pinning your queen, and I in the f4 pawn. So I think black is really fine, doing fine in this position. So
Agreed. So the question for you, Almira, is after e4, e5, has black got the upper hand?
Yes, the evaluation actually changed slightly,
Okay.
well, in black's favor. But it still looks balanced to me, but maybe because of the time factor, Nazi mentioned this, now black doesn't have real problems in this position. So
And the time factor is getting severe, or somebody has 7 minutes, but I'm not sure.
And I think this is actually the moment where
No,
Alexandra
that's wrong.
can seize the opportunity and play for more.
Well, she has played bishop g7. She did not include the move knight c5. So bishop g7 is inviting this rook c1 and e5, e6, and maybe the queen on a5 is mysteriously trapped. I think it's a charming variation, by the way. You have to have a very keen tactical awareness to pick up on the fact that the queen on a5 is suddenly in, like, what? Shockingly trapped. And again, for those of you who are joining us late, the fight for second place is actually really keen.
Right, there's 4 players who can, because we had a result.
Because we had a result. Bella entered the round with 4 points. She's finished her tournament and at 4.5.
So 4 players who could finish second: Bella Khotenashvili, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Irina Krush, and Elisabeth Paehtz. Because these players are still playing, and if Elisabeth needs a win.
Correct. If Elisabeth wins, she knocks Alexandra out of the fight, and then she's hoping that Irina would be knocked out by Anna, and they would be a shared second. Now, Alexandra, on the other hand, is saying if I can win, clear second with a victory, and Irina, don't you score a victory. So the fight for second, and again, $35,000. It sounded so good when you said it. $35,000 second place, big cash prize. And let's go back to this Alexandra game, because we just had Bishop G7, and I must confess, I have missed Rook C1, E6, and Bishop C7. That's really a sharp idea. But
Alexandra spotted it because after Rook C1, she didn't play Bishop B7 and moved the queen out of this danger zone and moved to B6.
Okay, supporting the bishop, and in a sense, that's. Do I now? Well,
you want to play A5, or?
Well, I would love to make 2 moves in a row. Illegal, of course. I'd love to play F2, F4, and I'd love for you to move your queen. The problem I'm having is the desirable Bishop E3, Queen B7, F4. Then I think, like everything's going kind of my way. I'm not completely sure about that, but D4 is putting the kibosh on my plan.
Yeah, and taking on D4.
Right?
Won't end well because you have knight E5 at the end.
Exactly. We're talking about Nana's game where one player, Gunay, is dominating the dark squares, Nana's dominating the light squares, but in this case, the dark squares win. So Queen B6, you mentioned A5. A5, does it help? A5, Queen B7?
I don't think it changes much. Position is still preferable for black, slightly.
Right. I keep trying to make things with knight F5 work. I guess not. Almira, what have you got for us?
Well, I've actually been told that we will have another special guest in our studio, so I will let you analyze this position, more thoroughly. But we have the Queen F6 move on the board between Irina and Anna, and this is not a very nice endgame for black. So actually Irina will try hard to win this game after Queen F6, Knight F6, and Bishop F6, and G takes F6, so A4, let's say, A4. Maybe Bishop E6 here, because you cannot play C5 immediately. The pawn on D5 is hanging. So, and I really like this move before.
Me too.
Yes, I'm trying to create a pass pawn here, and this is a very unpleasant ending.
Yeah, it feels it. I can just see this pass pawn, especially you've got this bishop on G2 patrolling the A8 square.
It's another endgame where white has no risk.
Right.
And it's only played for 2 results.
Exactly. Help me out here with Alexandra's position, because Elisabeth, obviously, when she went into this line with E5, she was thinking that she has some tactical solution. How is she going to defend against the very straightforward knight takes E5?
Let's try A5.
Okay.
Throw that move in while we can.
Yeah, the queen drops back, I guess.
Maybe I should play against the A6 pawn, Queen E2.
Okay, let's do it. Queen E2.
Although I'm not happy that I'm putting my queen right in front of your rook.
I know, and we just have to look at a line like this, right? Knight takes and trying to exploit the discovered attack. By the way, the clock is, Elisabeth's really feeling the pressure of the ticking clock now.
Yes, she's down to 10.5 minutes in a very complicated position.
Indeed. Somehow I really want to do something else for Elisabeth. Queen c2, trying to go again into those lines where the queen can go to c7. So let's say you move your bishop.
B7.
Even bishop a8 makes some sense. So queen c7.
Oh, your rook on c1 is protected. I thought I had
rook c8. Oh, wow! You would try to make a shish kebab against your dear friend, a good commentating pal. No. So queen c7. Maybe this is her intention. Queen c2.
And should we check in the game that we haven't really talked about much? Nana and Gunay's game.
Right. Now, when we left it again, that was one player. Gunay had the dark squares. Nana did end up playing e3, by the way, and e4. I thought that would have allowed knight c3. If you recall, we were looking, and then the best move was e4, e3, e4. And
I think knight c3 was maybe the best response.
Right, and the en passant actually is very helpful, and with that, they've got a position.
Gunay still kept her black square bishop on c3, which is very annoying for white.
Truly. I like black's position.
I still like black's position, yes.
I do.
Because if black plays like something like b6 now, that white bishop, even though it's beautiful on that open diagonal, it's not doing much.
Yeah, it's an empty diagonal. The other thing that definitely has my attention is this pawn on g3. The pawn on g3 is a potential weakness. I can see bishop e3, queen g5, even a rover, and that pawn on g3, you don't have a pawn on h2, and you don't want to play g4. So I'm thinking Gunay is doing really, really well. Irina, just a second, something interesting.
So she didn't take on f6.
She played bishop takes. Wow.
So she's going in the opposite color bishop endgame with an extra pawn. So I take with the bishop, you can take queen f6 and win a pawn.
And then,
but in opposite color bishops, I don't think that pawn carries that much weight.
No, I don't either. I'm beginning to question who stands better, actually, even though white is a pawn up. This bishop, to my way of thinking, is actually kind of dominating.
And also the central pawns as well.
Exactly. Wow. Big decision there, and bishop takes e4. Maybe one will second guess, but we have a very, very special guest in studio, and he's with Almira.
She goes, let's go.
Rex, welcome to our studio, and I've been joined in the studio by Rex Sinquefield, for those who do not know you yet, yes? And I'm very nervous right now. Rex, thank you for such a wonderful event.
Thank you.
Actually, I was thinking, what is on your chess bucket list? Because there are so many events organized in St. Louis. Do you have another idea?
Well, eventually, when we have a St. Louis and participating, I'd like to host a world championship match here. Okay. And wouldn't it be great if the St. Louisan was a female and was in the world championship match? That would make Yasser happy, too. And Judit Polgar. What a wonderful interview with her that we had.
Yes, it was very interesting for all of us. And then I wanted to ask you that I think that this year we have 10 events broadcasted, so I think more than 73 days of chess.
Wow.
St. Louis is, the chess capital in the world. So how about the team event? Let's say the United States against the world.
I think that is a great idea. And I was just going over it with Joy. We've got the people that'll do it. We've got the horses. We got Fabi and and Hikaru and Levan and Lanier, Wesley. Yeah, we can do it. Bring them on.
Okay. Well, Yasser is going to be the captain of the United States team.
Achter,
I want to ask for the world.
Ist sehr gut. I don't know. Edimwamon, do you?
Rex, we already have the winner, and Anna Zatonskih is the first American winner of this event.
Congratulations to Anna. Very well done, Anna.
So, well, I think that it makes you very proud.
Yes.
So you have been followed the event for a while?
I followed them very carefully. But don't ask me for any insightful comments.
Well, today we have this absolute clash between Irina and Anna. The game was extremely complicated at the beginning. Okay, so it's a very complicated middle game, which is heading towards the end game right now. Who are you supporting in this game?
I have to be officially neutral, but I think Irina here should jump and get a kinger. Or am I mixing up my games?
No, so Irina is actually much better here. Well, so I got a secret piece of information. I know that you're training with Yasser. Tell us a little bit about this.
Oh, well, he was just trying to show off how patient he could be with the student. And he took me on for an hour, and it was amazing. It was great fun, though, because we covered a game that was just played recently, and then he covered one of my games from the internet, and I thought the whole world would rise in revolt at looking at my moves. But Yasser didn't. He was very patient and steady. He put up with it.
Well, I have a question then for Yasser. Is Rex a good student?
Actually, he's marvelous, because Rex is sitting at the board and he's going, wow, that's really good. The game I showed Rex was between Fabi and Magnus. And it was the first game that Fabi had won in 8 years in classical chess. So I said, okay, Rex, this is the position I'm going to show you, and you have to, here it comes, correctly predict Fabi's moves. You don't just predict, correctly. And I was really shocked. In fact, it was about 10-move combination. He found about 8 of them, 8 out of 10. And I asked Rex directly, I said, Rex, did you see this game before? And he said, no, sir, no, sir, no, sir. So he surprised me. And by the way, it was a tune-up. It was just making sure that he had all of his tactics. So he impressed. And genuinely.
He's very kind. It wasn't a tune-up. It was a total overhaul.
No, I told you I'd need a week for that, Rex. The tune-up was for an hour. That was good.
Rex, what is your favorite opening? As black, I think. So you have
As
one.
black, if it's against E4 Sicilian, otherwise the Grunfeld.
And what type of the Sicilian?
The hyper-accelerated dragon.
So Grunfeld and the dragon, you have a very aggressive style.
Well, I didn't know that. Somebody told me that. You know, I thought I was just being a mild-mannered chess player, but they said, no, that's pretty aggressive. So.
And in this tournament, well, we have such a great number of decisive games.
Yeah.
Well, compared to the Sinquefield Cup, I wanted to have your comments about this.
Well, the women are probably better players than the men. That's why we get more decisive games. I hope that gets back to the men.
Well, thank you so much for
thank you,
this
Amir,
interview
for doing
and
a
coming
wonderful
to our
job.
studio.
You and Yasser and Nazi, the best team in the world. There's no question about it.
Oh.
Well, we are probably the funniest one.
Okay. Thank you.
Rex, we are definitely enjoying ourselves. Thank you to you and your wife, Jeannie, for everything you do here in St. Louis. It's, well, I'm speaking for the players here, but it's a real pleasure for them to be in St. Louis, and it's a great pleasure for us as well, and to call all of the action. So thank you for everything that you and Jeannie do. Getting back into the play. This move, Queen E2, F1 by Elisabeth. She's saying, okay, do your worst and let's pick up, because this fight for second place is really just suddenly heating up. What's your immediate take after Queen F1, Nazi?
I think black should be better, but Elisabeth is down to 6 minutes against 32 minutes, so everything will be decided in this time scramble now.
Exactly, but I do see, I like this move Queen F1 because, okay, it was important that I maintain the defense of the bishop.
But it's
I'm getting out of
the pin.
Well, the discovery.
Yeah.
But I'm feeling that if it's my turn, bishop b5 is going to solve a lot of my problems. So you've got to do something right now, right here, right now, to exploit the moment, can you?
Yes, I think the main difference in this position is that it's a race between two pass pawns, which is a5 and d5.
Right.
And I definitely like black's pawn better.
Because the bishop's in front of the... Okay, but go on, yeah.
But bishop b5 is an unpleasant threat, so I would start with rook e6 maybe, just to avoid that exchange.
Okay, sidestep with rook e6. Okay, I don't like the fact that my bishop on a6 is kind of stuck. If I...
But if you move it, I'll take the pawn on a5.
That's
why I played rook e6.
Okay, so I'll take your bishop. Sorry, I'm giving up the two bishops.
Bishop
takes, bishop takes, bishop to b5. I'm hoping that you will trade and, well, maybe I'm not hoping.
But you're not worried about messing up your
I'm worried. Yes, I am. I'm worried. But again, what you described it best. It's a race. Your D pawn, I have to make my A pawn as potent as possible, and as long as my bishop is sitting on A6, forget about it. I like black's position.
Bishop C3 here?
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm giving you a really nice opportunity to put your bishop on C3. I think you should take advantage of it.
I'm winning at least a pawn here, I think, because a pawn is just gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, my strength turned into a liability. Almira, help me out. Elisabeth seems to be slipping, and time is also a factor as well.
Yes, she's slightly worse right now, even though that she, she took the pawn on a6 here. So the computer suggests two moves here, rook e6 and knight c4. Knight c4 seems more human to me in this position.
Knight c4
yes.
seems more human. Okay.
Yes, because like I just want to take your bishop on a6 or get the pair of bishops and having this...
See, Almira's been working with Oracle too much because knight c4 is not a very human move.
I thought rook e6 was the most human move.
Actually, I liked it because first I wanted to, today is not my day and I'm blundering all the time, so I wanted to take the bishop, but they said, how do I make it work? And then I wanted to keep the pawn, so actually knight c4, takes on c4, then queen c4, and then bishop g2. Here,
that's scary.
So if not queen c4, you cannot take rook c4 because there is bishop b5.
That's an exchange,
black is completely winning. So that's why I actually like this move. But rook e6, which you consider more human, actually yields a black even a better advantage. So that's why I was not even opting for the best move in this position. So let's have a look at rook e6.
Sure.
Yes, and then you have to retreat your bishop, your dark square bishop, for some reason here. Let's say bishop d2. As you can see, computer hesitates, so he attacks the pawn on b4. Then maybe bishop f8. But I wanted to make, what if actually, let's say bishop b5 here. Then you can simply take on a5. And actually, that's the whole problem in this position. Whenever you move your bishop, black comfortably takes on a5, and it's actually much better in this position. So
that's why I really thought the move rook e6 was really good. I was trying to play bishop b5, Almira, to rescue my bishop and to push my pawn. And the move rook e6, defending the bishop, or over protecting the bishop, allowing queen takes a5 is what's really disconcerting for Elisabeth and is great news for Alexandra's fans and opportunity for Alexandra, because if Irina doesn't win her game and Alexandra does, we have a clear second.
Yes, and she's also leading on the clock, 27 minutes against 6 minutes.
Right.
She has a very good chance to improve her position even more in this time scramble?
I would love to say that knight c4 crossed my mind. It really didn't. I don't know if it crossed your mind. I thought rook e6 was really, just cementing everything, keeping all, everything intact. And I really like that point that Almira made, that bishop d2 was going to be met by bishop f8. It's kind of interesting how the bishops shadow one another.
You know what was really surprising?
Sure.
In Irina and Anna game,
Let's do it.
Anna
Let's
took
go
on
there.
e4 with the pawn. We were looking at this
Okay, this moment.
right in this moment.
Yeah, this
yes.
moment where our primary move had been queen takes f6.
Right.
In fact, we did not consider bishop takes e4. My instant reaction was bishop takes e4 and who's playing for a win. In Irina's mind, the bishops of opposite color with the extra pawn, she's playing for a win. But I will say to you that your extra pawn is this g3 pawn, and that's not really extra. She took with the pawn.
She's creating a passer in the corner on the queen side. She just played a4.
But how is she creating a passer? This is dead. Black has no worries, right?
Well, are you going to play? So are you comfortable with pawn on c6?
Oh, very much so.
Okay.
So I would probably play rook a8.
For some reason, I was considering c5 and then b5 and white has
that I'd get scared about. I would be afraid that the b pawn is actually more scary than my c5 pawn. But I'm also thinking, if I just trade off the rooks, we're just going to shake hands. There's nothing to discuss. So rook a8.
Maybe rook a5 here. I'm still trying to get a pass pawn.
Leverage that. Okay, so
There's something on the king side, maybe?
King h7 and get out of rook g5. But before the time trouble really rears its ugly head, let's sneak in a break, and we're going to see you on the other side of this commercial break.
See you soon.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Grandmaster Zhansaya Abdumalik and International Master Gunay Mammadzada. Welcome girls, thanks so much for stopping by to talk to me a little bit. How do you feel? The tournament is approaching the end. Any feelings? Upset? Happy? Relieved?
So upset was for me, right?
I was looking at you, right?
Yes, you just looked at me. Thank you. I mean, tired.
Come back. You're gonna come back.
Yes.
I know you are.
Thank you. I had only last round, and then I'm free because the last was against Humpy. So only against Anna, there is some chances to come back. Okay, I'm fine. Okay,
You're fine.
Breathe, yes. Okay, good night.
Wow.
Say something.
Let's say the tournament's going well, but not for everyone. Maybe, well, I had good play till yesterday, and then I just lost. And okay, I'm just looking forward to play good last two rounds, so we can finish on good notes.
You're both really young, so you still have a long way to go. It's like every tournament you take it as a good experience, right? To continue.
Hopefully.
Getting better. I'm looking at Zhansaya.
Yes, and I want to laugh again.
Okay. All right, let's get to the serious part. Questions. Can you tell me a little bit about your hobbies? Is there something specific that you like?
Okay, for me it was boxing, but I stopped like a year ago maybe. So I'm thinking to come back with the lessons of boxing.
You told me that in the few days ago when I asked you
Yeah.
with Elisabeth. Is there anything else that you like I don't know, other sports, at least traveling?
Well, traveling is always nice.
Okay.
But for now, I guess just the sports and staying home.
Okay.
Well, for me, reading, and I love yoga.
Yoga, nice.
Yeah, and I was doing for 3 years horseback riding, but I quit for like
because of the time management. I also want to go to do this again, so like that.
It's good as a chess player to have an external hobby, I think, not just chess. Gunay, do you have a favorite place? Both of you have traveled to so many countries. Do you have a favorite place that you really liked and you would love to go back? Somewhere where it's not home, of course. Home is probably special, but
Well, recently I've been in Berlin. I love really historical places, so Berlin is like the mother of kind of cities. So I really love Berlin. I think I can say that this city.
Okay.
For me, it's probably Singapore.
Oh.
Yeah, I lived there when I was 10. I was studying in a chess academy, so I stayed there for like 2 years. And okay, this was the last time when I was in Singapore, so I want to visit it again.
Wow, I've never been in that side of the world. I've asked you before this, how many countries approximately do you think you've been to?
About 50 for me.
Well, I'm using the track, the application Bean app. So it's like 36.
Wow. Okay. We still have
Yeah, still have lots of.
You've been playing chess ever since you were kids, both of you. What age did you learn to play?
I was 6.
Me 5.
5. I was 4.
Really?
Yeah, actually, we played first time when we were both 7.
Yeah.
It was in 2007. Yeah, we played World Youth in Turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
still playing.
Yes. Still together.
Do you have a nice memory as when you were young? Something that inspired you to continue playing? Not the person, but like something. Why you stayed in the game? Was it your parents that were more pushing you to play chess, or?
Yeah, for me it was definitely parents.
Yeah.
But
For me
also,
too.
okay, I mean, I'm sure we both really enjoyed chess to play and
the first
to win.
You should be enjoying, then someone else.
Yeah, true.
Do you have something specific you like about chess? What do you like about it? What's your favorite thing about chess? I know that's a weird question. But
Adrenaline. The adrenaline you get. Yeah.
Nice.
For me, the feeling after you win. So I'm trying, this tournament. I didn't get the chance to win still, but okay, tomorrow last round I'll try.
Of course, that's the like.
And also
your
she's the leader of the tournament, so why not?
Interesting. For me, it's creativity. I don't know if it makes any sense.
Of
I
course.
like the games.
I think many things. I mean,
Yeah,
like, there's a lot in chess.
There's no specific reason.
It's a tricky question.
Yeah.
I like to ask it sometimes just to kind of give people a sense of what players like to do and what they fight for. Do you have a game of yours that you think was your best game, or something interesting happened, or maybe you won a competition after that game, brought you a big victory, that you consider your best game of your career so far?
No, I think it's hard to say. I mean, we played many nice games, but for me, maybe I played World Cup against Maria Muzuchuk. I think it was in 2018. So I played with Black. There was some nice Sicilian game. I mean, I think many people saw it because there was also some videos on YouTube, and some people were just trying to comment it. And yeah, that was a real interesting fight. So 2018 in Huntington World Cup.
Yeah. World Championship?
It's World Cup.
Yeah, World Cup.
Ah, okay. Okay. What about you?
For me, well, also hard to say, but I think like the games against GMs, the winnings. I mean, I also find them like really amazing when you win, and if it's like the young players, GMs. So in Sharjah last year, I won a game against Ivichvalimi. I found this game really fighting because like there was up and downs, and in the end, I won a beautiful game.
Do you have any GM norms?
Well, ridiculously not yet, because I was like 4 times half point shy. So it's just, well, we'll see.
I see. Someone has inspired me recently regarding that, saying that if you are going to get your GM title when you play like a GM.
Yeah.
There was a Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. He talks about this sometimes, and I'm struggling to get my IM norms, so my final one. So I hope you will get
Same
yours.
for you.
Certainly on your way. But thank you. Zhansaya, you became a grandmaster. What did it take for you to go from international master to grandmaster? Do you feel that you did something? I don't know. What was the final push that got you to be able to reach the title?
I guess pandemic, because I got my 3 norms and I couldn't reach the 2500 rating, and it was really hard because I was always thinking about it, like I have to do it, and it was always like very close, but I couldn't make it. So then when we had this pandemic time, I guess I had some rest, and after that I played the Grand Prix in Gibraltar, which I won, and that was the tournament when I got my rating.
Your rating
done.
high.
Yes. Yeah.
Very
So it took
nice.
me like maybe 2 years to reach the rating. Wasn't easy.
Do you feel that the pandemic has affected your chess? Well, Zhansaya, you already said that it has affected it in a positive way. But do you feel you had more time for rest and rethink your training? Because before you had the chance to play more tournaments, but during the pandemic, it was about 2 years. Do you feel that you were able to spend more time on chess?
Well, maybe first month when everything has closed, like
Yeah.
we didn't know what to do, so we're trying to just continue the lessons because no one knew about the tournaments, the dates, so you have to be ready like anytime. But then it was hard because you had no motivation, like
Yeah. Actually, for
And-
6 months, all tournaments were declined, so there weren't any plans.
Yeah, and also I really hated online chess. I mean, with both cameras from two sides. I mean,
I'm not a fan of that either.
you don't feel how the opening is doing during the game because I mean, in live it's much better, of course, because you can see like how it feels. So I didn't like this time, even though I had some time to rest, but still it wasn't nice.
Is there something about yourselves that you would like your fans to know? Something that is not very known, or maybe something that was perceived wrong, and I don't know, something interesting that you would like your fans to know about you?
Well, nothing comes to my mind. I don't know.
I got married, but I think everyone saw.
Same for me.
I don't think people knew. I didn't know. So.
Yeah, I mean, like after everything happened, I made a post, and I saved it on my page, Instagram page. But still, like some people are just like texting me, like, "Are you like seriously like you're married?"
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes.
How are you enjoying married life? Last question.
Well, she's newly married, so she can answer first.
Yes.
Enjoying. Yeah. What can I say? I mean, no. I mean, it didn't like we didn't have much time to spend together because like after all happened, I mean, I came here and almost didn't see him for like 20 days, and it's really hard. So I want to go home. Yeah, I think Gunay is already tired of hearing this every day, Yes.
I mean,
so,
like
looking forward to finishing the tournament and going back home. Yes.
Yeah, for me, it's just like nothing really changed. So I'm just more happier. So like I love this is new stage of my life.
No, I like the feeling that someone is waiting for you. It's not your parents or your brothers or sisters. Someone is just waiting
Someone
for
else
you.
from out of your family.
Yes, and he's like, even though we have like 11 hours difference, he's still like always online checking for the games. Like, it's nice.
Yeah, I mean, considering the time difference, they can be like wake, I don't know, like 4 a.m., 3 a.m., like checking your game. So it's
just to talk to you after the game and ask how you're feeling. That's
really nice. I agree. Well, thank you, girls, so much for your time,
Thank you.
and good luck in the last rounds and future
Thank you.
tournaments.
Thanks.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act. Single tickets are now on sale at muni.org.
The Muni in Forest Park.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings. Of course, we already have a winner. Anna Zatonskih won the tournament yesterday. But playing for the second place, 4 players, Bella Khotenashvili, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Irina Krush, and Elisabeth Paehtz still have a chance.
And for Alexandra, Kosteniuk's fans, they're cheering because at this very moment, I really like her position. Elisabeth, not only behind on the board, materially speaking, queen takes a5 is going to clip a pawn, but I think on the clock, yeah, there it goes. That's confirmation right there of Elisabeth's problems, 41 seconds.
Yep, she's playing on just 30-second increment, while Alexandra has luxury to think for 20 minutes.
And number of moves still to be played?
Still 5 moves to go.
Okay, we're expecting Alexandra to clip the pawn. Queen takes a5, just getting rid of this passer, and now Black's got the bishop 2 pawns, and I see bad things happening. I see
Those
the
two
bishop
bishops
looking really good for Black.
For Black, yes.
Yeah, so with a victory, that would mean for Alexandra that only Irina could tie her. What's happening in Irina's game?
In Irina's game, a few changes. c5, b5 happened, so
Right.
both have passed pawns.
So she did play c5. That was a move that appealed to you. I was a little bit reluctant. I was very reluctant, in fact, to allow the move b5, which was played, rook b8, rook b1, rook e6. And I see that, well, from Anna's point of view, what's the problem? I'm going to play rook b6 and bishop e2, and I'm going to round up this pawn on b5. Is that true, though?
I think that's why she pushed c5. She calculated that she can get that pawn very
Yeah.
quickly. And if she can, then it's definitely a draw, because on the king side, white's extra pawn,
Nothing doing, huh?
yes, not enough to win the game.
Exactly.
The time situation, however, is a little concerning for Anna. She has 3 minutes left and 11 more moves to make. But her position
3
is...
minutes? That's a kind of a luxury. Sorry, you were about to say her position.
The position is quite easy to play, so maybe time trouble won't actually be a contributing factor to this game.
Okay, so let's see. So rook to e6, the bishop drops back, let's say. Bishop to c3.
Rook b6.
Rook on e6 to b6. Now, rook takes e4, walks into bishop f5. That's bad news.
And if you go rook a5.
Rook a5, I thought bishop
e2.
Bishop e5, rook takes, right? I don't profit from that. So just a second, I don't like where I put my bishop. So let me find a better square for my bishop. Let's say I go here.
Bishop g5.
Okay, rook b6, same idea?
Yes.
And let's say I go rook c1, give me this pawn. You're going to go rook b5.
Rook b5.
I go rook takes.
And just rook b1, exchange one pair of rooks.
You might be able to exchange both. I'm hoping that you're not going to play bishop f5 trade and ask me, can I win that ending?
I can do rook c1 and bishop f3.
Rook c1 and bishop f3.
Right.
That might be the better way. Because in this case, my desired bishop e7 is met by c4. And then thanks to the back rank mate, you have an easy draw. So bishops of opposite colors, and Anna's banking on that to overcome her material deficit.
Right.
It's only a pawn, but the light squares.
The position's completely equal.
Yeah, feels like it. And once
in
again...
In the game, Nana against Gunay,
yes.
Gunay now has a very big advantage, I believe.
Well, indeed. It was one of those games where you got the light squares, I've got the dark squares, but let me tell you about your dark squares. And she has just played a fabulous move. Queen to c7
and
with the battery.
You will like White's next move as well.
It's almost study-like. You wanted to, you have to open up this diagonal in order to defend the h2 square. So you put your bishop
as far as you can,
far, far away, distant galaxy. But I don't. I mean, everything about this position I love for black. It's just like, you know, f5, f4. I've got all the time in the world, yes. And White's king is so vulnerable. I'd almost start to think, I have to run. I think I'm going to die on the king side.
You can't. Even the center and queen side's not safe. So I think black has a long-term advantage because that c3 square is a very important hole in White's position,
True.
And that's why.
True.
If you were to move the king all the way to the queen side, I would just reposition my queen and bishop on the other diagonal. So.
Oh, you'll be there ready to greet me as soon as I get to d2 or b2. I hear you. It's not a pleasant position for Nana. Somehow, out of the opening, it went wrong. In fact, and again, I'm going to turn back to the game of Elisabeth and Alexandra to see what progress they have made, and Almira, jump right in. We think, oh, she didn't take the pawn on a5. How could she not do that?
She's very patient.
She's very patient. Queen a7, okay,
right.
With the threat of bishop takes g3. That was met by queen d3, bishop to d4, and, well...
Rook c2, probably only move.
Rook e1 check. Well, I mean...
Rook e1, knight f1. I have to go.
Is she picking up the pawn anymore?
A5
I was almost... Yeah, I was almost... not that I'm tempted, don't get me wrong. I hate playing such moves. But in this particular... No, you probably play bishop c3.
Yes.
It's not so easy for me to... Well, I have queen a5. Hold on. Okay, just go ahead and kill me. Put me out of my misery. Knight h1.
Bishop c3.
Queen b5. And I'm doing my best to pretend that I'm not busted.
I think probably d4 is good enough here.
I probably am busted, but I thought I'd throw that in with the
H1, so.
Yeah. But with confidence, I'm not busted. Yes, you are. Okay.
Bishop a6.
Right. Yeah. Oh dear. What can I say? It's not been a good day in the office.
d3.
And finally, my knight, which was on h1, is actually, for the first time, doing something a little bit useful. Oh God. Nope. It's bad. It's bad. It's all going Alexandra's way, and wow. Okay, bishop d4 on the. Hold on, she didn't. Hold on, what's going on?
Elisabeth played rook c2. That's on the board.
Rook
and
c2.
Alexandra is thinking.
Gotcha. Hold on. As the game board? I'm going to just refresh my board to make sure that I'm up to date.
2 moves behind.
Right. Okay. So bishop to d4, rook c2's on the board, and we're thinking it's all Alexandra going on here. Almira, please confirm our judgment.
Actually, I was thinking about the game that Alexandra played against Nana, and if you remember, she didn't take on f3 and didn't go for the obvious line, which for the human mind is very intuitive. So you know that even though you're exchanged down, like the advantage is overwhelming. Here as well, I think that computers has changed our prism and take on the positions, that we no longer know what's good or right, if I might explain. So it's become much more difficult for us to evaluate the positions. So there are so many positions now that the structures being demolished with the pawns on f2, f3, and h2, for example, for white, and that computer thinks that white is much better. So I think that that explains, first of all, the decision in that game. But here, we were talking about the most obvious decision, queen a5, but for a player who is trying to calculate everything, and Alexandra is playing a bit like computer in this game, she calculates the variations very deeply. She's trying to play like a computer here, in a way. So almost the same analysis as in the previous game. So here I try to understand what does she want after rook c2, knight f1, and let's say this move, bishop e6. And actually after bishop b5, the position is already equal, because white parried all threats and black didn't take the pawn on a5 yet. So you have to be careful here. But on the other hand, after rook e1 and knight f1, I cannot come with a useful move here. For example, the computer suggests go back, bishop f6. So of course, knight is on f1 here. The rook is much more active on e1. But you just played bishop d4, and then you have to go bishop f6 back here. So let's say, what if queen d2, I'm starting to attack the rook, then the rook goes to a1, and those variations are a bit artificial to my eye. So as you can see, the evaluation doesn't change here. Black is still completely winning, but for the moment, white is trying to defend everything.
Yeah, well, again, kind of strange not capturing that pawn. And just to remind everybody that the fight for second is incredibly intense. And Alexandra is in pole position to win that, what was it, 35,000, did you say, for second
Yes,
place?
Given her position right now, she's winning. And if she does convert this game, she'll be in the clear second. And if Irina doesn't win her game, she will take home the $35,000.
For second place. That variation that you were showing, Almira, with rook e1 check, sure, I love that move, knight f1. For me, the move bishop f6, a little bit of a head scratcher.
Because you want to take on a5, actually.
Yeah, but I was thinking you would play bishop to c3, same idea. I want to take on a5 and more or less protect my rook, so there would be no queen d2 business.
Yes, maybe a rook e2 here.
And then can I gobble? Rook takes. We do not have
rook e2, queen e2, and
any
actually
of these
in this,
moves.
I'm so sorry. Just
yeah.
In this position, you cannot take on a. Well, you can take on a5 here, but after queen e7, it seems that white is actually doing fine.
Bishop e8 suddenly on the table.
Yes, there is this.
I get
threat, very important.
Wow. None of this happened because we had something else.
Alexandra played rook e6 instead of rook e1 check.
Wow. A couple of very difficult moves. You know, you wanted to, yeah, how can you avoid not play check? So Elisabeth played rook e1, sorry, knight f1.
Elizabeth made her move with 10 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds. So she had 41, so she made it with 11, and now with 10. Not like Irina, that goes down to 31. Knight f1. Still the a5 pawn is still alive.
So now bishop c3 still makes sense, and she's played it.
Finally,
yes.
Bishop to c3.
We'll probably see rook e2.
Well, there's bishop a6, right? Or you ready to sacrifice?
Bishop b5?
Pardon?
I still have bishop b5,
bishop
right?
b5 still. Correct. Hold on, just a second, just so long. Rook e2, bishop a6, bishop b5, take. We get into this ending, but this is the best that white could hope for, is that queen and knight and your pawn down, and you hope for some kind
7
of a blockade.
seconds, 6,
Rook E2.
5, 4,
Ooh, there was Elisabeth. She was going back and forth. She was reaching for Rook E2. She was reaching for Rook E2, and with 3 seconds on her clock, she went knight E3.
But
right
this
decision.
move is completely losing, right? There's
Yes.
D4 and bishop E4.
Yes, this was a huge blunder.
Time trouble. E4.
D4 and bishop E4.
Pardon me. D4 and bishop E4. You absolutely. D4 double attack. And
Of course, Alexandra says everything really fast.
heart skips a beat when that knight landed on E3 because I think Alexandra had foreseen this possibility. Knight G4. Okay, trickies.
Yes.
Bishop E4.
So we have to include Rook E1 check, maybe.
Rook E1 check. Oh.
King H2 and Queen B8. Isn't that checkmate? G3, Rook H1.
Yes, I'd have to play Queen G3,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think.
Queen G3.
So Rook check, King H2, just so that our audience is up to date. Queen B8, G3. Thank you very much. That's second place. I'll take clear second. Queen G3.
I can take the queen and push D3 and game over, right?
Correct. That is absolutely game over. And just through the magic of television, how close did she come to flagging? Well,
And she was reaching for the rook. She should have played Rook E2, and then last second, I
4.
think she changed her mind.
Yeah, 4, 3. Oh my, 3 seconds. She was reaching for the rook. Rook E2, I think, was the most stubborn, but I think it was also still losing. As it is, though, the move D4, knight to G4. I liked rook check and queen check. I think I like H5 just as good.
Yes, because knight has no good squares. You can go to
Absolutely.
H. Well,
That,
yeah. Knight H2, just bishop E4.
exactly. Knight H2, bishop E4. Bishop A6, I do have bishop B5, but I don't have a good answer to bishop E4.
And again, down to 5 seconds. But now
Nothing
I
to
think
do.
her problem
Nothing to do
is
the position, and
she
there
flagged.
it goes. It's game over.
Oh, they reached move 40.
Oh, sorry.
They just made move 40.
You're my top agent in these matters, by the way. She's made the move 40. She did not flag, but unfortunately for Elisabeth's fans, she's lost. She's
I
lost.
think the commentators are getting tired.
Exactly. And take us over to Irina's game, because Irina has got to win now. And what has she done? So when we left it, we saw the move rook e6, bishop c3, rook b6, rook c4. Whoa. Bishop to e2.
Pawns got exchanged c5 for b5.
Why can't she take on b5?
I don't know.
I guess she'll play rook c1 or something. I don't know. Bishop e2 takes, check. King h7 takes. We're anticipating rook takes. And that has just happened as I spoke.
Rook g7 check.
Right?
You have to play king h6.
Clear.
And rook takes f7, but I guess bishop f3.
Indeed, bishop f3 and rook check.
Am I mated?
You always have g4 here.
Always have g4. Yeah, I was about to say we have to make room for our king, but I would think that this is an easy draw. Bishops of opposite color. Yeah. Let's just say. Wow, I mean, Anna made her grandmaster norm already, regardless of the result, but the extra draw, so to speak, really
gains more rating.
Yeah, really puts it really a nice exclamation mark on a absolutely fabulous result.
I think Anna playing with confidence is an extremely dangerous opponent.
True, and I've always said that chess is actually really a game of confidence, and when you come into a tournament and you feel yourself well prepared, it makes all the difference in the world. And when you come to the game with confidence.
And winning as many games as Anna did
That
also
helps. Helps a
with
lot.
confidence, yes.
Helps a lot. I wanted to ask you, Almira, bishop f3, rook takes f3 would be terrible because I'm going to have to play g4 anyway. And she has played bishop f3.
Well, after rook takes f3, black is
Just
almost winning. Yes,
Yeah.
I don't think that's well. But g4,
Yeah.
and well, you will have to take with the bishop, I suppose, here after g4, because h takes g4 actually gives you another opportunity to win the game. You will have the pass pawn.
Well, really though, because let's say you're going to go king h2, and I'm going to go rook b1, and you're going to go king g3, and I'm going to go rook h1.
Okay,
And
h1.
that h pawn is going absolutely nowhere. I don't see it getting to h7.
Yes, but here, now that your pieces are stuck in the corner, maybe I can use the momentum and play bishop e5.
Bishop to e5.
Yes,
Okay.
let's say if you will give me rook h3 check,
Okay.
king f4, and it's already +6.
Because obviously I'm missing something. I slurp the pawn and I'm walking
Yes.
into a mating net, yeah?
Yes, king f5 is
King
a very
f5.
strong move in this position.
Wow.
And I think that Irina is going to verify.
I think this is actually one of those positions, rook and bishop versus rook. There's few positions that are winning, and I think this is
one of them.
Yeah, even if you remove all the other pieces.
That's why I think that this is very important to take with the bishop on g4.
Exactly, to keep the h pawn still on h4. Okay, good. And actually, now that I look at it also, bishop takes g4, bishop takes g4, king h2. I should play rook f5. So king h2 first is what Irina's done. So that's a very sensible move because she wants g4 and not to. She wants to force Anna to play rook b1 before playing g4. Or wait a minute. Now I'm really confused.
Can't she take on g4 with the rook?
Yeah, right. Now I'm really confused. Can't she go rook check? King, rook check, king.
And take with the rook and take another one maybe?
Oh, well, wait a minute.
Oh, we're still walking into the mate.
Exactly. We're still walking into some kinds of checkmates, right?
Yeah.
Something like this, maybe?
And bishop f6 alone wins.
Alone, yeah. Just bishop f6, threatening mate in 1, threatening the rook. Ouch. So somehow, actually, black's king is
both in time
vulnerable.
trouble, but they're very close to move 40. Three more moves for Anna. Or 4 more moves for Anna and 3 for Irina. But down to 30 seconds. And the critical moment of taking the pawn on g4
yes.
will come in the next 3 moves. So.
Exactly.
Does she have to play rook b1?
I was about to say, can she pick up a tempo, force the bishop to maybe a lesser square? Although I don't see why d4 isn't a good
Maybe she
square.
can play rook c1, rook c2 and force a draw that way.
So rook c5 on the board. Oops, sorry, I've done something wrong. No,
King h2.
I forgot to include king h2. Rook c5 on the board. And in case of bishop d4, rook c2 is what you mean. Okay. I've got to go.
G4 probably.
I've got to go for the same g4 business. Check here, check here, here, and I'm hoping that.
No, I don't think black should be so greedy and pick up everything with the rook.
Right, not with the rook, but maybe with the bishop in order to chase. 46
bit
seconds.
Scary. There's like king e5 and still.
My king is, well, no, okay. Wait
less scary, right?
Less scary. Let me just refresh my board for just a moment. I'm going back and forth, everybody. King h2 on the board.
Now Irina has less time, 33 seconds. But for her, is there anything better than just bishop d4?
Nope. And she did it. Bishop d4, rook c2. Rook c2 and g4 will have to come. Almira, I think Anna is putting the finishing touches on a spectacular tournament, and she will go undefeated.
Well, to be honest, I think that this game will still go on for a while, because even after the variation which you analyzed, let's say rook c2 and
which has just been played.
Rook c5 is a very precise move, of course. So let's try rook f2, king g3. You don't actually need a computer for this. So rook g4, king f5, and I tried the two moves, rook g8 or rook g6, but I think that at the end of the line, white will manage to win the pawn in e4. So they will play another 50 moves. So let's say bishop f6, I want to play bishop g5, bishop b4, and bishop g4 and king e4. So it will get to this position.
Right.
And Anna will have to defend it for a while.
I see. And g4, by the way, is on the board. We were thinking that there might be easier ways for black to defend it. Check, king f4, bishop takes g4.
I guess we're giving up e4 pawn right away.
Yes, so then maybe you can take it immediately.
Just take immediately, yeah. And if I go after?
But now maybe you can
rook
play
h2.
rook h2.
And by the way, rook g4, rook takes f2 check on the
Here
board.
you have king g6. Yeah, maybe this is the most precise continuation.
And they will reach move 40 on the next move, so Anna can take her time to decide with which piece to take on g4.
A nice luxury to have. But I do like that idea of taking with the bishop. I feel that I just need to make sure that I don't walk into a mating net with my king stuck on h6. Bishop takes rook g2.
Yep, they just made move 40.
I must say, I'm really impressed by the calmness with which Anna plays, even under time trouble. And as we've seen throughout her career, she's often under the stress of the ticking clock, and it doesn't seem to faze her. She just kind of casually
It's
plays.
actually comfortable for her to
I
be in
know.
time trouble.
It is so strange. How is Nana doing? Sorry to our Nana's many, many fans, #1 player from Georgia. And
So they also just reached move 40, and I'm hearing that maybe Gunay missed a win right before move 40.
uh-oh, you mean that one of those last move situations? What should
So
she
that
have
instead
done?
of queen h4, g5 was winning.
Queen h4, g5
Move 40.
with, oh sorry,
Move 40, rook e2, and here, after rook e2, g5.
just let's go.
Because
g5.
If you take queen f5,
Yum.
g4,
What?
I'm guessing.
What?
Queen g4 and rook g6.
So?
Is this not over?
Rook g6, queen f3.
This queen c6, there's got to be something here.
Queen c6.
Yasser played queen f5.
I did. Heroically, you forgot to add. Oh, rook f8? No.
Rook g1 and then rook f8. It's a very long line that in time trouble is impossible to
Wow. Okay, I tip my hat if you find this one on move 40. Wow. So that would have been a double pawn sacrifice in my naked king, right? Oh my. So g5. Wow.
threatening g4.
Exactly. Wow. And that, well, g5, how big an advantage was g5, Almira? Was black just winning after g5?
Yes, it's about -5.
What?
Yes, but
it's worth a rook?
It's worth a rook, but you really have to come up with, well, a series of only moves here after g5, queen f5, g4, queen g4, then rook g6, of course, queen f3, rook g1, king g1, rook f8 here, and now you have to give up the queen Because let's try. You cannot play Queen G2 here because of Rook G8.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And if you play
Say
Queen E4 here, then I think Queen G7 check.
Yep.
Is it possible that you have this beautiful move, Queen A1?
There's some geometry
yes,
going
some
on here.
Beautiful geometry on the board. And I think maybe this idea was missed by Gunay, because Queen G7 with the idea of playing Queen A1.
Wow. Great stuff. Wow, Queen.
She still keeps some advantage in the current position, but
Let me
of course
refresh.
missing a big win.
But
She
maybe
might
the
not
trivial
get.
Queen H3 wins as well.
She might not get a second opportunity.
Hard to believe, right? Because it seems like it's one of those situations where you want to prep the move G5. I mean, obviously, it would be very nice to be able to play G4 in one go. So you would think that in the current position, I would just prep G5 by defending the pawn. So let me just put a move on the board, Rook F6. If G5 and G4 is winning for black, why can't she?
Maybe Rook E to G2,
Rook on
just
E.
stop in G5.
I think I'm going to ask for more coffee. What's going on here? Oh, I didn't see that. You just stopped me. You want to play rough, huh? Just a second.
We
Okay.
created the monster.
If I play Rook G8, okay, you're stopping me. I'm being insistent.
I can just put my Rook on G5.
But it's not stable there, right? Can't
No,
I
it's
go
a
like
short-term
H6?
solution.
Right. Happy to hear it. I mean, so much of the game is based upon black advancing her kingside majority, H6, G5. If white is able to stop it, well done. I don't know.
Yeah, this is interesting. So white has to find a very accurate move here. E4 looks tempting, but I don't think it's... I want to play E4, H6, E5, but I don't think it works. You can just take it. Yeah,
Yep.
bishop E5.
Just the timing, the tempo is just in time, right? Well, okay. It's not a surprise that Gunay still has chances, but I tell you, that move G5 on move 40, that's a tough one to play, because you've got to see all of those very accurate tempo moves, and
you don't want to sacrifice a pawn on move 40 when
you
you're
don't
not
want to
sure.
blunder the pawn on move 40. Sacrifice is a nice way of putting it. Blundering, yikes. Back to Elisabeth.
Alexandra is completely winning, just making her final moves, because I think all white pieces are under attack. The queen, rook, and knight's about to be under attack as well. Just king G7 or H7.
Right.
And
Wow.
every single piece is hanging.
You didn't say check. But on guard, as far as the queen is concerned, the rook and the knight. By the way, Almira, I mean, I know this is modern chess and so on, but in the old books, they used to say en garde when the queen was attacked. So you would say check when the king was attacked. Do they still do that in France?
Well, not anymore, but it certainly sounds very romantic. Yes,
right.
En garde, yes. But it's, well, nowadays we want to win at any cost, so we certainly will not warn our opponent, that we are about to take his queen. So.
Right.
À la guerre comme à la guerre. But here the evaluation is very severe. It's almost -9, so I'm expecting Elisabeth to resign in a few moves.
Right. I was just, I walked past the club the other day. I stopped to watch a blitz game. They were playing blitz outside of the club. And a young lady had put her opponent in check. And the opponent had grabbed a queen and was making a move. and she didn't say anything. And then he recognized that he was in check. So he brought his queen back, and he reached for his king, and she said, touch move. So she had to put his queen in front of the check, and then she could take the queen. No. I mean, touch move in the blitz game.
Actually,
she
blitz
informed him.
is touch move a thing?
It depends.
Depends,
I mean, in my circle of friends, it was touch clock. Once you press the clock, that was it. So we let you take your move back on an illegal move. But yeah, some people like to play touch move. They feel that's more tournament etiquette. And by the way, in blitz tournaments, it is touch move.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I have a question for you.
Please, jump in.
What is your score against the top ladies?
In classical
Yes.
chess, unfortunately for me, I really didn't play that many ladies in classical chess. I played Judith a few games. I won one in the world team and a draw.
That's the only one you remember?
Draws, I think, with Judith. And I played Pia Kramling once in this tournament I told you, and I have won against Pia. But I played in the Melody Amber, the Rapid and Blitz, with Susan and Judith. Judith beat me in the blindfold. That was the rapid chess. But in classical chess, I'm sad to say, I don't really have that many games. And there was just not that many women playing in
Professionally.
my day. Yeah, professionally. In fact, it was really, really tough, even for Irina, playing professionally here in the United States. And she was really very, very successful, as we know. Yeah.
So how do you think you would do here at the Cairns Cup if we gave you a wild card?
You're going to have to be a Prime subscriber to get the answer to that question. Boy, when you said wild card, well, my openings are terrible. My calculation isn't as good as it used to be, and my energy levels are really, really bad. So I don't know, +4, +5, something reasonable. I mean, whatever. Who was it? Ty Cobb? I think it was Ty Cobb. Ty Cobb, a very, very famous professional baseball player. So he was like 60 years old, or maybe he was, let's just say 60 years old. He's on a radio program. And they're calling a baseball game, and the baseball pitcher is throwing. And the announcer says to Ty Cobb, so Ty, if you came back and you were facing today's pitchers, how would you do? And he said, probably I'd be a 250 hitter, meaning 1 out of 4 times he gets on base. He says, well, that's remarkable that you would be able to do that against today's professional pitchers. And he says, well, I am 60 years old. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think the ladies have really, really improved their game, especially from the days of Bobby Fischer. So I told this story about Judith, and I had played probably as many as 4,000 tournament classical games in my life, but I could never recall playing an opponent on their birthday. It just doesn't happen. So there I was playing Judith, and the arbiter comes on just before he hits the gong, and he goes, well, I'd really like to announce and congratulate happy birthday to Judit Polgar. So we all kind of applaud. I said, Judith, that's fantastic. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I would have brought you a present if I had known. She said, well, Yasser, you can make a present. You can take anything you want off the board. So I remember that Bobby Fischer said he could give a night odds to the top woman player. And Michael Tall famously said, Bobby's Bobby, but a night's a night. The top woman player accepted Bobby's challenge, and he said, no, I'm sorry, I'm taking it back. I take it back. So remembering what Bobby Fischer said and recognizing the incredible strides that women have made. I reached across the table and I took her knight from G8 off the board. She said, "Give me back my knight." I said, No, it's my present. She says, "You're not a gentleman." I said, "That's true, and you're not getting your knight back." So very, very reluctantly, I was forced by the arbiter to give her back her knight. And her very first move in the game was knight G8 to F6, so she didn't lose it. But yeah, no, I mean, the strides that women have made in chess have just been extraordinary in my lifetime. It's just great to watch. And coming here to the club and seeing the U.S. girls, which is actually coming up.
It's only getting stronger.
Seriously.
Younger and stronger.
Alice Lee is just an inspiration. It's just wonderful to watch.
Shout out, by the way, she just made her last IM norm in Canada.
Wow. Congratulations,
so
Alice.
U.S. Female IM at age 13.
13 years young? That's just... I mean, come on. At 13, I was struggling to become a B player. Seriously, it's really an extraordinary accomplishment. Congratulations, Alice. I'm thinking Elisabeth's about to resign.
Yes.
What is taking her? I mean, there's just, it's
the
such a
last
terrible...
round,
Yeah, that's true.
She was trying to win and clutch that second place, so...
Right. It's just so bad. I mean, the queen, the rook, the knight. Oh, sorry. I had king h7 on my board. I made Alexandra's move for her. She seems to be thinking between g7 and h7. Is there a difference?
Probably not, but she's confirming that.
Okay. Almira, what has caught your eye in this round 8, championship round?
Yes, I was looking at this position because after knight h6, king g7, if you play, you can try knight f5, but it's just a ghost. So queen, knight e5, g takes a5, queen g3, rook g6. You have a few checks, but after queen a5, simply king h7, and black's queen on a7 protects the pawn on f7. So even, well, if you take on f5, I can still take the rook.
Right.
And black is completely winning. But here, actually, after knight h6, I tried another variation. Yes, this was, okay, even if I play king g7, bishop b5, bishop b5, queen b5, then rook e2, queen e2, and, well, you can simply take the knight on h6.
Yes.
Merci beaucoup.
A little surprised by Anna's move. She took on g4 with the rook, allowing king f5.
Ooh, that was the one thing we thought that was the danger for Anna, which was literally allowing, go back to this moment. So what can cause defeat? The one thing we thought that could cause Anna to lose the game is if white magically were to get the king to f5. Then there would be a bishop g5 check and mate. So just don't let the king get to f5. And you're saying that she's done that.
But
she's let...
Yes, I'm so sorry, yes, sir, because
Please.
we analyzed the move rook g6, and I was analyzing the second alternative here, rook g8.
Okay.
Which is probably more precise. At least you're not given the e4 pawn immediately, so rook g8. And here, if you play bishop e5, then I think that after bishop g4, you still take on e4, and what was analyzing? Something like bishop h3.
Bishop h3.
Yes.
Yeah, the king, well, short of squares, but not trapped yet. Short.
I mean, it's good that it's holding for black, but it's a little bit dangerous, and Anna has to find accurate moves here.
Well, it kind of goes back to that, and it was move 40, right?
41.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to this position. She had a time to study the position. She decided
did. She spent 16 minutes.
She must have felt that, and she has played the move rook g8. as you've advised, Almira, rook to g8, and again, move that attracts my eye, bishop f5, bishop f6 to go bishop g5, check, I take a pawn.
Maybe king
then
g6
king
here.
g6,
Black's
which is
winning.
why Almira wanted to play bishop to e5
I
and
also
not allow that king g6. Sorry,
Yes.
please.
have bishop c5 if I want to win the pawn. So let's say bishop c5 threatening bishop f8.
Yep,
And then you have to play
bishop g4
bishop
check.
g4 here, so king e4 and king g6.
Yeah, just get my king out of that situation where I'm really feeling like I could get mated, right? That's pretty awkward. But king g6 with the idea rook e8, the extra pawn is not going to be enough. I mean, the bishops of opposite color. There's one good thing that's going on in white's favor. The h4 pawn is the right color bishop.
Yes,
bishop-
but to get the end game where you're winning because of that.
Good luck. Ratsarak. I get that. I get that a lot. Let's just jump back because, again, those of you who are joining us as late, shame on you, but we do have a winner, Anna Zatonskih, and the question is, who's going to get second? Well, we may have an answer.
Yes, Elisabeth just resigned, so Alexandra Kosteniuk at the moment in the clear second.
Right.
Only person who can catch her is Irina Krush if she wins her game.
Exactly. And boy, I've got to tell you, Alexandra, what a roller coaster ride she's been on. Not many draws in her games as her line scores have been victories and defeats, but she said she was very happy with herself here, that she had gotten some classical chess wins and
She
was
said
enjoying
in the last tournament she only had one win.
Cyprus. Yeah.
So here she's happy she won 4 games.
Right.
I think.
Yeah. And our former women's world champion will likely join us to share what kind of a tournament she's had. 2 games remaining. We're going to jump to Nana's game for a moment as the fight over G6, G5 intensifies. The last moves were rook G1, and the last few moves. It looks like Nana's been moving her rooks to the
Gunay is
G.
maybe preparing f4. Is that why she put the rooks on f5?
Well, I thought her intention, now that you mention it, was just to defend the f5 pawn so she could go g5, g4. But that's a good question. If I'm white, I'm trying to make a blockade, so I think I'm happy to see the move f5, f4, and not that I'm ready to jump, but I would really love to somehow keep a light square blockade.
So only way for black to improve is to push g5, g4.
I think so. Now the question is, how should you get it? Would you like to play rook f7, king g7, h6, g5, slowly, advance the pawn up the board, or is there another way, rook g8 and g5, something that we looked at before?
Rook g8, but her last move was rook f8.
Yes, exactly.
Instead of g8, so that makes me think that she doesn't want to play g5 that way.
Yeah, and we do. Oh no, sorry, that's my analysis. Apologies. Let me just refresh my board. So we're up to date, and these were the last few moves. White has been waiting. There's really nothing that Nana can do, and she's been moving her rooks back and forth. In this exact moment, I would say the move g6, g5 is a threat.
So white needs to move rook f to g1?
Exactly. I would see that as really rather obliged. And again, Irina, the only one who can share the second, I want to put it that way, with Alexandra, needs to win a position. She's a pawn up, but with the bishops of opposite color, we don't think it's sufficient. It's nice to be extra pawn up, but in this case, what should I be doing? I probably I'd be anxious to get my king off the
But
dark
rook
square.
f6.
Yeah, I can live with that. I'm ready to
It's
again.
still unpleasant that your king can come out.
True. I don't claim a draw, but I do.
But you're saying black can hold this draw even just passively.
Passively. Let's take a look at the updated standings as we've got 2 games in the history books.
All right, so Anna Zatonskih, our winner, with 5.5 points. She's still playing her game. And second place, Alexandra Kosteniuk with 5 points.
Bella's in the clubhouse with
also
4.5.
finished her game, so 4.5. And Irina Krush still playing her game with 4 points, trying to catch Alexandra.
Pretty certain that Irina's got a draw in the pocket, so she will be tied with Bella for 3rd place, but really hoping that she could tie Alexandra for the 2nd. And we have Almira with our 2nd place finisher, Alexandra.
Welcome, Alexandra. Congratulations. It is always nice to finish the tournament on a positive note.
Indeed.
But for the moment, you're also on a clear 2nd place.
Well, I have 6 out of 9. I'm sorry, but I have 6 out of 9. I know that I could have gotten more, but that's it. If there is someone with 6 out of 9, we're gonna talk. Okay, but yeah, of course, it's a very. I'm very happy to finish on a win and to finish so well, because this tournament, as I mentioned, it's 2nd in a row. So the fatigue, the cold, the disappointment of this stolen point. And despite all events going in the background, I managed to play well and to finish well. So of course I cannot complain.
So tell us more about the game you played today against Elisabeth Paehtz with the black pieces. It was a highly theoretical game.
Yes, that was an anti-martial line, and actually I looked at this line before my game with Zhansaya Abdumalik, because she played this line, but with c3, bishop c2, I don't think it should be dangerous for black, because intuitively white just putting the bishop on the wrong diagonal. It was there is a line with bishop a2, which I consider a little bit more dangerous, and I think I played well.
So here's the position.
Yes,
after
so
the
it's
20th
about
move.
equal. It's all about d5 right here, d4 and d5 in this Ruy Lopez games, and I was very happy when on the 24th move I played d5. I think I solved all my, problems, if there were any, with this move. And then somehow, I don't know what she did wrong. Probably e5 was wrong, because then it started to be very difficult for white, and she was getting closer to time trouble. And okay, I'm just, threatening to take this pawn. So a few inaccurate decisions here led to a very unpleasant position, which is, again, it can be holdable by a computer, but it's so unpleasant to play in a practical game under time pressure. And yeah, at the end she blundered on the 39th move, although I was not happy with my attempts to win the game in time trouble, instead of just capturing the pawn on a5. Yes, here, for example, queen takes a5. I played queen a7, although I see that the computer likes it. Yeah, because here, okay, she was going to play queen b5, capture, exchange. I have an extra pawn, a pair of bishops. It should be enough to win, but it's going to be a long battle, and you want to finish it as soon as possible. But here, yeah, somehow I thought that rook c2 is not going to be possible due to rook e1. But then I realized that after knight f1, bishop a6 that I was going to play, leads to bishop b5. Yeah, and there is nothing. And I got disappointed, and I played. I switched to this back to the plan of just getting a pawn, but she blundered by playing knight e3. Instead, rook e2, I think, was the only way to play. And here, well, I was going to play bishop a6 to exchange everything, to take the pawn on a5, and okay. Again, a very pleasant position with an extra pawn, but you know, like you should really demonstrate your technique here, and when you're tired, it's not so clear. So I was very happy when she played knight e3. The only problem here was, you know, to pick which after the time trouble when she played knight h6 check. I mean, here I have two moves, king g7 and king h7. And I was hesitating because, like, I thought that she was going to play bishop b5 anyway on both of them. And I was afraid that after bishop b5, queen b5, rook e2, queen e2, okay, here I have to take on h6, a6, and it should be winning, like d3, queen takes d3, bishop d4, but I thought, what if, you know, during a practical game you start like hesitating, what if it's not winning? Who cares that you have an extra bishop? Maybe it's a fortress. And I was so scared. And I played king to g7. Okay, I thought that she was going to play bishop b5 anyway. And then, yeah, same line, but here I have a choice. I can also take on a5, queen takes a5. And I like this idea very much, but I was afraid also of queen e8. And then, yeah, somehow if I play something like d3, yes, d3, well, h4, it doesn't work. Okay, I thought that as we will get closer, I would decide whether to take on a5 or just simply capture on h6 and play this endgame with an extra piece, which should be winning, but sometimes you just get scared of those ghosts, you know, and yeah.
But now that we analyze this with the computer, you can see
it's
that
not interesting. Yeah.
that it was a very clean game, indeed. Alexandra, we had today an interview with Judit Polgar, and she told us that later in the career, it is very difficult to find motivation. So do you still have goals?
No, not really. I mean, my goals. My goal is to play a good game. So like I take it game by game and tournament by tournament. And yes, indeed, it's very hard to motivate yourself. Not only play tournaments, but also work in between tournaments on chess. And sometimes I'm not very good in forcing myself to like sit and do this daily routine that you must do, unfortunately, because if you don't, work at home, then kind of during tournaments you try to like close this gap of theoretical problems and like you run out of energy sometimes and make mistakes. But I mean, as long as I time after time, I'm able to, to play well and to produce some nice games, it keeps me going.
So how does your perfect day look like? There's no chess in it?
No, definitely not. No, yeah. Well,
So
there is some
happy?
chess, but, just not to feel guilty. Because if I don't study chess at all, I have this unhappy voice inside me, like complaining that, you didn't study, you should have. So, no, there is some chess, but just a little bit. And but definitely not in a tournament. Now I'm like, I'm so happy that it's like this classical part of 2 tournaments in a row is over. And there is going to be one more very new event in Dubai that's starting in less than a week. The Global Chess League. I don't know what to expect, but at least it's a rapid event, so I can rest from the classical chess. And but another thing that I want to add, what keeps me going, what is my motivation? Actually, such tournaments are my motivation, because it's amazing. When I was starting my chess career, we could have only dreamed about such tournaments with such prize fund, with such conditions, and it's incredible. I feel so grateful and lucky to be able to play here like 3rd time in a row. It's already, for me, it's quite an achievement. And of course, I want to thank the organizers for creating such a dream come true tournament for women's chess. And that's probably why it's a pity just to stop playing, at this point when there are so many great tournaments and you just want to play, you cannot refuse such invitations. So that definitely keeps me going.
Thank you, Alexandra, and you are one of the greatest fighters, I think, on the chess scene. Yasser Nazi, do you have a question for
First
Alexandra?
of all, just congratulations for an outstanding result. forgetting about the point that was taken away, just an outstanding result, but also simply for being an inspiration. Thank you, Alexandra.
Congrats, Alexandra.
Absolutely. As Alexandra Kosteniuk in the clubhouse, hoping for clear second. Will Irina Krush manage to catch her as the shadows of the light shadows on the floor there? One look at the standings before we take a quick break.
Anna Zatonskih is the champion, no one can catch her, but in the second place at the moment is Alexandra Kosteniuk, and Irina Krush is trying to catch her, and in the third place, Khotenashvili with 4.5 points.
Alexandra says, give me 6 points, give me 6 points. I deserve it, I deserve it. We'll see you on the other side of a break for this 2 games remaining championship round.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Grandmaster Bella Khotenashvili. Bella just won a beautiful the game today. How do you feel, Bella, after today's win? 4 in a row after your tough start.
Yeah,
must feel great.
I'm surprised and yeah, I feel great. That's really good.
Yesterday you had another rest day.
Yeah.
Were you able to take some time to yourself? Did you spend a lot of time preparing for today? What did you do?
Yeah, actually I prepared quite a lot, but I did not prepare against this variation.
Okay.
It was a surprise for me. I relaxed. I tried to have some rest because last 3 rounds are mostly very important during the tournament. So I try to keep my energy.
Of course, of course. Last rounds are always tough. It sometimes doesn't matter the start as much, but if you get to focus, then the end you can do really well, and you can change a lot of things. I wanted to ask you about hobbies. Do you have any hobbies, things that you like to do? It can be sports too.
I like reading.
Reading?
Reading, yes. Gardening. Yeah. About sports, I do yoga. Sometimes, and swimming. Mostly, I love walking.
Do you spend a lot of time walking during a tournament? I know it's important. You play very long games.
No, during the tournament, I try to keep my energy. But sometimes I love to walk, but for a much long time.
Okay, so you spend a lot of time preparing, then you play the game, you relax a little bit, and back to preparation?
Well, something like this.
I see. I do something
because there
similar.
are a lot of openings to repeat before the game, so I have to prepare very hard.
You have 2 more games now. I believe you're sharing first at the moment that we're recording this. Are you thinking about winning the competition, or you try to take it a game at a time?
Actually, I try to do my best. I am concentrated on each game. I don't think about the result for now. Maybe after tomorrow.
Sounds good. And last question, who is your favorite world champion?
World champions, it's probably Magnus Carlsen.
Mine too. Virtual high five. I'll give high five after. All right, Bella, thank you so much. Wish you good luck in the last 2 rounds.
Thank you.
Yep.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world, thanks to co-founders Dr. Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act. Single tickets are now on sale at muni.org.
The Muni in Forest Park.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Grandmaster Nana Dzagnidze. Nana had a beautiful game today. Congratulations for your win against Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk. How do you feel after having had a rough couple of days, but you're back? Does it feel good to have won this game?
Yeah, of course. At least one game I managed to win, because after this my game against Koneru, game which I won, it was shock to me that after I won this game, after some 3 hours, I got message from the chief arbiter that my result cancelled.
I know, that was a very unfortunate situation.
I really don't know what the rule is this and who is writing such a rules. It's really, nonsense, I think. And it influenced, I think, the next game, because I got absolutely winning position, and I didn't do last 2 moves.
With Bella you're talking,
With
right?
Bella,
That game was...
yes. And I got another shock there, and so after that, it was very difficult to play chess. But it is what it is. What can I do now? 2 more games, so. But unfortunately, my tournament, it's not what it have to be.
I understand it. It was definitely tough and a shock for all of us, but of course health comes first, and hopefully FIDE will come up with some better rules in extreme situations so that players, I don't know what the rule will be, but hopefully they will come up with something. If you have any ideas, feel free to let us know.
It shouldn't be like that. How it's possible? You won the game, you earn that point.
Mm-hmm.
You work for it. You were preparing some 2-3 hours before the game. You played some 4 or 5 hours game. You earn the point, and after some hours, they're telling you that you don't have any point. It was totally shock to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was expecting actually from them to, write to FIDE and ask something. I don't know, because it's such an absurd. There is no doubt, I think, about it. So after that, it was really difficult for me to continue its same spirit. And
has the day off helped you in any way? Just kind of get yourself.
Actually maybe, but actually after day off, I lost again.
Yes, I know, but
so I'm looking forward to play
last two rounds. Okay,
some good games, and that's it.
Today was definitely a good start. People have been asking to learn more about the players. So I was wondering if you have any other hobbies that you like to do. Of course, chess is your main profession, but what hobbies do you have? Do you like reading, music?
Reading, walking, but most of the time, besides chess, I spend with my kids.
Okay.
So, but reading, walking, and maybe sometimes fitness, because it's really, when you're a professional chess player, it really needs you to be in shape. Because
I agree with you.
Let's say now I'm playing in a row 3rd tournament, so without like not
Physical
to be,
exercise, yeah.
not to be in a good shape, it's impossible. So I tried to, stay in a good shape.
Do you have
And
something specific that you like to do? Swimming, tennis?
Swimming, yeah, I do some swimming, some maybe yoga, Pilates, some boxing maybe.
Wow. Okay, those are real nice. A lot of chess players now are doing chess and boxing, and there were some. There was this match between Alexandra Botez and Dina Belenka. Were you not Alexandra? Sorry, Andrea Botez. And were you watching that? Did you?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, I'll tell you more about it later. It was quite intense. So they were playing chess and boxing. It's getting very intense. Last question for you. Can you tell me what is the most memorable game of yours? One that maybe brought you a win in a tournament or a game that you are very proud of yours?
Actually.
Do you have one?
It was exactly before the pandemic when I won this Women Grand Prix in Lausanne, in Switzerland, and I beat world champion June, current world champion. So after, it was a very long game, and I did some good night maneuvers, I remember, and I won that very decisive game. And after that, I won this tournament because after that game, I was so confident. And this game, I think I will remember always.
Okay, I will be sure to check it out. Thank you so much, Nana. I wish you good luck in the last 2 rounds, and I'm glad you got your focus back together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings. Anna Zatonskih has already won the tournament, but she's still playing her game. Meanwhile, Alexandra Kosteniuk won her game and is now sitting in the clear second, and only one who can catch her is Irina Krush. And in the third place is Bella Khotenashvili with 4.5 points.
Absolutely. 2 games underway, and that game between Irina and Anna, it's a pawn up, but I'm just looking at this position and I'm just saying no. This is just one of those positions where you've got this beautiful blockade on the light squares, and there's just no way. I don't see any possibility of Irina sneaking her pawn through the e6 square. This bishop is beautifully anchored, protects the rook, and the rook can just go back and forth. You can defend the position passively. I don't think there's anything Irina can do. I do think Alexandra's got second place wrapped up.
I think so. I think it's a pretty simple fortress that Anna has built, and there's no break in that fortress.
Absolutely. Let's jump to the game of Nana and Gunay for just a moment, because for Gunay, this would be nice. It's the championship round. She's not had a good tournament whatsoever.
She started with a win, and she might finish with a win as
well.
well.
That's what I mean, the bookends, right? Yeah. I see that she did manage to get into move g5, and she does have the opportunity of playing bishop h2 check, kicking the king, if you will, into high gear, king f2. But then how is she supposed to follow it up? It feels like black's winning, but I have the impression you need to be precise.
Let's ask Almira.
Okay, Almira, what does the oracle tell us about Gunay's position?
I don't want to. I'm on strike.
More chocolate chip cookies.
Yes, but here the variation is not obvious once again, because I looked at the move bishop h2. It's very simple, but now, of course, rook f6, protecting the rook on f8, because you want to take on e4, but unfortunately there is queen f8 mate. So you need to include rook f6, and here e5 is also a very obvious reply, but computer continues with g4, wait for it, e takes f6 and rook e8.
Whoa.
This is crazy.
Whoa. It's a nice mating net. It's a beautiful
mating. Do you see the next move by the computer?
The next move is queen e7. That's why I'm on strike.
Well, you have good reason.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. Wow. Queen E7. Oh, my goodness. Tactics galore suddenly out of nowhere.
I mean, I don't think any of this will happen on the board because from both sides, those moves were just alien chess.
Absolutely. But Bishop H2 check, King F2, I think is a more or less a requirement. You've got to really start with this move and drive the king towards the center. By the way, for those of you who are joining us late, you missed one of the most beautiful winner smiles you're ever about to see, because we're going to show you Anna's moment of victory, which we started the show with from yesterday. Have a look. 14 incredibly
She resigned, and Anna wins the
Look at that
game.
smile. Oh.
Wow.
She's almost ready to burst into tears, I think. Happiness as E5.
I don't think she has realized yet that the other games went her way as well.
Right.
And that she's a few moves away from winning the championship because Irina's game's going to be a draw.
Right.
And Anna, I don't know if you realize it yet, but you are about to, well, you won the tournament.
Wow, they drew?
They drew, that's it. So.
When I was leaving, I was thinking here, I was not smiling. I was thinking that if it's draw, because like Mammadzada had feeling like slightly misplaced, and she had to find a couple exact moves. Wow.
So you made
Very happy. Unbelievable. I cannot believe that.
So this is probably you.
And there she is, our 2023 Cairns Cup champion.
Anna Zatonskih taking home $45,000 and her first GM Nord.
Wow, our congratulations, Anna. An inspiration for us all, as she's currently defending the worst side of a bishops of opposite color with rook ending. And again, Irina is just hoping against hope that she'll be able to pull it out and manage a victory so that she can tie for first, something that we apologies for second, something that we don't expect. Today, we are wrapping up our coverage of 2023 Cairns Cup. It's been a wonderful, wonderful event, but we have a lot of people that we would like to thank. Most importantly, we're going to start with Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield for all of their support that they do, as well as the staff here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. Every time we come, there's smiles, they're here to help us with everything. So big thank yous to Tony, Ryan, Rebecca,
Sabina,
everybody.
Joy, thank you, Joy Bray,
Absolutely.
a woman who wears many hats, and she's the reason why every tournament in St. Louis runs so smoothly.
Absolutely. She was very, very welcoming, but also so many people to thank.
Right. Thank you to Randy and his team at Spectrum Studios.
Making the production all possible. Yep.
Right. Kevin and everyone at the Silverback Studios.
Big thanks.
And also the arbiters, Chris
Yes.
and Judith, for managing the tournament so well.
And the World Chess Hall of Fame itself, our host for the tournament site, and you saw Shannon Bailey here being interviewed today. Of course, you gotta shout out to Varusian. You know, Var, he keeps us on our toes. He tries his best. We do our best trying to ignore him, but Var is good people. Our producer Tom whispers in our ear, says, "Take us to London," and we believe him.
And
It's
thank
terrible.
you to Almira for bringing so much light and positivity to our team.
Absolutely. You've been wonderful, Almira. Thank you so much. And you too, Nazi. You said, I remember this. It wasn't that long ago. You had started the broadcast and you said, I'm nervous. And I said, what do you have any right to be nervous about? And you've been terrific. Thank
I'm
you.
still nervous, but you make it so easy for me to work with you.
Oh, it's nice. So thank you, and thank you, everybody. Show me that variation again. That's a crazy variation of Nana and Gunay. Okay, so we're starting with very obvious move, bishop h2 check. The king comes to f2. The rook is hanging, so we defend the rook. That looks pretty normal.
By the way, yes, sir, I wanted
Please,
just to point out, so if you don't play rook hf6 and, for example, you play queen h4 here, computer says that white is already better. So just wanted to,
Right.
you know,
you have to be very, very precise.
Precise here, of
yeah.
course. So then rook hf6.
E5, very obvious move.
I need to close the f file, of course.
And now comes the star move G4.
Yes. So e takes f6.
And then the second
rook
star
e8.
move. Wow.
Yes. Threatening queen f3 mate. So queen e7.
Right.
And then, well, we can continue. Queen h4 check here. So king e2, you are taking the pawn with a check.
Right.
So king d1. And here, queen h4 back. So you protect the bishop on h2. And let's have a look what happens after rook f5, because it's not that obvious to me. The computer suggests bishop f4, so you can pick up the rook after rook f4, queen h1, and, well, now, of course, black is completely winning.
Yeah.
But what if you don't take? So on f4, and let's see what will be the best.
Knight e3 instead of...
Knight e3.
Right.
But then you can take on e3.
No, I meant, sorry, instead of rook f5.
No, but here I wanted maybe to try king e2.
Sorry.
Is it possible? What if you queen h3 and then something like rook f2?
G3.
And bishop h6 maybe. So
Right.
this is the end of the line, but it's highly complicated.
Well, the start of the line's highly complicated. I'm not sure about the end of the line. The end of the line looked like, whew, thank goodness.
So far we have one move, bishop
h2 check.
King f2, and
Well, you always look at the most forcing lines, and always the most forcing lines are checks and captures. So the check is a good start. Defending the rook looks like a good start, but here's the trick right here.
Well, she also
You
needs
have
to be careful to not give another check with queen h4.
That's what I mean. Here, the star move for me is this move g4, and you just invite your opponent to take the rook, and then you play the quiet move rook e8 that sets up the checkmate threat.
And Gunay has 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Oh my goodness.
If she sacrifices a rook with 1 minute on the clock,
Wow, we're not worthy. That would just be an amazing line. And then to get here and see the move queen e7, what a resource. Bishop, whoa, bishop d, whoa.
that's a very tricky
Whoa, whoa, wait a minute, just a second. Bishop d6, that feels wrong. Just wrong? But hold on.
Her idea is if knight takes d6, she wants to take on e4 with a check.
Exactly. So it's a way for her to protect her rook. So, sorry, you were about to say knight takes d6.
F takes e4 check. And is she picking up a rook? One of the rooks?
Is she? King e1.
I have to take on f1 first. Rook f1, king f1.
By the way, I didn't want to play king e2 and allow, so you have to take on, yes.
Queen f3 check.
Queen f3 check. And I have to
You can't
move
cover on f2 because of rook h1 checkmate.
I can't, sorry, say that again.
You can't cover on f2.
Yes, I can't block. Yes, with f2, rook h1 mate, I block with the queen, same story. So I have to move my king. Now you check and take the rook.
You check and you have rook g1. You continue.
Wait, rook g1, queen g3 check?
Yes. So you continue
Okay,
the
but
variation.
then it's going to be my turn. Check.
Queen g3.
And now remember, your king is pretty exposed, right? So I'm going to go king d2. Get on my sneakers, and it's my turn to start giving you checks. And don't forget.
So if I take on g1 with the queen, am I getting mated?
Maybe.
Yes, after queen e5.
Queen e5 check.
I see. Queen e6, okay.
Wow. Bishop d6, at first it looks really attractive because you're winning a tempo, but then at the end of the day, bishop d6, it's actually black's king. And when she played the move, I think she played it with confidence. Like, check out this deliberate placement.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a blunder. It looks like black's about to win.
Exactly. Sometimes that's very important to convey hidden message to your opponent that I'm confident.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes your opponent believes you.
Well, Nana didn't take it. Played queen d4 check.
Which isn't a bad move either, right? I mean, queen d4 check, and you're just saying you can't move your king, because that would be rook takes g5. You've got to put something in the way.
Well, if I play rook f6, then you
What?
just take knight takes d6.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was actually going to do something else. If you play rook f6, I was thinking I was just going to close the f-file. Maybe I was
Probably
going to
also
play
works,
e5, probably. The more I'm looking at it, Almira, the move bishop d6, sad to say, it just looks wrong. It's just not working for black.
Yes, so this move is actually losing. And you had knight d6 and queen d4. So Nana just played queen d4. After rook f6, rook h6, you can play e5 or knight d6.
Either one, yeah.
Either one, because here the rook is pinned. You cannot take.
She played rook f6 with the f rook.
So let's have a look at rook f6, but here you can take knight d6.
Similar idea. Takes on e4 check and move the king.
Yes, and move the king because the rook is pinned once again, so you have no time to take the rook on g2 because I will take on f6, and as you can see, white is completely winning.
Wow.
Right.
What a turnaround.
Yeah, that final position, by the way, it reminds me, they used to have these commercials, the Cola Wars, they called them, and it was like 7-Up versus Pepsi, and it was sort of like they would have the two chess players in the park, and one chess player would make a move and say, check. And the other player would make a move and say, checkmate. And it was like, no. So this is one of those rare occasions where you go, check, check. And then the other player would, okay, you win. And then you take your Pepsi or whatever. Check, check. That looks like a winning variation, but 20 seconds? No, that's 8 minutes, right?
Nana has 8 minutes and Gunay has 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Actually, I wanted to show you what if here a white plays e5 and this move is not winning compared to the other situation. Just in case, yes, if Nana doesn't take on d6, if she
looks
plays...
like a very strong move.
But black has this very strong move, rook h4, because now the rook is coming to f4 with a lot of checks. So what can you do here? You can play queen d5, now rook f4, king e2, and a very lovely move, rook e4. So because the queen was protecting the rook on g2.
No.
Once again, yes. So d takes e4, queen g2, rook f2, queen g4, and I guess there is a perpetual somewhere.
Wow, rook e4 check is quite the visual. But in this current situation, knight takes d6 and king f1, that's like very, very clean. I want to say that's a nice win for white. e4, e5, just the moment you see rook h4, it has the feel of something's wrong. Exactly at this moment, do you think Gunay now realizes that bishop d6 is
Definitely realizes, and she probably regrets pushing. Well, everything she
knight
did,
takes d6 on the board.
the attack on the king side was correct, but the problem was she left herself no time. And when it came to the most critical moment of the game, she had to find such difficult moves with 1 minute on the clock.
Exactly.
That's where things start to fall apart.
And the players are reaching that position of check, check. Nothing better in the position than to make the discover check. King will retreat, and queen takes, rook takes, and this is where it goes wrong. Rook f, discover check. Let's just check in on Irina because, oops, yeah, so f takes e4 on the board. Because again, Irina Krush has a chance, at least, of playing for second, place, but she must win this position. That's an interesting decision. Why did
she pushed e5?
No, I was wondering why Anna put her king on a dark square.
I think she's just moving it back and forth.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like, wait a minute. I'm living on the light squares. That's all I know.
Last couple of moves, she moved the
Right.
king back and forth because I don't see how white can improve.
Understood.
If I don't move my rook and bishop.
Right. Yeah, you can put your rook on d6, invite a rook trade, but I won't do that. I will keep the blockade. But yeah, I was thinking, I'm just staying on the light squares. Draw is inevitable. Let's go back to the game. King e1 on the board.
And Gunay, I think, made a move on with 6 seconds on the clock.
Queen h4 check. As this horrible awareness that she's just...
Too bad that rook on f6 is pinned. Otherwise,
exactly.
Should be cruising here, but just king d1?
King d1, rook f2, absolutely.
But maybe not king d2 allowing e3 check.
That's the one thing I was about to say. You're
then
absolutely
I'm out of
right.
the pin.
And the game flares anew. I love your king d1. I also saw rook f2. You know I hate pinning, but in this particular case...
On rook f2, can I still play e3?
Yes.
It's strange you saw so many pins on the board.
Right. Well, okay, queen takes, and this is a pin. But this isn't
rook takes d6 here?
I know, and it's not the...
It's winning, but...
It's not the cleanest win that I've ever done. Maybe e3.
Oh, you have knight f7 check.
Knight f7 check. Interesting. And then take the rook. I also saw a little perplexing move too.
Take the rook.
And this guy, I think, is toast. Well, okay, but probably king d1 is even the simplest of them all, and my rook g2 to f2 is a little excessive. King d1, no e3 checks, no rook takes f1, nothing to be done.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be over very soon.
By the way, in our thanking everybody, we always manage to forget somebody. In this case, I really want to say a big shout out to Sabina and all that she's done on the social media networks.
I mentioned Sabina.
Oh, you did? Okay, well, she deserves a
a
second shout out. Yeah. She really did a lot behind the scenes and interviewed us. We had a lot of fun with a lot of those interviews. Unfortunately, not everybody gets a chance to see them because we can't put everything on the air. And
that's why we have other social media channels.
Exactly.
Where you can see everything behind the scenes about the tournament, about the players. Thank you, Sabina.
Thank you very much indeed. We did have King D1. Nana spotted that moment, and we do have takes on C3. I'm supposing, you mentioned Knight F7 check, but I'm supposing Knight E4? That looks like a I mean, the one thing we have to be very cognizant about is this one. I was going to be excessively silly. Knight F7 check and rook takes G5 check.
Yes, why not?
Oof. Grabbing a pawn.
but it's actually checkmating too. I think you should drop that pawn. Knight F7.
Knight F7.
King G7 and rook G5.
Rook G5 check. And this one.
It's got to be a mate here, right?
Right, you think? Probably Queen G7 and rook E5.
Or Queen D8, Queen G8, rook E5. What should be winning?
Yes.
She plays Knight E4, which is also
very prosaic. The most natural move in the position, I would say, is Knight E4, blocking the threat, reinforcing the capture on F6, and the king is perfectly safe and ready to dance away. Well, not a perfect game for Nana, but a victory nonetheless in sight, Almira, for Nana in this final round.
Well, you remind me of the Italian masters, you know, who discovered the power of the new piece, the queen, you know, during the Renaissance period. So, well, you seem to enjoy this position as well. But I wanted to show you a funny moment. In this position, Anna just played King G6, and I thought, is there any possibility to improve, you know, so White's position, at least in some way? But that's where you sometimes over-push your position, and if you play King D5, Bishop F3 mates.
Right.
I found that this is absolutely incredible, that even with a pawn down, you can actually mate your opponents.
In the middle of the board.
Yes, in the middle of the board, because you attack the rook, you think, okay, the rook will retreat, but now the bishop is stuck on G4, then I will play rook D7, D6, something like this. But actually, Bishop F3 is a very elegant mate.
It certainly is. Everybody, I mean, everybody remembers Nigel Short moving his king up the board against Jan Timman and checkmating his opponent on G7. But what a lot of people don't know is Nigel did absolutely the same thing in a game in Linares. He was much better, moved his king up the board against Big Al, Alexander Beliavsky, moved his king up the board, and Big Al played check. That happened to be checkmate. So literally, Nigel moved his king into checkmate. And, well, there we have it. Nana has won. And that victory, I'll take a look at the standings. That might kind of boost her up the rankings there. Yes, as we see, she's now in a tie for fourth.
Yeah, and as Irina's drawing her game, I think Nana's going to get a clear 5th place.
Exactly. And because the prize fund has been so very generous to our players, that feels good.
Yes, and just winning, finishing the tournament with a win is always a good feeling.
Exactly, exactly.
But it's disappointing for Gunay, as she was the one pushing for a win today.
Right, yes, and once again, to remind everybody of the generous prize fund.
Right, total of $180,000 in prizes. Anna Zatonskih will be taking home $45,000. Alexandra Kosteniuk, $35,000.
Currently with Irina hoping that it will be split.
And looks like Bella and Irina will share 3rd and 4th prizes.
25 and 20,000, so 22,500. And again, a Grandmaster norm for our 2023 Cairns Cup champion.
Anna Zatonskih, first American to win the Cairns Cup.
Nice. And also was informed, she didn't know, but she was informed that the defending champion is always invited back to the tournament. And she said, oh, very good. She's already looking forward to next year's Cairns Cup championship.
She can make a second GM norm.
Right. Very, very nice.
And Anna is still playing. I wonder how much time did she spend at the board during this tournament?
She had the longest games, I believe.
Of everybody. She's
by moves.
Right.
Because she played long end games.
Yeah.
At least half the time.
It feels like in the broadcasts that we've done of the U.S. Championships over the years, if there's one game remaining in the playing hall, it involves Anna.
Yes.
She loves her endings, and yes, I would say she's probably played the most number of moves of anybody, of any competitor in the tournament. Here, although she's defending, blockading very nicely this e-pawn with a rook on e6, I would be so anxious to put my king on e8, and I would say to myself, no way is that king ever going to get out of the way of the e-pawn, and it's just such a, to my way of thinking, such a very, very clear and direct path to a draw. 40 seconds on the clock for her?
Yes, and in order to claim a draw, she needs to make 50 moves without changing the position. And pawn e5 was pushed on move 55, so we may see the game go on till 105.
And we're currently at?
57.
Buckle up. Because when you're a pawn up, I mean, you know, where there's a chance, you have to do your very, very best.
I mean, if Anna had 1 hour on the clock, I think Irina maybe would give up on trying. But with 40 seconds, you can easily blunder, especially as the game goes on and they keep playing. An hour later, she'll be a lot more tired.
Right.
It takes one blunder to change the result of the game.
For yourself,
yes.
Whoa, I was just, again, I would never be, just out of the primal fear of blundering anything. I'm not putting anything on light squares. I'm not putting anything on dark squares. Would you be, I wanted to ask, would you agree with me that you would put your king on e8, or do you like the king on g6?
I like this setup. I would like to keep everything this way. So just move pieces back and forth and not change anything.
Really? Okay, I find that intriguing, and I would be slightly miffed that my king has been cut off.
But if you're on the last rank, it can be cut off from the 7th rank.
Right.
Same thing.
So in this case, there is a chance I can lose the game, right? So I don't want to allow this possibility, which is why I think rook a6. So king, now bishop will come to e6, yeah? Okay.
And I can also play bishop h3 if I need to, and back.
Right. So Almira, jump in here. I'm sure the engine is finding 0-0s, but any trickies that Irina could possibly come up with?
Not really, but I tried a different setup. For example, after rook f2, I think that Irina wants to play bishop c5.
Okay, I like that.
And bishop d6, because if the rook is stuck on e6, maybe once again you will feel pressure, at least a little bit. So after rook a6, I try to play rook c5. If you play rook e6, bishop d6, that's why Irina played rook f2, so you don't have bishop f5 anymore. So what can you do here? Rook g7 or bishop h3? Maybe bishop h3 is more stubborn. Okay, now I have my position with king d5, but I'm not sure this is enough, once again, because bishop g4. And I don't know how to continue here, because rook f8 is always met by king g7.
And rook f4 is met with bishop h3.
Yes, and sorry.
Rook f4.
Yes, rook f4. Yes, you can. There is no Zugzwang, unfortunately, here. So, and you always have rook e8 just in case.
Right.
I mean, if the rook goes on the other side, so you cannot play rook f6 check. So,
we do have king d5 on the board by Irina.
Well, king d5, it doesn't change much. Yeah. Why can't I give check here? Because king e4, I simply go back on g4.
Good point. Thank you, Almira, for that. You know, no draw offers, right? So you're going to have to make a 3-time repetition. But would you be giving it up at this point? Would you think that I should be going for the 50-move rule, or how would you play this position?
With white, since my opponent has 1 minute, I would keep playing for a while.
That's what I'm thinking, right? That's the encouraging factor. Whenever your opponent's down on the clock, as well as down on material, you certainly feel like you should press as much as you can, even though you might be just empty as far as...
there is no reason for white to accept the draw now.
Right.
Of course, both players know it's a draw, but we also know that you can squeeze and make your opponent uncomfortable.
Exactly.
Until they
blunder.
Get too tired and blunder.
We hope. So bishop e6 check, something to be said for king c5, king b5. trying to cross
Well, when
the
you go
sixth rank.
king c5, I can come back with the bishop and clear up the square on e6 for the rook. And I'm back.
Right, right you are.
Maybe here. I was thinking if Irina can get the bishop on d6, then king can sneak in, but I can't move the bishop because e5 is like...
True, yeah, exactly.
But even if the king sneaks in, doesn't change anything.
Yeah. And Almira with a guest in studio. Over to you, Almira.
I'm joined in the studio by Nana Dzagnidze. Nana, welcome, congratulations. You finished the tournament with a win. Tell us more about your game. At this moment, I think that there is a very important decision.
Yes, I mean, when she gave me this bishop, I already felt very satisfied, and I think, instead of knight f3, I should have taken with bishop. It's more accurate, I think. And after that, just castle and e4, and white must be, a bit better here. Because I have pairs of bishops, and but after knight f3, I gave her all these ideas with bishop a3, because if black exchange this dark square bishop, I think they are fine. Queen a5 and c3 or queen d2, doesn't matter, queen a3, and I think black has no problem here. That's why I decided to keep my bishop, and bishop, but here, suddenly black's got this very good play on dark squares. I don't know if I played correctly here or not, I don't know. But I was calculating, I was calculating instead of e4, knight e5, with the idea knight c4. But what I didn't like here, b5 maybe, b5 and rook. I was thinking like rook b1. F6, like knight c4, b takes c4, b takes c4, and knight c7 she has. Because I was calculating knight b6, she doesn't have knight b6 because I have rook b6, but she has knight c7, so yeah. But here I have some weaknesses.
It was more or less balanced.
Balanced position, yes.
But at some point the evaluation
I was trying
changed.
to create something, but I don't know. G4, yeah. This pawn structure is very strange because I didn't know which piece to exchange and which to save, which to keep. And later on, please continue. I had a chance, like later on, to keep like bishop or to exchange with knight. So here I'm worse. I know because my pawn structure is terrible. And I don't know. Somehow I saw this idea: knight a5, bishop a4, knight c6, something like this. But she was in time trouble, and that's why I had the chance. Otherwise, position is bad. And here, I was thinking to play knight c6. Like, if she gives me this bishop b8, then I think still worse, but more or less I have drawing chances.
Maybe like this, yes.
I thought, yes, and maybe I will exchange this bishop and knight also. And maybe I have some drawing chances here.
Yes, this is balanced.
Yeah, and
but here you took on e8.
I took on e8. I decided to give this bishop, this knight here, knight c4, and I thought it's. I keep balance, but I don't know because black has big advantage on king side. So
at the end, this knight took everything.
Yes,
the knight on
actually,
c4.
I was very surprised because I missed this. Please continue. This is worse, I know. Continue. And here, after g5, when I played queen f2, I thought after queen h3, I have rook g5. But I absolutely forgot she has rook g8. I think this is the only move which wins, huh? Or is there any other?
Just even queen h6, because if you open the g file, it is
queen
decisive.
Queen h6, let's say if I go queen g2. Okay, looks yeah, I know, looks bad.
H2.
Yeah, looks bad. But somehow, yeah, after e4, I mean, when I played e4, of e4,
yes.
so e4. No,
Oh,
e4, e4,
sorry, before, yes.
e4. Yeah, I don't know because I got some, queen c5, some threat. To be honest, I didn't see how she could win immediately. I don't know. She played rook h, but after queen c5 here, yeah, she went. I think bishop h2, and after king f2, rook hf6. That's where I was. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And here e5 maybe. Yeah.
But that was some crazy line.
Yes, I was calculating this actually. Yes, queen f. No, I think I shouldn't take this rook. Maybe. I don't know, queen d5 or something. I don't know, something I was calculating, but I don't know. This is crazy.
Yes. So at the end, your opponent and yourself, you were in a time trouble.
Yeah, she was in time trouble, and that's why she couldn't find this rook hf6, because after bishop d6, I think it's already lost.
Correct. Yeah.
So yes, this at the end everything was crystal clear. Nana, so now the tournament is over. Tomorrow you have a free day. Are you going on a shopping spree tomorrow? More shoes?
No, I will. I think all day I will sleep tomorrow because no energy for shopping. I love shopping. When I arrived here, first thing which I've done here was shopping. I called to the organizer and asked him to take me to the shopping center. But now I'm totally, exhausted.
Yes, I think it's important to talk about how exhausted actually players are after the end of the tournament, because you used all your energy. The chess tournaments are actually very long, so you're playing the second tournament in a row.
In a row, yes, and I didn't expect it would have been such a tough, like 2 tournaments in a row, Grand Prix and here. If I knew it, I think I would have chosen 1 tournament only.
Okay, and how do you train? Physically?
Physically.
Yes.
I train, usually at home I train, but I don't know if it helped me here or not, because it was really one of the toughest tournaments in my chess career, I would say.
Okay. Thank you. Nana?
Thank you.
Congratulations, Nana, finishing on a very high note indeed. Well done. Well done. Nice game, especially at the end there where, the tactics took over.
She's earned time to rest now.
Now she's earned it, absolutely. A lot of people really don't get that you can be totally exhausted after a tournament, because you're zapped mentally. You put, all your nervous energy, your mental energy, your preparation into the tournament, and you just feel like you fell across the finish line. You didn't, exultantly cross the finish line.
And also, until you finish, you're still running on adrenaline.
Yep.
And then as soon as the last game's over, you just crash.
Exactly.
And then you realize how tired you actually are.
Exactly. As we've got 1 game remaining, the great rivalry. Surprise, surprise, as the 2 American contenders in the tournament, Anna and Irina, are going head-to-head. Irina's a pawn up, but it's not enough, as the light square blockade on the e6 square is going to be sufficient. But that doesn't mean that Irina isn't going to try her best to put as many problems as she can in front of Anna.
But has she changed the position, or is it the same if black goes rook e6 now?
I suppose the idea, as Almira was mentioning, give, I don't know, how do we do it? Let's give the best case scenario, if you will, for just a moment.
By the way, Anna making moves with 11 seconds on the clock, so...
No, once again. Okay, so in a sense, this is the maximum that white can achieve. She's got her bishop on d6, which more or less is ensnaring the rook on e6 can't move.
Bishop h3 here for black.
Right. So the one trick I have is I want to play rook g 8 check.
And if king goes to h file, then we have
rook takes g4.
rook g4.
So your bishop h3 more or less dodges the threat, right?
Mhm.
So I've achieved the maximum, but that's it.
Let's
nothing
try
else.
going around with the king. King c6.
Okay.
Don't know where I'm going, but I'm going.
But the problem is
I
the
can't go to
desirable, d7 just steps into a discovery.
I can go to c7 and then d8, and that's it.
Exactly. And she brought her king back. Let me just refresh my board for a moment here. And I tell you, if Sabina does have any of our viewers' questions, now is a very good time because, well, we don't have too much to talk about. It's just the clock and the number of moves. The 50 move rule is, well, it's not looming large because I think you told me 107 or something.
We're getting there now. We are on move 69, and 105 would be the 50 move rule.
105. 105. Rook b6, tempo, and rook e6.
Just to mention, Irina also caught up on time with Anna, so she's also playing with just a few seconds on the clock.
Well, I think that the commentators are dreaming about their dinner, so I have
that too. I don't want to state the obvious there, Almira.
But I had a question in mind for
Yes.
Yasser and Nazi. If you have a favorite dish, if there is something that makes you so happy, like a cake from your childhood.
Wow. Well, for me, it's very, very simple. Chocolate.
Anytime.
Chocolate anytime, day or night. Chocolate is good. Chocolate is good. As far as dishes are concerned, I must say, I really, really love Asian food. I love Japanese food. I love Indian food. I love just Chinese food. Every type of Asian food. Just something about the spices and the combinations. Fantastic.
I also have a lot of favorites, but if I would say my comfort food, anything that my mom cooks. And she's actually a very good baker, and I love baked goods. So.
Yes.
That's why I was talking about the cakes, but maybe a favorite dish from the Georgian cuisine, the khachapuri.
Khinkali.
Khinkali.
How about yourself, Almira?
Well, I really love one cake that my mom used to make. It actually has a French name. It's called Napoleon. The Napoleon.
I love that cake.
Yes.
Wait a minute. As we've been talking, I've been a little bit surprised that Anna is allowed the pawn to get to e6, or has she? Rook f6 check. Why didn't she just keep her rook on e6?
She could have. Of course, it's still a draw, but she did allow.
Why is it still a draw?
King g7.
King g7, bishop f8 check.
King g8.
E6. Oh boy, I don't have e6. Sorry, I just.
Maybe you can play bishop h6 here after king g8.
So yeah, for some reason I just king g7, bishop f8 check. By the way, that what you were saying about the clock, you're beginning to see the players react, right? So now bishop h6, I want to go e6, right?
Right.
So I guess I'm going to be forced to play rook.
Should you give any checks?
I don't know yet. But if I go rook e1, you can't really improve, right? Eventually, you're going to have to give king d5. And then I'll give a check, and I'll go back. Strange decision, Almira, by Anna. Her rook was sitting pretty on e6, and we were just kind of expecting that maybe she would move her bishop, shuttle her bishop back and forth between g4 and f5 or h3 and g4. She moved her rook voluntarily to the e file. Surprising decision?
A very surprising decision indeed, and I actually like the move Irina just made on the board, king d5. It puts a lot of pressure on Anna because she cannot make a forced move. So it's not like bishop f8, king g8, and then you give checks, but after king d5, you have to find out where do you keep your rook.
Right.
So rook d1, maybe bishop d4. And you don't
makes
have the
sense.
bishop f3 check because rook takes f3.
Exactly. And e5, I mean, whenever I get to play for the e5, e6, well, you know, there's...
Okay, this is dangerous now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why, we'll keep the rook on e6. Even if the engine still says triple zeros, I'm saying there's a practical reality.
Well, the engine says now almost +3 after bishop d4.
Whoa. Whoa. Wow.
So white is actually winning.
Wow.
E6 is unstoppable, and then you don't have a
Well,
fortress anymore.
We, in fact, I believe we start now with e6. I mean, this is a dream come true for Irina. She could never have anticipated that her opponent would give up the blockade of the e6 square.
Yeah,
e6
that's
on the board.
definitely strange because Anna was defending with rook on e6 for
Absolutely.
30 moves, and all of a sudden decided to move away with them.
Yeah, break. A stunning turn of events, and if Irina were to win this game, well, she would tie for second.
Yes.
That would be...
that's very unexpected. We've been calling this game a draw for the last 3 hours.
And where was that blunder? What was the mistake that, was it rook e1? Is that?
Rook d1.
Rook d1.
So here she's already losing.
She's already much worse. She had to keep her rook on the 8th rank or to move her bishop.
So
right now there's just one move, rook h in the current position. Rook h6 is just checkmate. I mean, you have to sacrifice your bishop, and
You're
it's game
absolutely
over.
right. That is checkmate indeed. And she oh, I was about to say she sees it, and then she went rook g6. Oh.
Wow.
And now you cannot play king f8. Only king h7 is the only move. King f8 does walk into a checkmate. Bishop c5 and rook g8 would be checkmate. But with the move king h7, well...
But rook
is it,
g7 and e7?
It's still winning.
It's still
King
rook
h6, e7.
And the fact that you've got your pawn
I wish,
on the side.
I mean, black wants to just gift rook and the bishop and stalemate.
Right?
But
Not so
hard
easy,
to
huh?
manage.
Oh my.
So
But
yeah, this is
that is
what
a
happens
very... Okay, I think this is tiredness.
Yeah, tiredness
creeping
and
is-
time trouble, because they've been in time trouble for a long time, and it gets to you at some point.
Exactly, but that rook h6 is a very visual move because the pawn is covering f7 and you're threatening mate. But
So after e7 now in the current position,
let me just refresh my board, pardon me.
can
It'd be better.
Anna just play bishop d7?
In fact, she's going to be forced to play it, right?
Yes, and
So
then how does
bishop d7, I guess I'm going to play king,
bishop f6?
bishop, sorry?
I was thinking bishop f6 to defend e7 and then rook g8.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. I don't think it's a difficult win for Irina.
No, because you don't have king d6, I have rook d1, and your rook is hanging on g7.
True. So, no, I was thinking
Yeah, king
here.
d6 is not good here.
Right.
Right.
Sorry. Yes, king
But
d6.
bishop f6
But bishop f6, yes. And bishop d7 on the board. Wow. The suddenness of the turnaround, I think, has kind of shocked us.
So it happened while we're talking about cakes. We're having a good time. isn't it?
Right, my favorite dessert. Well, let me tell you, whenever I can win a pawn, yeah, that's it. Wow.
Oh no, king d6. Wait, now rook d1.
Hold on. What just happened?
Is rook d1 is a draw.
King d6.
Another blunder.
Rook d1.
Anna needs to find rook d1.
No way. Hold on.
Wait, and do you know how it's a draw?
No.
King d7, rook d1,
Yes.
king e8.
What?
Sorry, you're playing rook d1. She missed it, but let's show the players.
Oh my gosh, it's going back and forth like a hot potato.
King takes d7 after
Yes.
rook d1.
King takes d7.
Rook d4.
Rook
And
d-
black should be winning because I'm about to take the rook, but king e8.
Stalemate?
King G7 stalemate.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's terrible. But bishop a4 returns the favor. Now she moves her rook to g8. And she's reaching for it, and she's played it. Rook g8 is the winning move. Oh my gosh. Just tiredness once again.
I mean, they're on move 79. They must be. And this is the last round of a very long tournament.
Well, Nana said it best. I'm totally exhausted. And
She can't even do what she loves to do, go shopping. She's that tired, yes.
okay, but rook g8. And why is this so absolutely over? I mean, for the moment, it would appear that black is covering the promotion square. So let's say I start with king h7.
Probably can't hold it for too long. Rook a8?
Okay.
Oh, I have an idea. I can play
Please.
bishop e5. So I'll start with rook a8 and then I'm playing
bishop
e5.
e5. That's so. After you push my bishop,
right?
Now you, okay.
And Anna plays rook
one
d1
move too
now.
late.
Yes.
One move too late.
But if she were to manage to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn and take the h4 pawn, then it's a draw, right?
Yeah, rook and bishop. Yeah.
But h4 pawn is hard to take because white bishop will defend it.
I'm trying to. I think it was against Gatescu. I'm not really too sure, but I had one of those games that we're witnessing right now, where we both. It was like a case of mutual blindness, and we were both. My opponent and I were tossing the point back and forth between ourselves. It's not as uncommon as you think. King c5. Okay, and
I have to go back, rook e1, to stop your pawn.
She's done that. But I also liked your move from before, which was to plant the bishop on f6 just to make sure. But here, can't you go hunting with the rook, rook a8?
Yes, rook a8, rook e7, rook takes a4, and I don't have rook e4.
Exactly.
Discovery check.
Rook a8, rook e7. What you're trying to do, of course, is to sacrifice your bishop for the remaining pawns. But as you say, you don't have the move rook e4 because of the discover check. Well, we may be as tired as the players, but you're still spotting the tactics. I mean,
it's not my game.
Well, we say in chess that kibitzers see everything, right? The kibitzers. Let me just refresh my board, pardon me.
She played the bishop f6 move.
Very natural move, I must say. At this point in the event, you really want to make sure you've got everything protected before you go hunting the bishop and chasing it off the diagonal. And I think it's actually possible to do that. It's not a very long diagonal. The combination of the rook and the king should suffice.
Yes, I wonder what made Anna change her mind about that setup with rook on e6.
I thought it was the ideal blockade. And again, when the rook was on e6 and the bishop was on g4, I would have been putting my king on e8 as well, like my second line of defense, so to speak, not to allow...
Backup for you.
Yeah, backup fortification of a blockade on the light squares. Almira, is this the position where the win is simple? It's requiring some efforts, right?
Yes, it still requires some effort. Here, maybe the most stubborn was rook e6, not king h7, but bishop g5, king h7, rook e8.
Yeah. Was it? And the current position after king h7, what's the I'm looking for simplicity. Do we have? Are we at that moment where we can at last claim an easy, simple solution? Rook a8, perhaps? Yep. She's done it.
Rook a8, bishop d7, king d6.
Yep. I'm running out of
bishop b5.
Squares for my bishop.
Bishop b5, but now you can play bishop b5.
That's the key move. Yeah, I like that move. That stops. Okay, but hold on. You gave me a hope. I'm going to play rook e4 and invite you to make a queen.
Well, let's say e8 you take and you take on h4, but if I play rook b8 here, you simply play bishop a4.
King g6 on, whoa. King g6 on the board. Sorry, let
She
me
left
just,
the bishop hanging, so if white plays bishop c3 here, it's game over. Because on rook e4, rook takes a4.
that's clear.
Yep.
And she's
Oh, no.
reaching for it, bishop to g5.
I think, Yasser, that even if you take on h4, I can still queen and bring my queen to e6, and I will not be able to escape.
So you're saying the rook and bishop versus rook position would actually be one of those cases where it's winning.
Because black king is in the right corner, in the dark square corner, and because of the pawn on h5, it can't get out easily.
Yes, and you cannot give lateral checks.
I see.
But
Bishop d7 on the board. Once again, Almira, is there I'm just give me an easy win. Is there any such thing in this tournament as an easy win? Somebody please give me a present.
Well, for
King d6 on the board.
Yes, king d6, bishop b5.
Yeah. Okay.
Then they will have to repeat, I think, moves a few times, maybe rook g8.
Oh, I do have a trick for you when your bishop gets to a4. So I will go after bishop b5, rook to b8. So the idea is I want to push your bishop to a4 so that I give you a check. And in this case, you can't go up the board because I'll pick up the bishop. Thank you. So after check, you have to go back to h7. And then I will try to pick up some tempi.
So bishop b5 back.
Bishop b5 back. And now I like this bishop.
Transpose into the same position we had.
Yeah, but I want to put the king back on h7, if that is significant or not. Yeah. And by the way, just being informed that this is their 32nd tournament game together when you include all of the rapid and blitz and classical chess together. I think they know each other pretty well. Could almost write a book on their clashes.
And let's not forget, these two players have been teammates for 2 decades. Oh.
The bishop kind of rolled itself to the d5 square.
Can now black have a new setup with king on f7?
Yeah, now it's a blockade once again.
What? Yeah, I was about to say, didn't that move just make it easier?
Another draw position.
Another fortress position suddenly, and the king is actually.
Well, you can play rook d1.
Rook is going to get itself cut off, right? Rook d1. I love that setup where the bishop was on e5, the king was on d6, the rook was patrolling the 8th rank, and I was about to queen.
I mean, Irina had a simple bishop c3 move that was attacking rook and the bishop that would end the game on the spot.
Wow.
Which was missed. And now Anna has a fortress again.
Yes, because the idea actually is... Oh, she didn't play rook d1, because if you play rook a6, rook f6 with the idea of playing rook f8, you had rook d7 and rook e7.
And what's happening here? Is white still winning after bishop f7?
Let me have a look.
Rook a6 check. So the king is forced to step back either to g7 or h7. Again, I would instinctively I'd be putting my king on the light square and playing king h7 just so that I don't blunder into some kind of a mate. But how is Irina going to break this fortress if not by putting her bishop on e5 and her king on d6? I don't see any other way for white to do anything.
Maybe she can put the king on d8 and set up the blockade on e5 with the rook and the bishop.
Okay, if you go king to d8, I'm going to chase you.
Yeah, I have to start with rook d6.
Rook to d6. Okay. Makes sense. And I will rook e4.
King d8.
Okay, and wait.
And I need a rook d3, bishop e3, or something like that.
Rook d3 and bishop e3.
Rook e3 here? Oh, or not, because you have rook d4 check and bishop e8.
Exactly. By the way, I think this is a good move by Irina. King, pardon me, let me refresh my board. Rook h6 check, just to get the king on a dark square. Never know. Rook to d6 now? Yes. Wow.
I wouldn't have imagined that white pawn would make it all the way to e7.
Exactly. I think Alexandra's in the hotel room just looking at this game and saying, come on, Anna, keep your undefeated streak intact.
I mean, I still wouldn't call this game because it's not that easy to break through.
No, especially with no time. The players have been playing on increment. Almira.
Yes, I wanted to get back to this moment where Irina played a different move, but here after bishop e5, actually, so after bishop b5, this is the setup which you needed to, like I have it on my board. That's the position, and that's where you can play bishop e5.
Right,
I suggested that black would play rook e4, so guarding the e8 square and taking on h4, but I really struggled to find, so rook b8 here, queen, takes, take, the way that black can actually get out of this mating net. Yes, after king e6, I think that, and now yes, and the computer agrees with me that you're getting mated in 11 or 12 moves.
King f7, bishop f6, and rook h8.
So let's say maybe we'll make rook g4, more stubborn defense. So
and if
king f7.
Black didn't have that h5 pawn, they would have rook g7
rook
and
g7,
save this, but that pawn is a problem.
Yes.
So king h6, bishop f6, taking the g5 square, and now, well, with the mate, which will follow rook h8, then you have to give up the rook here.
Wow.
So that was an easy win. You were asking me for an easy win. This is one, yes.
Well, and that was a long, long time ago, as this situation is not easy. It's not easy.
Can she play bishop e5 right now? Because Anna's rook is on b1.
So bishop e5 in this moment, I will probably play rook e1.
Rook e6?
Ooh.
I'm playing with fire, but it might work.
Okay, that's a visual. Rook e6. Are you sure you're going to win rook and bishop? Rook and bishop versus queen?
I'm not
Probably
sure about
you
anything.
are. I mean, I might be.
Is it even winning?
I don't know. I don't know, but definitely rook e6 is a visual move. She has played bishop to d4. Once again, I'm sorry, I keep refreshing my board to get an up-to-date board. 41 seconds versus 50 seconds.
Yeah, so now I think Irina needs to find a setup so that she can push the e-pawn and win the bishop.
Indeed.
But it's not easy. So if I come back, rook e1.
After bishop d4, rook e1 makes sense. Give me the pawn, and I'm going to play, I'm assuming I want to play king d8 as well as king d7. So to keep the rook
e4
tied, rook e4, okay. Now at some point,
I'm just standing. Rook e2.
You're just standing. I'm just standing.
Because it seems like it was better when king was on d6 and rook was on the 8th rank. Because then bishop e5 was winning.
Right.
But here, rook and bishop can't block e5 as easily.
Can I? Well, I want to be able to play rook f6, right? But then you're going to play king. No, sorry. Let me just wait for just a moment. Bishop c3, bishop f6. Irina got down to how many seconds?
3 seconds.
I hate to look at her. I hate to look at her clock, but she just made her move with 3 seconds.
You can really get carried away with calculating lines here and forget about the time.
Indeed. And for Anna, the same
15
situation,
seconds.
15 seconds and counting. A very, very nervous endgame affair.
Can you imagine
9 seconds?
If Anna had 5 points right now and they were playing for the first place?
Right.
This position?
Right. Bishop e8. Wait a minute. Doesn't that just invite rook d8? Oh, no.
There's king g6.
King. Wow. Thank you for.
Ooh.
That's.
I think Anna's back in that fortress.
That was the fortress we wanted, and then she had rejected it. She gets her king to f7.
So rook e8. Without rook e8, king goes to f7.
Right, and rook takes e8, king takes. You think you have a tempo? No, you don't. I have a check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, pardon me. I can just take the rook. That's
Take
even
the rook,
simplest. Yeah, I apologize. That's the simplest of all, taking the rook. But now, Anna has achieved
another fortress.
Yes, with the king on f7, defending the bishop, the rook will be able to come behind, and I don't think you'll be able to break that one. By the way, if I go rook here, and consecutively I take.
It's another theoretical endgame.
Another thing, yes, that will be. Uh-oh, there was some fast hands there.
Rook c4 check, kicking the king.
I was about to say somebody was worried about their clock. At last, rook check. King
d6 probably.
d6.
And then king f7.
And king. Now I'll end up having to bring my rook back to the f file, right? She played king b6, king f. I'm almost forced to bring, and then if I put my rook on f8 by going here and here and here, black is just going to go king here and king here and maintain the bishop on e8, and that should be good enough for the draw. As he says, hopefully.
Yes, I think Anna knows now that she can hold this again.
Right.
She looks more confident. So she can just play king e6 here, right? And then depending where white's rook goes, she goes to d7 or f7.
Makes sense to me.
Because her rook is cutting off white's king, so I wouldn't touch the rook.
No, no. The rook is doing a great job on c4. I like your king e6 very much. Like you say, as soon as the rook goes to d8, I'll bring the king back to f7. And as soon as the rook goes to f8, I'll bring the king back to d7. So I love this move, king e6.
Yes. You can also give one check, like rook c6 doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, get us a little bit closer. Also, keep in mind the 50 move rule is undone. Every time we move a pawn, then we have to count 50 moves onwards after a pawn move. So any trades and the 50 move rule is reset. Any pawn moves and the 50 move rule is reset.
And the pawn was pushed to e7 on move 77.
Which means you add 50.
So we would need
127,
127.
6 seconds.
Oh my God.
3.
Did you forget
2.
about time? Oh my God.
And we were just saying you wouldn't give up the rook on c4 because the rook
she made a move with 1 second on the clock.
No way.
She has 31
sure,
now.
Oh my.
I mean, position is still drawn, but
why?
Wow.
Oh, why?
I thought she forgot about time for a moment.
She may very well have, because going down to 1 second.
This is a roller coaster.
Well, at my age, they shouldn't be allowed to do this. That was a heart-stopping moment
this
there.
is good for Anna's health that she is not playing for the first place, that she has
Right.
guaranteed first place.
Exactly.
Otherwise, her heart would be exploding right now.
Right. Cardiovascular arrest. I think
Again,
there's been
7.
some tournaments recently
Four.
where they put the heart monitor machine and she didn't play King E6 and King to D7, but she played King to G6, allowing White that opportunity to force the bishop away from the E8 square.
Yes, and you were mentioning the tournament. I think it's in Germany, Berlin.
Right.
They have this Armageddon tournament.
Right.
With the smartwatches where you can see the player's heart rate. And I watched some of it, and some players' heart rates went to 180.
We lost the patient.
You have to run so fast to get your
to
heart
180.
rate that
Right.
high. But chess does it by just looking at your clock and seeing 5 seconds on it.
Bishop F7.
Still a draw, I think?
Still a draw,
Already?
or wow, still a draw. Holy, oh my. Check.
King G7. See, Anna
Only move.
should be making that instantly.
Exactly. I mean, it's actually super forced. There is no alternative.
She needs to play Bishop E8 and keep the King F7 option available.
Well, Bishop E8, Irina is going to play King D8.
Bishop A4?
Right, because in this particular case, she does have the setup to chase the king away from F7. And Bishop A4, you're absolutely right, that would be played. But what else is she going to play then?
And I think
King
this is
D8.
the longest day we've had out of all 9 rounds.
Typical. I mean, the last round should be the longest game, the longest round of the tournament. And it should, 30 second, they should be counting down to 1 second and making the move with 1 second.
And changing
on
the
the clock.
evaluation back and forth.
Exactly.
Every few moves.
Right?
They just, Irina just
16
made
seconds again.
move 100, rook d6.
Right. And 9 seconds. White. Rook.
Wait, so now we're back in the winning position.
Are we?
Bishop f6 check. And your king has to go to h7, so you can't have the king f7 set up anymore.
Right. So king g8, rook e8, that's very simple. We have king h7, and now we don't have the bishop e8.
Bishop d4 now is winning.
And we're right back to the same variation we could have had 20 moves ago. And bishop d4 would be a winning move here, which makes all the sense in the world that bishop d4 is a winning move, as you
And I think the way to win is to put the rook on d8, king on d6, and then put bishop on e5. Irina still needs that setup.
Okay.
Because
She
with the
has
king
played
on
bishop
d8,
to d4.
we couldn't figure out how to block the e-file.
Right. Almira, I'm afraid to come to you and say, show me a simple win, one that we can all understand and it doesn't take some, crazy quiet moves or something. Is it straightforward at last?
Not yet, but actually
Not
I have a
yet?
question for
10
you guys.
seconds, sorry to interrupt you. 8 and 7, 6.
4,
She's
3.
going to lose. I was about to say, she's going to lose on time.
If you could uninvent one thing, would you uninvent the chess programs?
Actually, yes, because it took so much creativity out of the game.
I wanted to say mystery.
Yes, mystery too.
Mystery out of the game, because now we look at the engines and say, yes, this is a winning move. And we constantly asked ourselves, am I winning in the adjournment? Is it a draw? Am I winning? And Now there's no adjournments because there's no mystery to them.
Maybe also
Rook
an invent
D8.
Petrov in Berlin.
Yeah, we will make those illegal. Rook to D8.
Okay, so she's on the right track. She needs to bring the king back, and bishop on E5 should be winning. So now bishop has to move.
Exactly.
And then next move, bishop E5.
Exactly.
And on rook E4, king D6.
And that's it.
Or even E. Oh wait, we are leaving H4 pawn hanging. And we know that it's winning, but Irina doesn't know.
Exactly.
Because she doesn't have time to calculate that it's a checkmate.
Now I have a simple variation for you after bishop f7. If white plays bishop e5 here,
Yes.
and then if you take on h4,
Yes.
yes, which seems logical, now you play rook f8,
Give me the bishop.
king g6, and now you take on f7 and you play king d7.
Thank you. That is what I was looking for. Something very clean, and that's very pretty, as the rook is actually wrong-footed.
But Irina only has 1 minute to find all these moves. Not easy.
Because in this variation, when you play rook f8, you can't play bishop g6 because rook h8 mate. This
Exactly.
is the
That's-
whole idea.
Yeah, that's why I would never want my king on the h file. We saw a number of variations where the pattern of checkmating patterns were available because the king was on h6 at a certain while, and now with the king on h7. So this move, she did not play.
She plays bishop f6, allowing
She's-
rook e4.
She's
Because I believe she thinks if she loses h4 pawn, she's not winning.
she's afraid
Yeah.
that that wouldn't be the case. But this move, rook f8.
No, it was bishop e5.
Pardon me, bishop e5, rook
And then
e4.
rook h4, rook f8.
Yes, this one is really nice. Bishop f6 on the board. Let me refresh.
Anna played king g6.
And rook e4 was the best move instead of king g6.
So now Irina needs to come back. Bishop d4. Or bishop... She's going to g5.
And this is a
Rook
position
c4
they've
and-
already had, haven't they?
Yes.
That's exactly what I've been looking for, because I'm getting so tired, because I went through the moves because I wanted to see if Anna can eventually claim a threefold repetition.
Right.
But there have been so many changes with the kings on c7,
D6,
d6, bishop on
right.
g5. But yes, the bishop was on g5 already, but not with the king on c7.
Ah. Not with the king on c7. King
Right.
to d7.
No, but when the king was on c7, then the rook was not on d8. That was completely crazy.
Yeah, claiming threefold repetition based on position is very difficult. So you have to have every single piece on the exact same square.
Exactly.
She doesn't have time to figure that out.
Right. Check and king c6. So we're anticipating that we're going to have to put the rook on e4. Should we toss in another check or two?
Why not? Rook
Why
c4
not?
check.
And well, Irina has built up her time. She's
bit, yes.
a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Still not too much time.
Right.
So if rook c4, what do we do?
King d6.
d6.
Right.
Rook e4.
And then we have rook e4.
I don't see how
Rook c4 check
we
on the
make
board.
progress. So the key to winning this position was always to use the bishop to block the rook, give up h4 pawn, and win that endgame.
Right. With the bishop on the e5 square.
And king will on h7 in the checkmate net.
Exactly. Exactly.
But without that, it's a draw. They're on move 107, so I think 20 more moves to go before 50-move claim.
The commentators will run over to the World Chess Hall of Fame and inform the players.
We will make the claim for them.
Right.
But I think the rule is arbiter never gets involved, right? The players have to make the claim.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Because a faulty claim means that the opponent will receive a 2-minute penalty. Increment, yes.
Mm-hmm.
An increase of their remaining time. Rook e4 on the board. And, well, essentially we need to get this position for Irina with the bishop on e5 so that we will allow rook takes h4, we will make a queen, we'll win the bishop, but the rook and bishop versus rook ending is a win because the black king is in a mating net at the start of that ending.
You know, I almost booked my flight for tonight, but I knew. I was like, last game's gonna go on forever. Rook b8, so now Anna can just stand with the rook e1, back and forth.
Makes sense.
No, then I can bring my rook b5. No, I can't.
You want
Yeah, I don't know.
put your rook on, no, we don't want to put the rook, king g7. I was about to say, we don't want to trade rooks when the king is close enough to f7, right? So, I mean, if our king was on d7 and we could play
Right.
rook e3, we're happy campers. Oh boy, it feels like championship chess, right? And I'm with you 100%. If first place was on the line with Irina needing a win and Anna needing a draw, then every time they throw the point back and forth to each other, it would be like a super miss, right? Anna's counting. she's
marking where
marking the spots, right?
The e7 move, which number that was.
Exactly.
But really, they're just 16 moves away, so.
30 sec. What? Rook? What? What does that move
I think
do?
she's doing some cheapo tricks. If rook leaves the e-file, you promote with e8.
Sweet. Rook leaves the e-file, queen, and that's fine, yes. But if the bishop goes
E8.
back now, and the king goes to f7, as we've seen before,
Then it will be a draw.
then it will be a draw. Ask a silly question, get the correct
I
answer.
mean, we can't definitely say it's a draw because
Nope.
mistakes keep happening and the engine keeps going from zeros to +3.
Well, again, for Anna, I'm stunned that you can go down to 10 seconds and not play bishop e8.
She played rook e1.
Wow, wow, rook e1, okay. Not bad, but bishop e8 sure looks like what you want, a blockade.
So I can go, wait, can I do bishop d2 now? Rook e4 or
Okay.
rook e2?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, bishop c3 check and bishop e5.
That's the setup you want. That is exactly the
But
setup you want.
Irina's been avoiding this because she doesn't want to give up the h4 pawn.
Right?
I think if she wants to try to win, she has to try this. There's no other way.
King to d7, sorry, I'm going to refresh.
Now just check, and then bishop e8.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Not at all. Well, Almira, we've been questioning the play, but it's really about the clock, the nerves, and the tiredness of the players.
Yes, and here the position is once again equal, but Nazi was right. There was a small chance here to play bishop d2, rook e4.
Yep.
Bishop
Check.
c3 check, but after king g6, here you cannot play bishop b5 because I'm protecting the e4 square and I can't actually take on h4, but you need to play king d7.
Okay.
a very important move. So here, let's say what happens if I take on h4, then you give check rook b6. Then anyway, you want actually to take the bishop. So after, yes,
yeah.
king f5, you take the bishop. And after king g5, you have bishop f6.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And so here you have to play, well, king h7, but still rook f6. And I think that we get in exactly the same position where you can sacrifice well, your rook and promote.
Exactly. And
let's have a look just a second, because okay, if you don't take here was this king d7. Where was this? Yes, king bishop c3, king g6, king d7. So you cannot take on h4. You have to make a move here. Let's say king f5, but here the same idea wins. You play rook b6,
right,
and you play rook f6 once again. So you can run with your king to this pawn, but maybe now that your king is so far away, you can play bishop f6 and king f5, bishop g5.
Wow.
So maybe this is a setup, although I'm not sure anymore.
Wow. The players, if you're not sure and you have the
oracle,
the oracle, you can imagine the players as they're.
Because I'm still thinking, what if rook d4?
And we do have the rook on d1. This is, to my way of thinking, ideal for black. If Anna can put her bishop on e8 and just keep that blockade, I mean, that's. And a moment ago, she had the white king cut on the c file. At the moment, she's got the white king cut on the d file.
How many more moves?
14 moves left till Anna can claim a draw. 50 move repetition. I mean, we're sure she knows that she was marking these score sheets.
One of the things that I would encourage people to do, and again, your penalty for being wrong is your opponent gets 2 minutes, is sometimes make a claim that you're pretty certain it's not good, it's not valid, whether it be a 50-move claim or a 3-move repetition claim, and you gift your opponent 2 minutes. Big deal. The information that you get is so powerful. Oh, I need 6 more moves to claim the 50 move. Thank you, Mr. Arbiter, and now you know 1, 2, and so.
As long as the punishment isn't that they deduct 2 minutes.
That's right. That's right. As long as it's not a deduction, then it's okay. 15 seconds for Irina. Rook c6. An indication.
No improvements have been made.
That she doesn't really know what's her ideal setup.
Right.
Okay.
Bishop e8 now is asking to be played.
Definitely. Like just, again, that even comes with a tempo, which means that after bishop e8, we'll have moves like rook d7 check, as well as king g8, king f7 on our agenda.
And if white plays rook d6 here, we can just take because our king is close enough to come to f7.
Precisely. That's really the dream come true, right?
That would actually end the game.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay,
so bishop e8 on the board, rook a6 on the board. And again, I would be very, very inclined to toss in the check here, because you have to, in this case, go to the 8th rank, king c8, yeah?
Yes.
She's done it.
King c8.
Certain moves I can guess. King c8, right?
And just rook d1 back.
Yep. I would think so.
10 moves left.
For the commentator's sake, yes?
Well, I noticed when you asked Almira how many moves did they have left, Our producer immediately had the answer. I mean, Johnny hit the spot, boy. Tom's going to run over to the World Chess Hall of Fame and say, you got 12 more seconds to go. You know? Come on. 9 moves. You can do it, ladies. King G8. Good move?
She just went down to 6 seconds.
Did she?
Yeah.
King G8.
Still playing with the...
Playing with fire,
Yeah.
right? I think I've asked you this, but I've had it in my mind for a number of years that you go down to 3 seconds on your clock, and I just decide at that exact moment to make the most hellacious sneeze heard around the world, and it shocks you so much that your time, oh, I'm sorry, oh, boy, I have bad news for you, your time ran
Someone
out.
needs to try that.
Right? Oh, my
Because
goodness.
there's nothing against the rules you're doing.
I sneezed. I couldn't.
Nothing even technically unethical.
Right, right. It just suddenly came over me, this horrifying need to sneeze. Bishop G5. Okay, I can see that Irina is looking to sneak
Rook
in
F6.
some Rook F6 business
But that shouldn't work either because of Rook E7.
for the moment. So the king can just step back to G7. 5
4,
seconds.
3. Oh my God.
Was it 2? It
2
was
seconds,
2. 32 seconds.
So on Rook F6, she has Bishop F7.
Right, Rook F6, Bishop F7. But boy, does she even anticipate a move? I mean, aren't you ready at a certain moment? You say to yourself, if my opponent plays this,
Yes.
I'm ready with that.
She probably overthinks, looks for other options, and then forgets about the time. Then looks and is like, oh, I gotta make a move.
Gotta make a move.
Yeah.
So here
And
it
then
comes.
at that moment, often you forget what was your move that you
So,
had prepared.
again, Rook F6, since Rook F8 is such an overwhelming threat,
Only
the move Bishop F7 is an only move.
To be made immediately.
Right, that's what I'm thinking, that, okay, she took, what was it, 10
Couple
seconds?
seconds, yeah.
Yeah, to make an only move.
And they are 8 moves away from a draw.
We know that.
Yeah.
Now, I do believe the arbiters will not step in at 50 or 55 or 60, but I do believe there's something about 75. 75 moves, then they step in and say, okay, you must stop.
So this is move 120. They're on the 3rd score sheets now.
The 3rd score sheets.
But now she can give checks.
Rook C4?
Yes.
7 moves away, and rook check, wow.
Rook C4, Rook D4, back and forth.
That's really compelling. Get a series of checks in there.
Just don't touch that bishop right now.
By the way, your
Probably
longest
bishop
game?
E6 would be okay.
Rook C4
My
check.
longest game was when I was 9 years old.
9? What?
I was playing European Championship under 10.
Mommy and Daddy happy with you as a 9-year-old? How many
I had
moves?
6 out of 6, and that game went on for 8.5 hours.
Wow.
I was converting queen versus 2 rooks. I had some pawns too.
Good for you.
And it was 180 something moves. I
Respect.
won and won the championship 2 rounds ahead.
Wow. 180 moves. That was really spectacular. You, Almira, your longest tournament game?
Well, I don't even remember, but actually when I was preparing against an opponent, I think it was Marceli Fruimski during the European Club Cup, I went through her games, and I think her longest game might as well be the longest chess game that I've ever seen. I think it went on for 200 something. So if I'm not mistaken, I was really shocked. So I don't even know how many hours did it last, but overall the most difficult game that I had, it lasted for 8 hours, almost 8 hours, and I played against Michael Adams, and I had a fortress, and he was trying to break it. So eventually I survived, but I thought that I was probably going to die.
Nice, nice.
All right, and we're 5 moves away from Anna being able to claim the draw.
Exactly. So in this moment, after King D6, we're still aspiring to that moment that we can play bishop to F6, rook check, bishop to E5, and get our rook back in shape on the 8th rank.
Oh, actually, I have an answer. I think the longest tournament chess game ever to be played was Nikoli Charsevich in Belgrade in 1989, and it lasted for 269 moves and took 20 hours and 15 minutes to complete the drawn game. So.
I assume it was a Jordan.
Yes, me too, yes.
Nice, nice. Rook check.
Wow. So, yeah, Anna has a couple more checks in the bag, so.
Right.
King E5, rook D5.
That's nice when you can do a few more checks, and all you're trying to do is make this 50 move rule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. King E5.
I still have that painful memory of playing Anna.
Exactly, in the U.S. Women's Championship,
With the
rook and bishop.
Against rook and the bishop, and I relaxed a bit too early, got checkmated on move 49.
Oh, that is pain. Yeah. Well, it sure looks like Anna is about ready to make the claim. Arbiters at the ready, Judith and Chris Bird watching on. And again, Anna's got like a minute on her clock. And again, I would be of the mind that I would move my rook and make the claim, just so that I would know that it's 3 more moves that I need to make.
Yes, and here after King E4, yeah, she can just move the rook really anywhere
Exactly.
that doesn't blunder the rook.
Exactly, just get it out of the way. And then if you move the rook, and again, if Irina, I toss in a check, but those of you who want to play bishop E8, so that you could meet rook D8 with king F7, you'd get my vote, rook A5.
By the way, 2 moves left.
2 moves.
Before she can claim the draw.
And again, I just find it confounding that you would put a rook on the dark square. Like, why would you do that? you could, I remember players, Boris Golko telling me a story that he was playing a blind man who had a Braille chess set.
Mm-hmm.
And it was rook in 3 versus bishop in 3, and the 3 pawns were on the same side of the board. And he had the rook, and he would have played like rook to B1. And he watched his opponent suddenly with the Braille set, and there was a light squared bishop on G6, so he took the rook.
Oh no.
Right? And Boris Golko said, I wonder who was blind, my opponent or I. I see. Rook to A5.
And I'll put the...
And 2 moves left.
Rook F6. Okay, that stops the desired.
But I have the rook checks, rook A4, and
right.
Another one, and she can claim.
Exactly. And once again, even though I'm aware it's a faulty claim, I would make it. I would play rook A4 check in just 27 seconds. Rook A4 check. Here we go. This is it, right? This is the 50th move.
Next move is the 50th move.
Anna
has to make another check. And I mean, just to be sure, she'll probably make a few more moves and then claim the draw.
Okay.
But I hope she kept the other score sheet so she can see when was the last E7 move so she can count.
Exactly. King E5.
But like you said, there's no downside for her.
Especially when you have 50 seconds.
Yeah.
And there is quite a pile of score sheets.
Yeah.
Rook check did not claim the draw.
I love how I think on Lichess it automatically fixed the draw because it was 50 moves. So it says
really?
a draw.
Draw.
As if the game ended.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Our game has ended, but as you can clearly see, the clocks are ticking. Time for some more checks.
Anna keeps thinking maybe she's not aware that they've reached 50 moves.
Well, again, I find it a little bit confounding because we did see her checking carefully that the score sheet and, circling the move number.
Bishop marked the wrong number.
She's expecting that she'll have to play 10 more moves instead of making the claim.
I guess she can take the rook now, right?
Oh, well,
but that would change the position and
right, yeah,
but
oh no, she can't trade. She can't
right.
do it in this moment because there's no bishop e8 and king f7.
Thanks.
So you have to give a check.
Thanks to Irina for playing king d7.
Right.
Not allowing the rook exchange.
Exactly. So again, especially as both players are building up time on their clocks, I would be making the draw claim, and the arbiter can disallow it. My opponent would get 2 extra minutes, and I'd say, fine, enjoy yourself, and I'd know where I'd stand.
How many moves he had left? Yeah. It's not really planning on claiming the draw yet.
It seems so. They're conspiring against us.
I mean, no one's more tired than these two players.
I would think not. Yeah. King d8.
Check.
Ah, there she goes. So finally she says, I am going to claim a draw. I will play rook a8, and I am claiming a draw. And the arbiters inform her, you could have done that quite some time ago. And it would have been accepted.
And the game has finished.
A very, very big effort by Irina that fell short at various moments. She did have a win, but it involved her giving up the H-pawn.
Right.
And we understand why she shied away from that, knowing that rook and bishop versus rook is a draw.
And Anna finishes the tournament undefeated, the only player who has not lost a single game.
And a fantastic, fantastic effort by Anna. Anna comes into the tournament, the lowest rated player, and leaves the tournament number 1. Almira, how sweet it is.
It's, I think that I'm about to collapse as well. But because I was
we
thinking,
lost Almira. Defibrillator, defibrillator.
I was thinking that Anna doesn't even look tired, I think she could have played for an hour or 2.
Right.
She's just so happy that...
She's just on fumes of euphoria.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Irina is definitely disappointed because this draw didn't allow her to catch Alexandra.
Right. And by the way, let's point out that that victory by Alexandra did give her the second prize, clear second prize. And here is a breakdown of our prize winners.
Right, in the first place, Anna Zatonskih wins the tournament and takes home $45,000. Second place, Alexandra Kosteniuk, taking home $35,000. And shared in third and splitting the prizes, Khotenashvili and Irina Krush with $22,500.
Right.
And Nana Dzagnidze in clear fifth, taking home $15,000.
Very, very nice. And here is our champion. One last look at Anna Zatonskih.
Anna Zatonskih just won the 2023 Cairns Cup and earned a GM norm and gained a lot of rating.
And will be invited back for next year's edition. And for those of you who don't know, we've got a summer of chess as a lot of tournaments coming up.
Next tournament will be Super United Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia from July 3rd. Then will be US Juniors, US Girls Seniors Championships in St. Louis, July 13th. And then in September, Fisher Chess.
Yes, Fisher 9LX, September 7th through the 11th.
And in October, US and US Women's Championships in St. Louis.
Exactly. I don't go to my high school reunions, but those senior championships sure feel like a reunion for me. Almira, close the show. Final thoughts.
Well, so I have the honors once
Yes.
again. So Anna Zatonskih wins the third Cairns Cup. And she becomes the first American winner of this event, and this is by far the greatest achievement in her career. And I think that this result is simply incredible, but we have witnessed some fights in chess throughout the tournament, and well, I'm looking forward to next events, of course. And just call me, I will be waiting in Paris.
Thank you, Almira. You bet. Stand by your phone. You're going to get lots of calls. It was great. No,
It was a
seriously.
pleasure.
No, Nasi, every day I was coming here, I was really looking forward to the broadcast. Thank you so
Likewise.
much. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you all for joining us. We really enjoyed your company. I hope you liked the shows, and we'll see you for the Grand Chess Tour.
We'll see you in July. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.